7. My father once told me that when he saw my mother in the window of her family home, it was as if his entire life to that point had been led in the half-light. Upon meeting her, he said every colour, every fragrance, every sensation that the world had to offer was brighter, sharper, more truthful. I was a child and took this story for the fairy tale that it sounded, but my father's words came back to me on the night that I met Edward. It was not love at first sight. Such claims make a mockery of love. It was a presentiment, an inexplicable awareness that something important had happened. Some moments are like that. They shine like gold in a prospector's pan. I said that I was born twice, once to my father and mother and a second time when I woke up in the house of Mrs. Mack, above the shop selling birds in cages on Little White Lion Street. That is the truth, but it is not the whole truth, for there was a third part to my life story. I was born again, outside the Theatre Royal in Drury Lane, on a warm evening in 1861, when I was a month from turning 17 years old. The very same age that my mother was when I was born for the first time, that starlit night in the narrow house in Fulham on the banks of the River Thames. Mrs. Mack had been right, of course, when she said that the days of Little Girl Lost and Little Girl Passenger were numbered, and so a new scheme had to be hatched, a new costume procured, a new persona put on like a second skin. It was simple enough. The theatre foyer was a hive of activity. The ladies' dresses were bright and generous, the men's reserve loosened by whiskey and expectation. There were any number of opportunities for a woman with quick fingers to relieve a gentleman of his valuables. The only problem was Martin. I was no longer a green child, but he refused to relinquish the minder's role he'd been assigned. He badgered Mrs. Mack, filled her head with extravagant ways in which I might come to harm, or even, I had heard him whispering when he thought I wasn't listening, be turned against them. And then he proposed an arrangement by which he might insinuate himself into my work. I argued that he was overcomplicating matters, that I preferred to work alone, but at every turn he was there, watching, with a grating proprietary air. That night, though, I had given him the slip. The show had finished, and I'd made my way quickly across the foyer and out through a side exit, arriving in an alley that ran away from the theatre. It had been a good night. The deep pocket of my dress was heavy, and I was glad. The most recent letter from my father had advised that after a number of unfortunate setbacks, the clockmaking enterprise he had established in New York was almost solvent. I was hopeful that a fruitful summer would occasion his permission for me to set sail for America. It had been over 9 years since he'd left me with Mrs. Mack. I was alone in the alley, wondering whether I ought to walk the shortcut home through the narrow laneways or follow instead the crowded Strand so that I might add 1 or 2 more wallets to my haul. And it was at that moment of indecision that Edward appeared through the same door by which I had left, catching me without my mask. It was like the swift clarity that comes with the lifting fog. I felt alert, suddenly filled with anticipation, and yet at once unsurprised, for how could the night have ended without our meeting? He came towards me, and when he reached out to brush my cheek, his touch was as light as if I were one of the treasures in Pale Joe's father's collection. His eyes studied mine. I could not say how long we stood like that. Seconds, minutes. Time had slipped its bounds. Only when Martin appeared and uttered a cry of, "Stop, thief!" was the spell broken. I blinked and stepped away. Martin launched into his practiced ruse, but I was impatient suddenly with its shabbiness. "No," I said firmly, "this man was not a thief." "No, indeed," said Edward. "He was a painter, and he wished to paint my portrait. Martin began to stammer nonsense about young ladies, his sister, respectability, but Edward took no heed. He spoke of his family, promising that he and his mother would come to my home and meet my parents, reassure them that he was a gentleman of fine character and that an association with him would not tarnish my reputation. The proposal was wholly unexpected, the suggestion of parents and a home so very quaint, and I confess to being much taken with the idea of myself as the sort of young lady whose modesty might require such protection. I agreed, and when upon leaving he asked me my name, aware that Martin was watching, I told him the first thing that came to mind. "Lily," I said. "My name is Lily Millington." Mrs. Mac, always able to smell a profit, was inspired to immediate action. She began at once the process of turning her parlour into the picture of domestic gentility. One of the newer children, Effie Granger, who was 11 years old, but big for her age, was outfitted in a maid's black and white uniform, snatched by Martin from a drying line in Chelsea, and given a quick and brutal course in the basics of service. Martin and the captain were instructed in the roles of upstanding brother and father, and Mrs. Mac began a process of embodiment as she turned herself into a doting mother fallen on hard times, with a commitment that would have put the actresses down on Drury Lane to shame. When the auspicious day arrived, the younger ones were tucked away upstairs under strict instruction not to so much as twitch the lace curtains with their spying if they knew what was good for them, and the rest of us waited downstairs nervously for the doorbell to ring. Edward and his mother, a woman Mrs. Mac described later as being of continental looks and manners, were shown inside, the latter unable to resist a curious glance around as she unpinned her hat. Whatever she thought of Mr. and Mrs. Millington and their household, her son was her pride and joy, and in him she had invested all of her artistic aspirations. If he believed that Miss Millington was what he needed to complete his vision, then Miss Millington would be his. And if that meant drinking tea from the pot of a strange couple in Covent Garden, then she was more than willing to do it. During the meeting, I sat upon one end of the sofa, a position I was rarely granted, with Edward at the other, Mrs. Mac intoning, in what I can only suppose she imagined a decorous manner, as to my goodness and virtue. A proper Christian girl, my Lily, innocent as the day. "I am very glad to hear it," said Mrs. Radcliffe with a charming smile. "And so shall she remain. My late husband's father is the Earl of Beechworth, and my son is a gentleman of most noble character. You have my word that he will take the utmost care of your daughter, returning her to you in the condition that she arrives." "Humph," said the captain, who had been schooled in the role of reluctant paterfamilias. "When in doubt," Mrs. Mac had said, "grunt, and whatever you do, don't remove that leg." Permission was eventually won and a price agreed, the payment of which Mrs. Mac declared would make her feel comfortable that her daughter's virtue would remain intact. And then, as I finally allowed myself to meet Edward's gaze, a date was agreed on which the initial sitting would take place. His studio was at the back of his mother's garden, behind her house in Hampstead, and on the first day he took my hand to help me down the slippery path. "Cherry blossoms," he said. "Beautiful, but deadly." I had no experience with painters, having learned all that I knew of art from Pale Joe's books and the walls of his father's house, and so when Edward opened the door, I had little idea what to expect. The room was small, with a Persian rug on the floor and an easel upon it facing a plain but elegant chair. The ceiling was made of glass, but the walls were wooden and painted white. Along two of them ran a purpose-built bench with shelves beneath, filled with wide drawers. The top was covered with tiny jars containing pigments, bottles of assorted liquids, and pots of brushes in every size. Edward went first to light the furnace in the far corner. He did not want me to get cold, he said. I was to tell him if I became uncomfortable. He helped me to remove my cloak, and when his fingers brushed my neck, I felt my skin heat. He indicated that I should sit upon the chair. He would be working on studies today. I noticed then that the wall at the back of the room was already covered with a haphazard array of pen and ink sketches. Here now, in this strange betwixt and between existence that I lead, I can see, but no longer be seen. I did not understand before how fundamental an act it is to exchange glances, to look into the eyes of another human being. I did not understand, either, how rare it is to be afforded the opportunity to devote one's entire attention to another person without fear of being caught. While Edward studied me, I studied him. I became addicted to his focus, and I learned, too, the power of being watched. If I were to move my chin even a little, I would see the change reflected in his face, the slight narrowing of his eyes as he took in the new spill of light. I will tell you something else I know. It is hard not to fall in love with a handsome man who pays you his complete attention. There was no clock inside the studio. There was no time working together. Day after day, the world beyond its walls dissolved. There was Edward and there was me, and even those boundaries came to blur within the strange envelopment of our endeavour. Sometimes he asked me questions about myself that came from nowhere to disrupt the dense quiet of the room, and I answered as best I could whilst he listened and painted, concentration making a faint line appear between his brows. At first, I was able to skirt the truth, but as the weeks wore on, I began to fear that he could see through my shadows and embellishments. More than that, I felt a new and troublesome urge to lay myself bare. And so I steered the conversation onto safer subjects, like art and science, and the sort of things that Pale Joe and I discussed, about life and time. This surprised him, for he smiled, a slight quizzical frown, and stopped what he was doing, considering me over the top of his canvas. These topics were of great interest to him too, he said eventually, and he told me then about an essay he had written recently about the connection between places and people, the way certain landscapes were more potent than others, speaking to the present about the happenings of the past. Edward was like no one I had met before. When he spoke, it was impossible not to listen. He was wholly committed to whatever it was that he was doing or feeling or expressing at the time. I found myself thinking of him when we weren't together, remembering a sentiment that he'd expressed, the way he'd thrown his head back and laughed freely at an anecdote I told him, and yearning to make him laugh like that again. I could no longer remember what I used to think about before I knew him. He was the music that gets inside a person's head and changes the rhythm of their pulse, the inexplicable urge that drives a person to act against their better judgment. We were never disturbed except briefly on occasion by the arrival of a hot teapot. Sometimes it was his mother who brought the tray, eager to glance over her shoulder and to gauge Edward's progress. Other days it was the maid. And one morning, after I had been meeting Edward daily for a week or two, when the knock came at the door, he called out, "Yes?" It was opened by a young girl of about 12 years old, holding her tray very carefully. She had a nervousness that immediately endeared her to me. Her face was not pretty, but I glimpsed strength in the set of her chin that made me feel that she should not be underestimated. She was curious too, her eyes darting around the room from Edward to me to the sketches on the wall. Curiosity was a trait with which I identified, and which in truth had always seemed to me a prerequisite for life. What purpose could a person find in the long trudge ahead if they hadn't curiosities to light the way? I knew at once who she must be, and sure enough, my littlest sister. said Edward with a smile. Lucy. And Lucy, this is Lily Millington. La Belle. I had known Edward for 6 months when the La Belle painting debuted at a Royal Academy exhibition in November 1861. I had been told to arrive at 7, and Mrs. Mack was eager to ensure that I had a dress befitting the occasion. For a woman of such blousy self-confidence, she was almost endearingly impressed by celebrity, even more so if it brought with it the prospect of ongoing income. "This is it," she said, fastening the pearl buttons that ran all the way up my back to the nape of my neck. "Play your cards right, my girl, and this could be the start of something magnificent." She nodded then towards the collection of cartes de visite on her mantel, members of the royal family and other well-known and distinguished persons. "You could be on your way to being one of them." Martin, predictably, did not share her enthusiasm. He had resented the time that I'd spent as Edward's model, seeming to take my absence during the days as a personal slight. I heard him some nights in Mrs. Mack's parlour, complaining about the diminished returns, and when those arguments failed to sway her, the payment for my modelling services was more than equal to the earnings from my thievery. He insisted that it was a risk to let me get too close to the quarry. But it was Mrs. Mack who ruled the roost in the rooms above the bird shop. I had been invited to an exhibition at the Royal Academy, one of the brightest, most important events in the London social scene. And so, tailed by Martin, I was dispatched. I arrived to find a mass of people, men in shiny black top hats and long evening jackets, and women in exquisite silk dresses filling the great room. Their eyes brushed over me as I made my way through the thick, warm sea. The air was very close, and it thrummed with rapid conversation, broken occasionally by barks of laughter. I was beginning to give up hope that I would find Edward, when suddenly his face came into focus before me. "You're here," he said. "I waited at the other entrance, but I missed you." As he took my hand, I felt a hot rush of electric energy surge through me. It was novel to see him like this, in public, having spent the past 6 months cloistered away in his studio. We had spoken about so many things, and I knew by now so much about him. Yet here, surrounded by all these other laughing people, he was out of context. The new setting, familiar to him but foreign to me, rendered him a different person from the one I knew. He led me through the crowd to where the painting was hanging. I had glimpsed it in the studio, but nothing could have prepared me for the way it would look upon the wall, magnified by virtue of its display. His eyes searched mine. "What do you think?" I was at an unusual loss for words. The painting was extraordinary. The colours were lush, and my skin looked luminous, as if it would be warm to the touch. He had painted me at the centre of the canvas, my hair flowing in ripples, my eyes direct, and my expression as if I had just given a confidence that would not be repeated. And yet, there was something more underlying the image. Edward had captured in this beautiful face, far more beautiful than my own real face, a vulnerability that rendered the whole exquisite. But my speechlessness was about more than the image itself. La Belle is a time capsule. Beneath the brushstrokes and the pigments lies every word, every glance that Edward and I exchanged. She bears a record of every time he laughed, that he came to touch my face, shifting it ever so carefully towards the light. Each thought that he had is recorded, each instance that our minds met in that isolated studio in the corner of the garden. Within La Belle's face, there lie 1,000 secrets, which together tell a story known only to Edward and me. To see her hanging on the wall in that room of noisy strangers was overwhelming. Edward was still waiting for my answer, and I said, "She's..." He squeezed my hand. "Isn't she?" Edward excused himself then, for he had spotted Mr. Ruskin and told me that he would be back immediately. I continued to look at the painting and was aware that a tall, handsome man had come to stand close by. "What do you think?" he said, and at first I thought that he was speaking to me. I was struggling to find words when another woman answered. She was on his other side, pretty and petite, with honey-brown hair and a small mouth. "The painting is wonderful as always," she said. "I do wonder, though, why he insists on choosing his models from the gutter." The man laughed. "You know Edward. He has always been of a perverse nature." "She cheapens it. Look at the way she stares directly at us. No shame, no class. And those lips." I said as much to Mr. Ruskin. "And what did he reply?" He was inclined to agree, although he did say that he assumed Edward had intended to make that very point. Something about contrast, the innocence of the setting, the boldness of the woman. Every cell in my body retracted. I wished nothing more than that I might disappear. It had been a grave mistake to have come. I saw that now. Martin had been right. I had become caught up in the energy that surrounded Edward. I had allowed my guard to drop. I had thought us partners in a great endeavour. I had been unthinkably stupid. My cheeks burned with embarrassment, and I longed to escape. I glanced behind me to see how easily I could get to the door. The room was overflowing with guests, one pressed up hard against the next, and the air was cloying, thick with cigar smoke and cologne. Lily. Edward was back, his face warm with excitement, but then... "What is it?" As his gaze raked mine. "What's happened?"
"There you are, Edward," said the tall, handsome man. "I was wondering where you'd got to. We were just admiring La Belle."
Edward shot me a final glance of encouragement before meeting the grin of his friend, who was now slapping him on the shoulder. He placed his hand gently on the small of my back and ushered me forward. "Lily Millington," he said. "This is Thurston Holmes, one of the Magenta Brotherhood, and my good friend." Thurston took my hand and brushed it with his lips.
"So, this is the famous Miss Millington about whom we've heard so much."
His eyes met mine, and I read within them unmistakable interest. One did not grow up in the shady laneways of Covent Garden and the dank streets around the Thames without learning to recognise that look.
"It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. About time he shared you with us."
The honey-haired woman beside him held out her cold little hand then and said, "I see that I shall have to introduce myself. My name is Miss Frances Brown, soon to be Mrs. Edward Radcliffe." As soon as I noticed Edward in deep conversation with another guest, I gave a vague excuse to no one in particular and extricated myself, making my way through the crowd until I reached the door. It was a relief to escape the room, and yet as I slipped quickly into the dark folds of the cool night, I could not help but feel that I had stepped through more than one doorway. I had left behind an alluring world of creativity and light, and was now returning to the dim, bleak alleyways of my past. I was in just such an alley thinking just such a thought, when I felt a grip on my wrist. I turned, expecting to see Martin, who had been lurking all night in the middle of Trafalgar Square, but it was Edward's friend from the exhibition, Thurston Holmes. I could hear the clatter of noise on the Strand, but aside from the vagrant slumped in a gutter, we were alone.
"Miss Millington," he said. "You left so suddenly I was concerned that you were unwell."
"I'm fine, thank you. The room was so hot, I needed air."
It can be overwhelming, I expect, when one is unused to the attention. But I fear it is not safe for a young lady by herself out here. There are dangers in the night.
Thank you for your concern.
Perhaps I could take you somewhere for some refreshment. I have rooms nearby and a very understanding landlady.
I could see at once the sort of refreshment he desired. No, thank you. I don't wish to detain you from your evening. He came closer then and laid one hand upon my waist, sliding it around my back and pulling me towards him. With his other hand he took 2 gold coins from his pocket, holding them up between his fingers.
I promise to make it worth your while.
I met his eyes and did not look away. As I said, Mr. Holmes, I would prefer to get some air.
As you wish.
He took off his top hat and gave a quick nod.
Good night, Miss Millington. Until we meet again.
The interaction was unpleasant, and yet I had matters of more importance on my mind. I had no wish to return yet to Mrs. Mac, and so, with care not to attract Martin's attention, I went instead to the only place that I could think to go. If Pale Joe was surprised to see me, his reaction was mild. He set the bookmark on his page and closed the cover. We had spoken with much anticipation about the unveiling of the painting, and he turned now to receive my triumphant story. Instead, as soon as I opened my mouth to speak, I began to cry. I, who had not cried since the first morning that I woke up at Mrs. Mac's house without my father.
What is it?
He said with some alarm.
What has happened? Has somebody hurt you?
I told him no, that it was nothing like that I was not even certain myself why I was crying.
Then you must start at the beginning and describe everything. That way maybe I will be able to tell you why you are crying.
So I did. I told him first about the painting, the way I had stood before it and felt shy of myself, the way the image that Edward had created in that glass-roofed studio of his was so much more than I was. That it was radiant, that it swept away all of the petty concerns of daily life, that it captured vulnerability and hope, and the woman beneath the artifice.
Then you are crying because the beauty of the artwork overwhelmed you.
To which I shook my head, because I knew that was not it. I told him then about the tall, handsome man who had come to stand beside me, and the pretty woman with her honey-coloured hair and neat mouth, and the things that they had said, and the way that they had laughed. Pale Joe sighed then and nodded.
You are crying because the woman said unkind things about you.
To which I shook my head again, because I had never cared for the good opinion of those I did not know. I told him then that as I had listened to them, I had become vividly conscious of the gaudy dress that Mrs. Mac had procured for me. That I had at first thought it extraordinary, the crushed velvet fabric, the delicate trim of lace around the décolletage, but that I had realized suddenly that it was garish and overbright. Pale Joe frowned.
I know you are not crying because you wished for a different dress.
I agreed with him that the dress was not the matter, rather that in that particular room I had realized myself to be garish and overbright, and I had become overwhelmed with sudden anger at Edward. I had trusted him, but he had betrayed me, had he not? He had made me feel at home in his company, in his world, flattered me with his absolute attention. Those deep, dark, watchful eyes, the clench of his jawline when he concentrated, the hint of need. For surely I had not imagined it. Only to embarrass me in a room filled with people who were not like me at all, who could see at once that I was not like them. When he invited me to attend as his guest, I had thought, well, I had misunderstood. And of course, there was a fiancée, that pretty woman with neat features and fine clothing. He should have told me, allowed me to prepare. to arrive on proper terms. He had tricked me, and I never wanted to see him again. Pale Joe was looking at me with a fond, sad expression, and I knew what he was going to say, that the charge was unfair, that I had been a fool and the mistake was all mine, for Edward owed me nothing. I had been engaged and paid to perform a task, to pose as his model for a painting he wished to exhibit at the Royal Academy. But Pale Joe said none of those things. Instead, he put his arms around me and said, "My poor birdie, you are crying because you are in love." After leaving Pale Joe, I hurried through the dark streets of Covent Garden, thick with ruddy-cheeked men spilling out of supper clubs and drunken songs drifting upstairs from basement rooms, cigar smoke mingling with the leftover smells of animals and rotting fruit. My long skirts shushed along the cobblestones, and as I turned into Little White Lion Street, I glanced skyward and glimpsed the hazy moon between buildings. Not the stars, though, for the grey smog of London sat too heavy. I let myself in the front door of the shop selling birds and cages, careful not to wake the winged creatures asleep beneath their shrouds, and then tiptoed up the stairs. As I passed the doorway to the kitchen, a voice from the dark said, "Well, well, look what the cat dragged in." I saw then that Martin was sitting at the table, a gin bottle open in front of him. A dull wedge of moonlight fell through the crooked window, and one side of his face disappeared into shadow. "Think you're clever, don't you, giving me the run around? I lost a night waiting for you. I couldn't work the theatre alone, so I wasted my time under Nelson's bloody column, watching the toffs come and go. What am I going to tell Ma and the captain when they want to know why I haven't brought home the coin that they was promised, eh?" "I have never asked you to wait for me, Martin, and I would be very pleased if you would promise not to do so any more." "Oh, you'd be pleased, would you?" He laughed, but the sound was parched. "You'd be pleased indeed. Aren't you the proper little lady now?" He pushed his chair back suddenly and came to where I was standing in the doorway. He took my face by the chin, and I felt his breath warm on my neck as he said, "You know, the very first thing my ma said to me when you came to live with us, she sent me upstairs where you was sleeping, and she said, 'Go and have a look at your pretty new sister, Martin. She's going to need a close eye kept on her. You mark my words, we're going to have to watch her close.' And my ma was right. I see the way they look at you, those men. I know what they're thinking." I was too tired for a petty argument, and one that we'd already had a number of times before. I was eager to get upstairs where I could be alone in my bedroom to reflect on the things that Pale Joe had said. Martin was leering at me, and I felt repulsed. But I was sorry for him too, for he was a man whose palette was empty of colour. The boundaries of his life had been drawn narrow when he was a boy, and they had never been extended. As his grip continued firm on my face, I said softly, "You need not worry, Martin. The painting is finished now. I am home. The world has been set to rights." Perhaps he had been expecting me to argue, for he swallowed whatever it was that he had been preparing to say next. He blinked slowly and then nodded. "Well, don't you forget it," he said. "Don't you forget that you belong here with us. You're not one of them, no matter what my ma might tell you when she's sniffing her artist's gold. That's just for show, right? You'll get hurt if you forget it, and you'll only have yourself to blame." He let go of me at last, and I made myself smile. But as I turned to leave, he reached out to grab my wrist, pulling me back fast towards him. "You look pretty in that dress. You're a beautiful woman now, all grown up." There was a menace in his tone, and I could imagine that a young woman accosted in such a way on the street would feel terror shoot up her spine as she met the scrutiny of his gaze, his curled lip, his thinly veiled intentions. and well might she be advised to react thus. But I had known Martin for a long time. He would never harm me while his mother was alive. I was far too valuable to her enterprise, and so... "I'm tired, Martin," I said. "It's very late, I have much work to catch up on tomorrow, and I need to go to bed now. Ma wouldn't want either of us too tired for a proper day's work tomorrow." At the mention of Mrs. Mack, his grip loosened, and I took the opportunity to pull myself free and hurry upstairs. I left the tallow candle unlit as I stripped immediately from my velvet dress, and when I draped it from the hook on the back of the door, I made sure to flare out the skirt to cover the keyhole. I lay awake that night, turning over the things that Pale Joe had said to me, reliving every minute of time that I had spent with Edward in his studio. "Does he love you too?" Pale Joe had asked. "I think not," I had replied, "for he is engaged to be married." Pale Joe had smiled patiently at that. "You have known him for some months now. You have spoken to him many times. He has told you about his life, his loves, his passions and pursuits. And yet tonight, you learned for the first time that he is engaged to be married." "Yes." "Birdie, if I were engaged to be married to the woman whom I love, then I would talk about her to the man who puts down grit during snowstorms. I would sing her name at every opportunity to every willing set of ears this side of Moscow. I cannot tell you with any certainty what he feels for you, but I can tell you that he does not love the woman that you met tonight." It was just after dawn when I heard the knock on the door downstairs. The streets of Covent Garden were already busy with carts and barrows and women with baskets of fruit on their heads trudging towards the market, and I assumed it was the local watchman. He and Mrs. Mack had an understanding, such that, when he was performing his daily patrol of the streets, rattling out the half-hour marks so that people could tell the time, he would stop to bang the knocker of our door to signal wake-up time. The noise was softer than usual, though, and when it sounded for a second time, I rose from my bed and pulled the curtain aside to peer down through the window. It was not the watchman, in his slouch hat and greatcoat at the door. It was Edward, still dressed in his coat and scarf from the night before. My heart leapt, and after a split second of indecision, I opened the window and called down to him in a half-whisper. "What are you doing?" He stepped backwards, looking up to see where my voice was coming from, and was almost hit by a flower cart being pushed down the street. "Lily," he said, his face brightening when he saw me. "Lily, come down." "What are you doing here?" "Come down, I must speak with you." "But the sun has barely risen." "I realize, but I cannot make it rise any faster. I have been standing here all night. I have drunk more coffee from that stall on the corner than a man should ever drink, but I cannot wait any longer." He placed one hand across his heart and said, "Come down, Lily, or else I will be forced to climb up to you." I nodded quickly and started dressing, my fingers overzealous with anticipation so that I fumbled each button and put a tear in my stockings. There was no time to neaten or pin my hair. I hurried down the stairs, eager to reach him before anyone else did. I undid the latch and pulled open the door, and in that moment, as we faced each other from either side of the threshold, I knew that what Pale Joe had said was true. There was so much that I wanted him to know. I wanted to tell him about my father and Mrs. Mack and Little Girl Lost and Pale Joe. I wanted to tell him that I loved him, and that everything up until that point had been but a pencil sketch, preliminary and pale, in anticipation of our meeting. I wanted to tell him my true name. But there were too many words to find, and I did not know where to start. And then Mrs. Mack was beside me, her housecoat tied crookedly around her generous middle, the creases of sleep still pressed into her cheek. "What's all this about? What on earth are you doing here at this hour?" "Good morning, Mrs. Millington," said Edward. "I apologise for interrupting your day."
"It's not even light yet."
"I realise, Mrs. Millington, but it is urgent. I must impress upon you my deepest admiration for your daughter. The painting of La Belle sold last night, and I wish to speak to you about painting Miss Millington again."
"I'm afraid I can't spare her,"
said Mrs. Mack with a sniff.
"I rely on my daughter here. Without her, I have to pay my maid to do extra. And although I'm an honourable lady, Mr. Radcliffe, I am not wealthy."
"I will make sure to compensate you, Mrs. Millington. My next painting is likely to take longer. I propose to pay your daughter double what I did last time."
"Double?"
"If that sounds acceptable to you." Mrs. Mack was not the type to turn down an offer of coin, but there was no one with a better nose for value.
"I don't think double will do." "No, I don't think that will do at all. Perhaps if you were to suggest 3 times the price."
Martin, I noticed then, had come downstairs and was watching proceedings from the darkened doorway that led into the shop. "Mrs. Millington," said Edward, his eyes now firmly on mine. "Your daughter is my muse, my destiny. I will pay you whatever you think fair."
"Well then, at 4 times the price, I'd say we have ourselves a deal."
"Agreed." He risked a smile at me then. "Do you need to collect anything from here?" "Nothing." I said goodbye to Mrs. Mack, and then he took my hand and started leading me north through the streets of the 7 Dials. We did not speak at once, but something between us had changed. Rather, something that had been there all along had finally been acknowledged. As we left Covent Garden and Edward turned to look at me over his shoulder, I knew that there would be no going back from here. Jack has returned, and it is just as well. The bones of the past are seductive, and I am at risk of picking over them all night long. Oh, I remember love. It has been a long time since Jack set out with his camera and his melancholy mood. Dusk has fallen and the purple noises of night are upon us. Inside the malt house, he connects his camera to the computer and the photographs import at a rapid speed. I can see them all. He has been busy. The churchyard again, the woods, the meadow, the crossroads in the village. Others that are all texture and colour, their subjects not immediately identifiable. None of the river, I note. The shower is on now, his clothes are in a pile on the floor, the bathroom is filling with steam. I imagine he is starting to wonder about dinner. Jack does not go straight to the kitchen though. After his shower with the towel still low around his hips, he picks up his phone and rocks it back and forth, considering. I watch him from the end of the bed, wondering whether he is going to disappoint Rosalind Wheeler with his report about the hiding place and the still missing diamond. With an exhalation that lowers his shoulders a full inch, he starts to dial, and then waits with the phone at his ear. He is tapping his lips lightly with his fingertips, a thoughtful, nervous habit. "Sarah, it's me." "Oh, good. Much better than a progress report." "Listen, you were wrong yesterday. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to turn around and go back home. I want to know them. I need to know them." Them. The girls, the twins, his and Sarah's. One thing is certain, society has changed. Back in my day, it would have been the woman shut out of her children's lives if she dared to break company with their father. Sarah is speaking now, and she is no doubt reminding him that parenting is not about his needs, because he says, "I know, that's not what I meant. I should have said that I think they need me too. They need a dad, Sarah. At least they will one day." Further silence, and from the raised tone of her voice at the other end of the line, evident even from where I sit, She does not agree. Yes, he says. Yes, I know I was a terrible husband. Yes, you're right. And that's on me. But it's been a long time, sir. 7 years. I'm a whole new set of cells. No, I'm not trying to be funny. I mean it. I've made changes. I even have a hobby. Remember that old camera? She is speaking again, and he nods and makes occasional listening noises, eyes on the corner of the room where the walls meet the ceiling, tracing the line of the joist with his gaze as he waits for her to finish. Some of the wind has left his sails when he says, Look, sir, I'm just asking you to give me a chance. A visit every so often. The opportunity to take them to Legoland or Harry Potter World or wherever it is they want to go. You can draw the boundaries however you see fit. I just want a chance. The call ends without a resolution. He drops the phone onto the bed and rubs the back of his neck, and then he goes slowly to the bathroom and takes up the photo of the girls. We are of one mind tonight, he and I. Each of us separated from the people we love. Each of us wading through memories of the past, seeking resolution. All human beings crave connection, even the shy. It is too frightening for them to think themselves alone. The world, the universe, existence is simply too big. Thank God they cannot glimpse how much bigger it is than they think. I wonder about Lucy sometimes, what she would have made of it all. In the kitchenette, Jack eats some sort of bean-filled sluice straight from the tin. He makes no attempt to heat it. And when the phone rings again, he hurries back in to check the screen but is disappointed. He doesn't answer the call. They all have a story, the ones to whom I am drawn. Each one is different from those who came before, but there has been something at the heart of each visitor, a loss that ties them together. I have come to understand that loss leaves a hole in a person, and that holes like to be filled. It is the natural order. They are always the ones most likely to hear me when I speak, and every so often, when I get really lucky, one of them answers me back. Chapter 18. Summer 1940. They found the matches in an old green tin on a shelf behind the stovetop. It was Freddie who spied them, leaping from foot to foot with lusty enthusiasm and declaring himself the winner. Such gleeful celebrations sent Tip into another weary round of tears, and Juliet cursed quietly as she struggled to light the burner beneath the kettle. "Come now," she said, as at last the match flared. "Spilt milk, Tippy love, it doesn't matter." She turned to Freddie, who was still larking. "Really, Red, you're 4 years older than he is." Freddie, preternaturally unperturbed, continued to dance as Juliet mopped Tip's face. "I want to go home," said Tip. Juliet opened her mouth to reply, but Beatrice beat her to it. "Well, you can't," she called from the other room, "because there's nothing left. There is no home." Juliet held on to the last threads of her frayed patience. She had been jolly all the way from London, but it seemed further jolliness would be required. Addressing her daughter's adolescent acerbity, which had arrived at least a year too early, surely, would have to wait. She leaned closer to Tip's alarmingly blotched face, aware with sudden pressing anxiety of his short breaths and sparrow shoulders. "Come and help me with the supper," she said. "I might even find you a little square of chocolate if I look hard enough." The welcome basket had been a kind touch. Mrs. Hammett, the publican's wife, had arranged it. A fresh loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese and a stick of butter. Strawberries and gooseberries in a muslin cloth, a pint of creamy milk, and beneath it all, what joy, a small block of chocolate. As Tip took his square and retreated like a stray cat in search of a quiet place to lick his wounds, Juliet made a plate of cheese sandwiches for them all to share. She'd never been much good in the kitchen, When she met Alan, she'd been able to boil an egg, and the intervening years did not add much to her repertoire. But there was a certain therapy to it. Slice the bread, scrape the butter, lay out the cheese, repeat. She glanced as she did so at the handwritten card that had come with the basket. Mrs. Hammett's steady pen, wishing them welcome and extending an invitation to dinner at the Swan in the village on Friday night. B had been the one to remove the card from its envelope and was so taken with the idea of seeing the place where her parents had spent their honeymoon that it would have been unwise to say no. Strange to go back, though, especially without Alan. 12 years now since they stayed in that tiny room with its pale yellow striped wallpaper, its lead-light window and view across the fields towards the river. There'd been a beautiful pair of teasel pods in a cracked vase on the chimney hearth, she remembered, and gauze that made the room smell of coconuts. The kettle shrilled, and Juliet called out to Bea to put her recorder aside and make the tea. Huffing and flouncing ensued, but eventually a pot of tea arrived at the table, where the rest of them had gathered to eat the sandwiches. Juliet was tired. They all were. They'd spent the entire day on a packed train crawling west from London. Their provisions had been gone before they reached Reading. The journey afterwards had been exceedingly long. Poor little Tip beside her at the table had deep, dark bags beneath his eyes and had hardly touched his sandwich. He'd slumped, cheek resting in the palm of his hand. Juliet leaned close enough that she could smell the oiliness of his little boy's scalp. "How are you holding up, Tippy Toes?" He opened his mouth as if about to speak, but yawned instead. "Time to visit Mrs. Marvel's garden party?" He nodded slowly, his curtain of straight hair shifting back and forth. "Come on then," she said. "Let's get you to bed." He was asleep before she'd even started to describe the garden in her story. They were still on the path about to reach the gate when his weight settled against her, and Juliet knew that she'd lost him. She allowed herself to close her eyes, matching her breathing to his, relishing the solidity of his small, warm body, the simple fact of him, his fluttering exhalations tickling her cheek. A light breeze drifted through the open window, and she could easily have fallen asleep herself if not for the sporadic punctuations of gleeful laughter and noisy thumps emanating from downstairs. Juliet managed to ignore them until the fun degenerated, predictably enough, into a spat of sibling discord, and she was forced to disentangle herself from Tip and make her way down to the kitchen. She dispatched the older two to bed, and alone at last, took stock. The representative from the AHA who'd given her the key had done so with an air of defensive apology. The house hadn't been lived in for at least a year, not since the war started. Someone had made an effort to tidy things up, but there were certain telltale signs. The fireplace, for instance, had a significant amount of foliage protruding from its chimney, and the noises that fell from its dark cavern when she tugged at the tendrils made it clear that something was in habitation. It was summer, though, so Juliet reckoned it a problem for another time. Besides, as the AHA fellow had blustered when a swallow flew at them from the top of the pantry, there was a war on, and it didn't do to make a fuss. Upstairs, the bathroom was basic, but the rings in the tub could be cleaned, as could the mouldy floor tiles. Mrs. Hammett had mentioned to Juliet on the phone that although the old woman who owned the house had loved it dearly, she hadn't had a lot to spend on it towards the end. And she'd been very picky about tenants, so for long stretches of time the house had stood empty. Yes, they had some work ahead of them, that much was certain, but the occupation would be useful. It would encourage the children to feel at home, give them a sense of possession and belonging. They were all asleep now, despite the brightness of the long summer evening, and Juliet leaned against the doorway to the larger bedroom at the back of the house. The frown that had set up on Bea's face some months before was gone. Her arms, long and slender, lay beside her atop the sheet. When she was born, the nurse had unfurled those arms and legs and declared her a runner. But Juliet had taken one look at the fine, pale fingers, spellbindingly perfect, and known that her daughter would be a musician. Juliet had a flash of memory, the two of them holding hands as they crossed Russell Square, Bea at 4, talking earnestly, her eyes wide, her expression avid, as she made elegant fawn-like leaps to keep up. She'd been a lovely child, engaged and engaging, quiet but not shy. This intense changeling who had taken her place was a stranger. Freddie, by contrast, was reassuringly familiar. His chest was bare and broad, his shirt had been flung inside out onto the floor beside his bed. He lay with legs akimbo as if he'd been wrestling the sheets. There was no hope in straightening them, and Juliet didn't try. Unlike Bea, he'd been scarlet and compact when born. "Good God, you've given birth to a small red man," Alan had said, peering wonderingly at the bundle in Juliet's arms. "A very angry little red man." Thus had Freddie been known as Red ever since. His passions had not subsided. He had only to feel in order for those feelings to be known. He was dramatic, charming, fun and funny. He was hard work, sunshine in human form, thunderous. Juliet stood at last above little Tip, curled up now in a nest of pillows on the floor beside his bed, as was his recent habit. His sweaty head had cast a damp ring on the white pillowcase, and fine blonde hair was pasted slick on either side of his ear. All of her children ran hot. It came from Alan's side. Juliet lifted the sheet and draped it across Tip's narrow chest. She tucked it gently on either side and smoothed the centre, hesitating for a moment with her flattened palm over his heart. Was it only because he was her youngest that Juliet worried especially about Tip? Or was it something else, an innate gossamer frailty she sensed in him, the fear that she could not protect him, that she would not be able to mend him if he broke? "Don't slide down the rabbit hole," the Alan in her mind said cheerily. "The way down's a breeze, but climbing back's a battle." And he was right. She was being maudlin. Tip was fine. He was perfectly fine. With a final glance at her sleeping 3, Juliet pulled the door behind her. The room she'd taken for herself was the small one in the middle. She'd always liked small spaces, something to do with the womb, no doubt. There was no desk as such, but a walnut dressing table beneath the window that Juliet had requisitioned for her typewriter. The arrangement wasn't fancy, but it was serviceable. And what more did she need? Juliet sat on the end of the iron-framed bed with its faded patchwork quilt. There was a painting on the other wall, a deep wooded grove with a neon rhododendron in its foreground. The frame was suspended from a nail by a piece of rusty wire that seemed unequal to the task. Something made scurrying noises in the ceiling cavity above, and the painting moved lightly against the wall. Stillness and silence returned, and Juliet released a breath that she hadn't realized she'd been holding. She had longed for the children to go to sleep, finally to have some time for herself. Now, though, she missed the certainty of their noise, their essential confidence. The house was quiet. It was unfamiliar. Juliet was quite alone. She opened her suitcase beside her. The leather was worn at the corners, but it was a faithful friend, harking back to her days in repertory theatre, and she was glad to have it. Her fingers traced a thoughtful line between 2 small piles of folded dresses and blouses, and she considered unpacking. Instead, she dug out the slender bottle from where it was wedged beneath the clothing and took it downstairs. Fetching a glass tumbler from the kitchen, she headed outside. The air in the walled garden was warm, the light bluish. It was one of those long summer evenings when the day becomes fixed in transition. There was a gate in the stone wall leading out to the dusty strip that the man from the AHA had called the coachway. Juliet followed the path and spied a garden table set up in the gap between 2 willows on the grassy knoll. Beyond it, a strip of water tripped cheerfully in the gully. Not as wide as the river, a tributary, she supposed. She sat the glass down on the table's iron top and poured the whiskey carefully, eyeing the mid-line. When she reached it, she dropped another generous slug. Bottoms up, she said to the dusk. That initial long, slow sip was a balm. Juliet's eyes closed, and for the first time in hours she let her thoughts settle on Alan. She wondered what he'd think if he knew that she and the children were here. He'd liked this place well enough, but not as she had. Her affection for the small Thameside village, more specifically the twin-gabled house on its edge, had always amused him. He called her a romantic, emphasizing the capital R. Perhaps she was. She certainly wasn't the lowercase sort. Even with Alan away in France, Juliet had resisted the urge to shower him with ostentatious declarations of love. There was no need. He knew how she felt. And to allow absence and war to induce hyperbole, to trick her into a sentimentality that she'd be embarrassed to employ if they were speaking face to face, was to admit a lack of faith. Did she love him more because Britain was at war with Germany? Had she loved him less when he was whistling in the kitchen, apron round his middle as he fried their fish for dinner? No. Stubbornly, resolutely, certainly, no. And so instead of reams of wartime promises and affirmations, they honoured one another by sticking to the truth. The most recent letter she'd received was in her pocket, but Juliet didn't take it out now. Instead, she collected the whiskey bottle and followed the grassy track towards the river. Alan's letter had become a totem of sorts, an integral part of this journey that she'd embarked upon. She'd had it with her in the shelter that night, tucked inside the copy of David Copperfield she'd been rereading, while the old duck from number 34 clacked her knitting needles and hummed "We'll Meet Again," and the 4 Whitfield boys tripped over people's feet and honked like geese. Juliet had read again Alan's account of the scene at Dunkirk, heavily redacted, but striking nonetheless. He'd described the men on the beach and the journey to make it that far. The villages they'd passed on their way, small children and elderly women with bowed legs, wagons piled high with suitcases and bird cages and knitted blankets. All of them fleeing the misery and destruction, but with nowhere safe to run. I came across a young boy with a bleeding leg, he'd written. He was sitting on a broken fence, and the look in his eyes conveyed that awful point beyond panic, the terrible acceptance that this was now his lot. I asked him his name and whether he needed help, where his family were, and after a time he answered me in soft French. He didn't know, he said. He didn't know. The poor lad couldn't walk, and his cheeks were stained with tears, and I couldn't just leave him there, all alone. He reminded me of Tip, older, but with the same seriousness of spirit as our little one. He hopped on my back in the end, with no complaint or query, and I carried him to the beach. Juliet reached the wooden jetty, and even through the twilight she could see that it had deteriorated in the 12 years since she and Alan had sat on its end drinking tea from Mrs. Hammett's thermos. She closed her eyes briefly and let the noise of the river surround her. Its constancy was heartening. No matter what else was happening in the world, regardless of human folly or individual torment, the river kept flowing. She opened her eyes and let her gaze roam across the dense copse of trees beyond, hunkered down for the night. She wouldn't go beyond this point. The children would be frightened if they woke and found her gone. Turning to look back in the direction from which she'd come, above the soft curved darkness of the Birchwood Manor garden, she could just make out a silhouette of sharper lines, the rise of the twin gables and punctuating columns of the 8 chimneys. She sat herself against the trunk of a nearby willow, positioning the whiskey bottle in a clump of grass at her feet. Juliet felt a wave of excitement, dampened almost at once by the circumstances that had brought her here. The idea to come back to this place 12 years after she discovered it had arrived fully formed. They'd clambered from the shelter at the sound of the all clear, and Juliet's thoughts had been on other things. The smell was the first indication that things were awry, smoke and smoulder, dust and unhappiness. And then they'd emerged into the haze and an uncanny brightness. It had taken a moment to realise that their house was gone and that dawn streamed now through a gap in the row of terraces. Juliet hadn't realised that she'd dropped her bag until she saw her things on the ground at her feet amongst the rubble. The pages of David Copperfield were fluttering where the volume had landed open, the old postcard she'd been using as a bookmark lying beside it. Later there would be 1,000 small details to organise and worry about, but in that moment, as she reached to retrieve the postcard and the picture of the swan on its front came into focus, and her children's panicked voices piped in and out of earshot, and the immensity of what was happening to them rose like a hot cloud around her, there'd been only one cool thought. A feeling so strong had arisen from that place where memories were stored, and with it an idea that hadn't then seemed crazy at all, but clear and certain. Juliet had known simply that she had to get the children to safety. The imperative had been instinctive, animal. It was all that she could focus on, and the sepia image on the postcard, a gift from Alan, a reminder of their honeymoon, had made it seem that he was standing beside her, holding her hand. And the relief after missing him so long, after worrying and wondering while he was far away, unreachable, unable to help, had been overwhelming. As she picked her way across the rubble to take Tip's hand, she'd felt a surge of exhilaration because she knew exactly what she must do next. It had occurred to her afterwards that the flash of certainty might actually have been a symptom of madness brought on by shock, but over the following days, as they slept on the floors of friends and acquired a motley collection of new essentials, she'd settled on the idea. The school was closed and children were leaving London in droves, but Juliet couldn't imagine sending her three off alone. It was possible that the older two might have leapt at the chance of adventure, Bea especially relishing the independence and opportunity to live with anyone but her mother. But not Tip. Not her little bird. It had taken days after the bombing before he'd let her out of his sight, watching her every move with wide, worried eyes so that Juliet's jaw ached by evening with the effort of having to keep a bright face on things. Finally, though, with much love and the clever deployment of new rocks for his collection, she'd been able to reassure him sufficiently to earn an hour or so to herself. She'd left the three of them with Alan's best friend, Jeremy, a playwright of some note upon whose Bloomsbury floor they were currently sleeping, and had used the phone box on Gower Street to telephone the Swan. Mrs. Hammett herself had picked up at the faraway end of the whistling line. The older woman had remembered her with genuine delight when Juliet explained about the honeymoon and promised to ask around the village when she mentioned her intention to bring her children to the country. The following day when Juliet telephoned back, Mrs. Hammett had told her that there was one house vacant and available to lease. A bit run down, but you could do worse. There's no electricity, but with the blackout, I suppose that's neither here nor there. The rent is fair, and there's nothing else for love nor money. What with the evacuees taking up every spare room this side of London. Juliet had asked where it was in relation to the Swan, and when Mrs. Hammett described the location, she'd felt a thrill up her spine. She'd known exactly which house. She hadn't needed to think it through. She told Mrs. Hammett that they'd take it, and made brief arrangements to wire a deposit of the first month's rent to the group that was handling the lease. She replaced the receiver and stood for a moment inside the phone box. Beyond the glass, the fast-moving clouds of the morning had gathered and darkened, and people were walking faster than usual, arms folded across their bodies, heads down against the sudden chill. Until that point, Juliet had kept her plans to herself. It wouldn't have taken much to talk her out of it, and she hadn't wanted that to happen. But now, having come this far, there were certain things that would need to be done. Mr. Talisker, for one, would have to be told. He was her boss, the editor at the newspaper where she worked, and her absence would therefore be noticed. She went straight to the offices on Fleet Street, arriving minutes after the rain began to fall. In the bathroom on the first floor, she did what she could with her damp hair, fluffing her blouse backwards and forwards in an attempt to dry it. Her face was drawn, she noticed, and pale. In lieu of lipstick, she gave her lips a pinch, rubbed them together and smiled at her reflection. The effect was unconvincing. Sure enough. "Good God," said Mr. Talisker when his secretary had left them. "Things are grim." He gathered his eyebrows as she told him what she intended to do, leaning back in his leather chair, arms crossed. "Birchwood," he said at last, from the other side of the vast paper-strewn desk. "Berkshire, is it?" "Yes." "Not a lot of theatre?" "No, but I plan to come back to London every fortnight, every week if necessary, and file my reviews that way." He made a noise that did not signal encouragement, and Juliet felt her imagined future slipping away. His voice, when he spoke again, was unreadable. "I was sorry to hear about things." "Thank you." "Bloody bombers." "Yes." "Bloody war." He picked up his pen and dropped it repeatedly, incendiary style, against the wooden surface of his desk. Beyond the crooked blinds, half drawn against the dusty window, a fly was batting its death throes. A clock ticked. Someone in the hallway laughed. Finally, with a rapidity and deftness that belied his generous size, Mr. Talisker tossed the pen aside and took up a cigarette in its stead. "Birchwood," he said finally, on a current of smoke. "It could work." "I'll make it work. I can be back in London." "No." He swatted the suggestion aside. "Not London, not theatre." "Sir?" The cigarette became a pointer. "Londoners are brave, Jules, but they're tired. They need an escape, and most of them aren't going to get it. Theatre's all well and good, but sunny village life, that's the stuff. That's the story people want to hear." "Mr. Talisker, A weekly column." He swept his hands out to either side, as if suspending a banner. "Letters from the laneway. The sort of thing you might write home to mother. Stories of your life, your children, the people you meet. Anecdotes about sunshine and hens laying eggs and village japes." "Japes?" "Farmers and housewives and vicars, neighbours and gossip." "Gossip?" "The funnier the better." Juliet frowned now as she readjusted her back against the rough bark of the tree. She wasn't funny, at least not in print, not for the benefit of strangers. Acerbic at times, barbed, she'd been told, but funny was not her métier. However, Mr. Talisker had been unmoved, and thus had the Faustian pact been made. The chance to get away, to come to this place in exchange for... what? "Why, your integrity, of course," the Alan in her mind supplied, a light smile playing on his lips. "Only your integrity." Juliet glanced down. The blouse she was wearing was not her own, and it wore like an apology. Kind of the volunteers to find them clothes, of course. Remarkable the way such groups popped up to meet the needs du jour. She remembered a trip to Italy some years before when she and Alan had emerged from St. Peter's to find it raining, and suddenly the gypsies who'd been selling hats and sunglasses only an hour before were laden with umbrellas. A shiver rippled through her at the memory. Or perhaps its cause was simpler than that. The last of the day's light was dissolving, and the night would be cool. In this place, the warmth went with the light. Juliet and Alan had been surprised when they came here on honeymoon by the night air on their skin, in that small square room above the pub, with its lemon-striped wallpaper and a window seat for one that they'd managed to share. They'd been different people back then, other versions of themselves, lighter, leaner, with fewer layers of life to see through. Juliet glanced at her watch, but it was too dark to read. She didn't need to see the hour to know that it was time to be getting back to the house. Palm against the tree trunk, she pushed herself to a standing position. Her head swooned. The whiskey bottle was lighter now than she'd realised, and Juliet took a moment to regain her balance. As she did, something in the distance caught her eye. It was the house, but there was a faint show of light inside, right up high in one of the gables. The attic, perhaps. Juliet blinked and shook her head. She must have imagined it. Birchwood Manor had no electricity, and she hadn't been upstairs to leave a lamp. Sure enough, when she looked again, the light was gone. Chapter 19. They rose next morning with the sun. Juliet lay in bed listening as the children ran excitedly from room to room, exclaiming at the light, the birdsong, the garden, tripping over themselves to get outside. Her head was a whiskey mud, and she feigned sleep for as long as she could. Only when she sensed a looming presence on the other side of her eyelids did she finally admit to being awake. It was Freddie, right above her, proximity rendering his face. Already generous of feature, unusually large. Now it widened into a delighted gap-toothed grin. Freckles danced, dark eyes shone. Already somehow he had crumbs around his mouth. "She's awake!" he shouted, and Juliet winced. "Come on, Mummy, we must go down to the river." The river, that's right. Juliet turned her head by degrees and saw a shock of blue glass sky through the gap between the curtains. Freddie was tugging her arm now, and she managed a nod and a brave, meagre smile. It was sufficient to send him scampering from the room with an excited whoop. Impossible to explain to Red, whose faith in the world's never-ending supply of good times was absolute. But Juliet wasn't on holiday. She had a meeting with the local arm of the Women's Voluntary Services lined up at 11, in the hope of uncovering an angle for her first Letters from the Laneway column. Nevertheless, the single benefit of being woken at such an ungodly hour, for really one had to look on the bright side, was the unexpectedly long stretch of hours remaining until duty called. Juliet threw on a spotted cotton blouse because it was close to hand, belted a pair of trousers and ran her fingers through her hair. A brief trip to the bathroom to splash water on her face and she was ready. Rough, but she would do. Downstairs she gathered Mrs. Hammett's basket with its bread and cheese and they left the house, following the same flagstone path that she had taken the night before. Tip, in a pair of faded dungarees at least an inch too short, propelled himself forward like a wind-up doll, his short legs racing as he chased his brother and sister across the grass towards the track that met the river. Beatrice had stopped by the big old stone barn at the top of the coachway and was holding out her arms. Tip leapt into them when he was close enough, and she slid him around so that he could clamber onto her back. What it was to be the youngest of three. What luck to be born into a jumbly, rowdy group of bigger people and be simply adored. A huddle of geese retreated in alarm as the children barreled past them. Red laughing with glee for the simple joy that he was running with the sun on his skin and the breeze in his hair. They looked quite unlike her children, and Juliet was struck again by the contrast between this place and London, the only home her three had ever known. It was the world they came from, to which their father so resolutely belonged. She remembered the first time she'd seen him, a tall, lean Londoner with a wooden pipe that he'd been frowning around in a most pretentious manner. She'd thought him arrogant then. Talented, but impossibly self-assured. Pompous even, with his mannered way of speaking and his opinions on just about everything. It had taken time, and the unfortunate business with the revolving door at Claridge's, for her to see through his irony to the beating heart beneath. She'd caught up with the children now, and they took turns climbing over the ivy-covered wooden stile before setting off westwards along the river's edge. There was a red canal boat moored against the bank, and it reminded Juliet, vaguely, that there was a lock or weir nearby. She made a mental note to take the children exploring one day. It was the sort of thing Alan would suggest if he were here. He'd say how marvellous it was for them to see the lock in action. A salty man with a beard and a peaked cap nodded at them from the rear deck of the longboat, and Juliet nodded back. Yes, she thought, this was the right thing to do. to come here to Birchwood Manor. They would all do better here. The change of scene would be a balm after the dreadful things that they'd been through. While the boys tripped on ahead, Bea had fallen into step beside her. "When you came here on honeymoon, did you and Daddy walk this way along the river?" "We did." "Is this the way to the jetty?" "It is." "My jetty?" Juliet smiled. "Yes." "Why did you come here?" She looked sideways at her daughter. "To this village," explained Beatrice. "On your honeymoon, don't people usually go to the seaside?" "Oh, I see. I don't know. It's hard to remember now." "Maybe someone told you about it." "Maybe." Juliet frowned, thinking. Strange that she remembered so many of the details from back then, yet others were completely gone. Bea was right. It was most likely that someone, the friend of a friend, had given them the suggestion, possibly even the name of the pub itself. That's how things tended to happen in the theatre, a conversation in the dressing room, or at a backstage script rehearsal, or, perhaps most likely, over an after-show pint at Barado's. Whatever the case, they'd reserved the little room at the Swan by telephone and travelled down from London on the afternoon following their wedding lunch. Juliet had lost her favourite pen somewhere between Reading and Swindon, and this is what she meant by some memories sticking like films, for she remembered the train ride vividly. The last thing in her journal had been a hastily sketched note about a West Highland Terrier she'd been watching on the floor across the aisle. Alan, who'd always loved dogs, had been chatting with the owner, a man wearing a green cravat, who talked at length about poor Mr. Percival's diabetes and the insulin shots required to keep him well. Juliet had been making notes, as was her habit, because the man was interesting to her and belonged, she was certain, in a play she was planning to write. But then she'd been overcome with a wave of nausea, and there'd been a dash to the loo, and Alan's surprised concern to deal with, and the arrival into Swindon, and in all the bluster her pen had been forgotten. Juliet kicked at a small rounded stone and watched as it skittered along the grass and disappeared into the water. They were almost at the jetty. By the clear light of day she could see how decrepit it had become in the intervening 12 years. She and Alan had sat together on its end, their toes trailing in the water. Juliet wasn't sure she'd trust it to hold even her weight anymore. "Is this the one?" "And only." "Tell me again what he said." "He was delighted. He said that at long last he was going to have the little girl he'd always wished for." "He did not." "He did." "You're making it up." "I'm not." "What was the weather like?" "Sunny." "What were you eating?" "Scones." "How did he know I was going to be a girl?" "Ah." Juliet smiled. "You've become cleverer since the last time I told you the story." Beatrice lowered her chin to hide her pleasure, and Juliet fought the urge to embrace her prickly little child woman while she still could. The gesture she knew would not be appreciated. They walked on and Beatrice picked a dandelion, blowing gently to send spores of fluff startling in all directions. The effect was so elemental and dreamlike that Juliet had an urge to do the same herself. She spotted a full head and plucked it by the stem. Beatrice said, "What did Daddy say when you told him we were moving here?" Juliet considered the question. She had always promised herself that she would be truthful with her children. "I haven't told him yet." "What do you think he'll say?" That she'd clearly gone mad, that they were city kids just like their dad, that she'd always been a romantic. A familiar, half-forgotten trill rang above and Juliet stopped sharply, reaching out to alert Bea too. "Listen." "What is it?" "Shh, a skylark." They stood silently for a few seconds, Beatrice squinting at the blue sky, scanning for the distant hovering bird, Juliet watching her daughter's face. Bea's features took on a particularly Alan cast when she concentrated. The slight furrow above her aquiline nose, the heavy knitted brow. Bea pointed, eyes widening. The skylark had appeared, shooting towards the ground like one of Herr Hitler's incendiaries. "Hey, Red! Tippy, look!" The boys spun around, attention following their sister's finger towards the diving bird. Hard to imagine that this leggy 11-and-a-half-year-old was the new life that had caused such commotion in this very spot all those years ago. After the episode on the train, Juliet had managed to mollify Alan. She'd pleaded too much rich food at lunch, the motion of the carriage, that she'd been focusing on her notebook instead of looking out of the window, but Juliet had known that she was going to have to tell him the truth soon. Mrs. Hammett at the Swan had torpedoed that time with her well-meaning query on their first morning. "And when are you due?" she'd said with a beaming smile as she arranged the milk jug on the breakfast table. Juliet's expression must have painted a clear enough picture, for the publican's wife had tapped her nose and given a wink and promised that the secret was safe with her. They'd found the jetty later that day when Mrs. Hammett sent them off with a picnic basket. Part of the honeymoon package. And Juliet had broken the news over a thermos of tea and a rather good scone. A baby? Alan's confused glance had dropped from her eyes to her waist. "In there, you mean? Now?" "Presumably." "Goodness." "Quite." It had to be said he'd taken it well. Even Juliet had found herself beginning to relax a little. His easy acceptance bringing solidity to the flimsy picture of this new future she'd been trying to imagine since the nurse confirmed her fears. But then, "I'll get work somewhere." "What?" "There are things I can do, you know." "I do know. You're the best Macbeth this side of Edinburgh." "Real work, Jules. In the day, I mean. Like a normal person. Work that pays." "Pays?" "So you can stay at home, raise the baby, be a mother. I can sell shoes." She wasn't precisely sure what she'd said next, only that the thermos had fallen over and the tea had scalded her thigh, and then she was somehow on her feet at the end of the jetty, gesticulating wildly and explaining that she had no intention of staying home, that he couldn't make her, and that she'd take the child out with her if she must, that it would learn to be happy that way, that they'd manage. Needless to say, this wasn't the version of the story they told Beatrice. Juliet had heard herself as if from outside. She'd felt articulate and certain, and then Alan had reached for her and said, "For goodness sake, Juliet, sit down." And she'd considered it, moving a step closer, before he added the fatal, "You have to be careful in your condition." And then she'd felt his words like a stranglehold, and her breaths had shortened, and she'd known that she simply had to get away, from here, from him, to find clear air. She stormed along the river in the opposite direction from which they'd arrived, ignoring his calls to come back and heading instead towards a copse of trees on the horizon. Juliet didn't cry, not as a rule. She hadn't since she was 6 years old when her father died and her mother told her they were leaving London to live with Granny in Sheffield. Now, though, the heat of her anger, her frustration that Alan could possibly see things so wrong-headedly, that he should think she was going to give up her work, stay home each day while he went out to make a living as a what? A shoe salesman? Caused everything to spin away from her, as if she were being pulled apart like wisps of smoke on the breeze. Before she knew it, Juliet had reached the trees and, seized by a sudden urge to disappear from sight, ploughed directly into the grove. There was a narrow path of flattened grass, the sort made by repeated footfalls, and it was leading away from the river. She supposed that it would bring her full circle to arrive on the other side of the village, back near the Swan, but Juliet had never been great with directions. Deeper and deeper she went, her thoughts thundering, and when she finally re-emerged into the sunlit day, she hadn't been on the edge of the village at all. She'd no idea whatsoever where she was. To add insult to injury, she'd been hit with a wave of nausea so strong she needed to grab the nearest tree and be sick. Whee! Juliet jumped as Red soared towards her, arms outstretched. "Mummy, I'm a Spitfire and you're a Yunker!" On instinct, she swerved her body to avoid collision. "Mummy!" he said crossly. "That's not very patriotic of you." "Sorry, Red," she began, but her apology was lost in his wake as he zoomed away. Bee, she noticed, was already well ahead, almost at the copse of trees. Juliet was disappointed. The jetty had been part of their family story for over a decade, and she'd looked forward to bringing her daughter back here one day to see it. She wasn't sure what she'd expected. Not reverence, not really, but something. "Are you sad, Mummy?" Tip was next to her, looking up with his searching eyes. Juliet smiled. "With you in the room?" "Never." "We're not in a room." "No, you're quite right. Silly me." He slipped his small hand into hers, and together they started walking again towards the others. It never ceased to amaze Juliet how perfectly the hands of her children fitted within her own, and how warming she found the simple gesture. On the other side of the river, a field of barley glimmered yellow. It was hard to believe, as the Thames tripped freshly and bees sought clover in the grass, that a war was being fought. There were signs in the village, of course. The street names were all gone, windows were crisscrossed with tape, and Juliet had seen a poster on a phone box reminding passers-by that they should all be digging for victory. They'd even covered the Uffington White Horse, lest it prove useful to enemy pilots seeking the way home. But here now, on this gentle bend of the river, it seemed almost impossible to believe. Tip let out a small sigh beside her, and it occurred to Juliet that he was quieter than usual. The dark smudges from the night before were still under his eyes, too. "Sleep all right, little mouse?" A nod. "It's always a bit tricky in a new bed." "Is it?" "Yes, but only at first." He seemed to think about this. "Is it tricky for you too, Mummy?" "Oh yes, because I'm a big person and everything is always tricky for us." "But only at first?" "Yes." Tip seemed to take some relief at this, which was sweet, but also a little disconcerting. Juliet hadn't supposed her comfort played much on his mind. She glanced at her older two striding away into the distance. She was quite sure neither of them had ever inquired as to whether she'd slept well at night. "A poo stick!" Tip slipped his hand free and picked up a slim silver branch, almost hidden in the grass. "Oh yes, what a find! Isn't it lovely?" "Very smooth." "It's willow, I think. Maybe birch." "I'm going to see if it floats." "Careful not to go too close to the river's edge," she said, ruffling his hair. "I know, I won't. It's deep in there." "It certainly is." "That's where the girl drowned." Juliet was taken aback. "Darling, no." "Yes, Mummy." "I'm sure that's not true." "It is. She fell from a boat." "Who did? How do you know?" "Birdie told me." And then he smiled, his worrying, solemn little boy smile, and, with a quick silver change of heart, ran off instead to where his brother and sister were fighting over a pair of long sticks, brandishing his own victoriously above his head. Juliet watched him go. She caught herself biting a snag from her fingernail. She didn't know what was more alarming, his talk of dead girls, or the fact that the news had been delivered to him by a feathered friend. "He just has a vivid imagination," came Alan's voice in her head. "He's talking to birds," she replied beneath her breath. She rubbed her eyes, her forehead, her temple. Her head was still thumping from the night before, and she'd have given anything to curl up and go back to sleep for a few more hours, a few more days. With a long, slow sigh, she decided to set the worry aside. There would be time to ruminate later. Tip had caught up to the others, and he was laughing now, as Red chased him around the field, glancing over his shoulder in raptures of delight while his brother pretended to hunt him. Just like a normal boy.
He is a normal boy, said Alan.
Juliet looked at her watch and saw that it was almost 8. Giving her shoulders a light shake, she headed towards the children, who were all waiting for her now by the copse. When she reached them, she waved her arm, signalling that they should follow her into the trees, and as they continued their gambling game of swords and knights, Juliet thought again of Alan, and the day 12 years before, when she'd stormed away from him and followed this path for the first time. She wasn't in the centre of the village, that much was clear. She was, instead, standing on the edge of a field with big round hay bales set at intervals across it. Beyond, on the far side of a second field, was a stone barn. Further yet, she could make out the pitch of a roof. A twin-gabled roof possessing an embarrassment of chimneys. With a sigh, because the sun was very high and very hot, and the initial fire of her rage had reduced to a pile of smouldering coals that now sat uncomfortably in her belly, Juliet started trudging through the grass towards it. To think that Alan could so misunderstand her, that he could imagine even for a second that she would give up her job. Writing wasn't something she did, it was who she was. How could he not realise that? The man with whom she'd pledged to spend her life, into whose ears she'd whispered her deepest secrets. She had made a mistake. It was all so obvious. Marriage was a mistake, and now there was going to be a baby, hers and Alan's, and it would be small and helpless and probably noisy, not welcome in theatres, and she was going to end up just like her mother after all, a woman whose grand dreams had withered to form a net that contained her. Perhaps it was not too late to have the whole thing cancelled. It had only been a day, barely 24 little hours. Maybe there was still time. If they went straight back to London this afternoon to catch up with the official who'd married them and beg back the certificate before he even had time to file it with the register office, it would be as if it had never happened. Sensing perhaps the precariousness of its future, the tiny life inside her sent another wave of nausea. Here I am. And it was right. It was here. He or she, a little person, was growing, and one day in the not-too-distant future would be born. Being unmarried to Alan would not change that fact. Juliet reached the end of the first field and opened a simple wooden gate to enter the next. She was thirsty. She wished she'd thought to bring the thermos with her. Halfway across the second field, she drew level with the barn. The double doors were open, and as she passed them, she glimpsed inside a large farm machine. A thresher, the word came to her, and above, strung from the rafters, a wooden rowing boat with a distinct look of neglect about it. As Juliet neared the edge of the field, the yellow crop made a dramatic transition to the vibrant, juicy green of an English country garden in summer. The garden was at the rear of the twin-gabled house, and while most of the fence line was concealed by an abundant blackthorn hedge, there was a hinged gate through which Juliet could see a gravel courtyard with a chestnut tree at its centre. Surrounding it were raised beds, from which tumbled a profusion of foliage and cheerful flowers. She skirted along the hedge until she reached the corner of the field and hit a dirt road. Faced with the choice to turn right and head back in the direction from which she'd come, Juliet turned left. The blackthorn hedge continued along the boundary of the garden before abutting a stone wall that became the side of the house. Just past the house was another gate, this one decorative iron with an arched top. On the other side of the gate, a flagstone path led to the front door of the elegant house, and Juliet stopped to drink in its pleasing shape and details. She had always had an eye for beauty, especially that of an architectural nature. Sometimes on weekends, she and Alan had taken the train to the country or borrowed a car from a friend and puttered around the winding lanes of the smallest villages. Juliet had a notebook into which she made quick notes about roof lines she liked or paving patterns that charmed her. The hobby had made Alan laugh fondly and call her Lady Tessellated, because she'd made the mistake of drawing his attention to the tile pattern one too many times. This house was of lichen-coloured stone and stood 2 stories high. The roof, also stone, but a shade or 2 darker, was deeply satisfying. The slates at the peak were small, gaining in size with each course as they lowered towards the eaves. Sunlight made them appear dappled and shifting like the scales of a slow-moving fish. There was a window in each of the gables, and Juliet pressed lightly against the gate to observe them more closely. For a second she thought she saw movement behind one of them, but there was nothing there. Just the shadow of a passing bird. As she studied the house, the gate pushed open beneath her hands like an invitation. With barely a hesitation, Juliet stepped down onto the flagstone path and was suffused immediately with a sense of deep contentment. It was a beautiful garden. The proportions, the plants, the feeling of enclosure granted by the surrounding stone wall. The fragrance, too, was heady. A hint of late-blooming jasmine mingled with lavender and honeysuckle. Birds flitted in the gaps between leaves, and bees and butterflies hovered over flowers in the ample garden beds. The gate through which she'd come was the side entrance Juliet saw now, for another larger path led away from the house towards a solid wooden gate set into the stones of the front wall. The wider path was lined on either side by standard roses wearing soft pink petals, and at its end was a large Japanese maple tree that had grown to reach across the front entrance. The lawn was a deep bright green, and without thinking twice, Juliet took off her shoes and stepped forward onto it. The grass was cool and soft between her toes. Heavenly. That was the word. There was a particularly inviting patch of dappled shade on the grass beneath the Japanese maple tree, and Juliet went to sit down. She was trespassing, of course, but surely no one in possession of a house and garden like this one could be anything but charming. The sun was warm and the breeze light, and Juliet yawned widely. She'd been struck by a wave of weariness so intense that she had no choice but to surrender to it. It had been happening a lot lately, at the most inopportune times, ever since she'd found out about the baby. Using her cardigan as a pillow, she lay on her back, her head turned to face the house. She told herself that she would just take a few minutes to rest, but the sun was delicious on her feet, and before she knew it, her eyelids had turned to lead. When she woke, it took Juliet a moment to remember where she was. She'd slept so soundly, deep and dreamless, in a way she hadn't for weeks. She sat up and stretched, and that's when she noticed that she was no longer alone. There was a man standing at the corner of the house near the gate. He was older than she was, not by much, not in terms of years, but she could tell at once that his soul weighed heavy. He had been a soldier, there was no mistaking it. They still wore uniforms, those poor broken men. They would always be a generation unto themselves. He was looking at her, his expression serious but not stern. "I'm sorry," Juliet called out. "I didn't mean to trespass. I lost my way." He didn't say anything for a moment and then answered with a simple wave of his hand. From the gesture, Juliet understood that all was well, that he didn't consider her a menace, that he understood the lure of this garden, this house, the magic it cast, and the helplessness a passerby might feel when called on a hot day by the cool, shady patch of grass beneath the maple tree. Without the exchange of another word or glance, the man disappeared inside the house, the door closing behind him. Juliet watched him go, and then let her gaze fall to her shoes on the grass. She noticed the creep of the shadows since she'd arrived and glanced at her watch. It had been over 4 hours since she'd left Alan at the jetty. Juliet slipped on her shoes and laced them up, and then she pushed herself to standing. She knew she had to leave. She still wasn't even sure where she was in relation to the village, and yet it was a wrench. She felt a pain in her chest as if something were physically restraining her. She stood in the middle of the smooth lawn, staring up at the house, and an odd suffusion of light made everything seem so clear. Love, that's what she felt. An odd, strong, general love that seemed to flow from everything she saw and heard. The sunlit leaves, the dark hollows beneath the trees, the stones of the house, the birds that called as they flew overhead. And in its glow, she glimpsed momentarily what religious people must surely feel at church, the sense of being bathed in the light of certainty that comes with being known from the inside out, from belonging somewhere and to someone. It was simple, it was luminous, and beautiful and true. Alan was waiting for her when she found her way back to the Swan. Juliet hurried up the stairs 2 by 2, bursting through the door to their room, her face warm with the day's heat, her day's revelation. He was standing by the lead-light window with its crooked glimpse of the river, his pose stiff and self-conscious, as if he'd assumed it only when he heard her coming, a performance of readiness. His expression was wary, and it took a moment for Juliet to remember why. The argument on the jetty, the fire of her withdrawal. "Before you say anything," Alan started, "I want you to know that I never meant to suggest—" Juliet was shaking her head. "It doesn't matter. Don't you see? None of it matters anymore." "What is it? What's happened?" It was all inside her, the clarity, the illumination, but she couldn't find the words to explain, only the golden energy that had infused her and that she could no longer contain. She hurried to him, passionate, impatient, seizing his face between her palms and kissing him so that any animosity between them, any lingering guardedness fell away. When he opened his mouth to speak, surprised, she shook her head and pressed a finger to his lips. There were no words. Words would only spoil things. This moment. Now. Chapter 20. The garden was more or less as Juliet remembered it, a little wilder, but then Mrs. Hammett had mentioned that the woman who'd owned the house when Juliet first stumbled upon it had been forced to hand over the reins in recent years. 90 years old she was when she died last summer. The gardener still came once a month, but he was slapdash and, she'd added with a moo of disdain, an out-of-towner. Mrs. Hammett said that Lucy would turn in her grave if she could see how hard he'd pruned back the roses over winter. Juliet, picturing the perfection of the garden in 1928, asked whether Lucy had still lived in the house back then, but Mrs. Hammett said that no, it was around that time she'd started her arrangement with the Art Historians Association and moved into the little place around the corner. One of the stable cottages in the row. You might have seen them. Fewer stairs, Lucy used to say. Fewer memories, methinks, is what she meant. She had bad memories of Birchwood. Oh no, I didn't mean that. She loved that place. You're too young to understand, I expect. But when one gets old, all memories have a weight, even the happy ones. Juliet was perfectly familiar with the heaviness of time, but she hadn't wished to get into all of that with Mrs. Hammett. The arrangement with the AHA, from what she understood, allowed the house to be granted to students as part of a scholarship scheme. The man who'd handed over the key on the night that they arrived from London had pushed his spectacles back up the bridge of his nose and said, "It's not the most modern of houses. We usually accommodate individuals, not families, and not for long stretches of time. There's no electricity, I'm afraid, but, well, the war. I'm sure everything else will be in order." And then the bird had launched itself from above the pantry, straight at their heads, and he'd become defensive, and Juliet had thanked him for coming and walked him to the exit, and they'd breathed parallel sighs of relief as he scurried along the path and she closed the door behind him. And then she turned around and been met by the faces of 3 small displaced people, waiting for their dinner. Since then, they'd settled into a good routine. It had been 4 days now, each one clear and bright, and they'd become used to early mornings in the garden. Bee had taken to climbing the stone wall that ran around the house, setting up in the sunniest spot, legs crossed to play her recorder, while Red, who was worryingly less deft but not to be outdone, carried his arsenal of carefully selected sticks onto the thinnest part of the wall to practice jousting. Juliet continued to point out that there were perfectly lovely patches of grass on which they could be playing, but her suggestions fell on deaf ears. Tip, thank goodness, was not interested in scaling the heights. He seemed content to sit in whichever concealed patch of undergrowth he favoured that day, lining up the set of toy soldiers that a kind lady at the local women's voluntary service meeting had sent home with Juliet. Home. Strange to think how quickly the word had slipped into her thoughts about Birchwood. It was one of those words of multiple meanings. The perfunctory description accorded the building in which one currently resides, but also the warm, rounded name used to describe the place from which ultimate comfort and safety are derived. Home, was Alan's voice at the end of a long, hard day. His arms around her, the known quantity of his love for her and hers for him. God, she missed him. Along with the children, work proved a welcome distraction. Juliet had met the women of the local WVS group as planned at 11 on Monday. Their meetings were conducted in the village hall across the green from the Swan, and she'd arrived to the strains of what sounded like a lively dance in progress, music and laughter, chatter and singing. She'd stopped on the stairs and wondered for a moment whether she had the wrong address, but when she poked her head around the door, Mrs. Hammett had waved and called her over to where the group were sitting on a circle of chairs in the centre of the room. The hall was strung with Union Jack flags, and posters of Churchill puffed and glowered from each wall. Juliet had arrived with a list of questions, but she'd soon turned over a page in her notebook and started taking shorthand summaries of the free-ranging conversation instead. For all that she'd sat up late the night before planning her articles, her imagination, it turned out, was no match for the reality of these women, whose eccentricities, charm and wisdom made her laugh with them and ache for them. Marjorie Stubbs provided a remarkable insight into the trials and tribulations of backyard pig farming. Millie Macklemore offered a revelatory perspective on the many uses of stockings with holes, and Imogen Stevens had everybody reaching for their handkerchiefs when she told of the recent return of her daughter's pilot fiancé, who had been missing and presumed dead. And although the other women evidently knew each other well, many of them mothers and daughters, aunts and nieces, friends since childhood, they welcomed Juliet into the group with enormous generosity. They were as intrigued and amused, it seemed, at gaining a Londoner's approach to life and the strange times in which they found themselves, as Juliet was by their experiences. By the time she left the meeting, promising to come back for the next, Juliet had learned enough to keep readers of the newspaper engaged until the year 2000. If the war was going to be won, she had decided as she made the short walk back to Birchwood Manor, it was going to be won in part from rooms like that one, all over the country where steadfast, ingenious women kept their collective chins up and refused to give in. And so in their spirit, Juliet had spent much of the past 3 days at her typewriter beneath the window in her bedroom. For all that it was not the most comfortable place to work, the dressing table upon which she positioned her typewriter was pretty, but not ideal when one had legs to accommodate. Juliet liked it very much. Tendrils of fragrant honeysuckle and clematis reached through the open window to clutch at the curtain fastenings, and the view over the orchard towards the village, in particular the churchyard at the end of the lane, was restorative. The stone church was very old, and the grounds around it, though small, were beautiful. Lots of tumbling ivy and mossy headstones. Juliet hadn't had a chance yet to visit, but it was on her list of things to do. Sometimes, when the day was simply too glorious to spend indoors, Juliet took her notebook into the garden. There she worked in the shade, lying on her stomach with her head resting on her palm, as she alternated between scribbling notes and chewing on her pencil, all the while carrying out secret observations of the children. They seemed to be adjusting well enough. There was laughter and playing. Their appetites were good. They fought and wrestled and thumped and drove her slightly mad, as they always had. Juliet was determined to remain strong for them. She was the pilot of her family's little plane, and no matter the indecision she felt, the questions that suffocated her when she turned off the lamp at night and lay awake in the slow-passing dark, the worry that she would make the wrong choice and in so doing ruin them. It was her responsibility to make them feel safe and secure the next day. The responsibility was that much heavier without Alan. It wasn't easy being the only grown-up. Most of the time she managed to keep a cheerful face on things, but there had been that one unfortunate moment on Wednesday evening. She had thought the children were all outside in the meadow behind the back garden and had been sitting at her desk trying to finish the article for Mr. Talisker before dinner. Since the meeting on Monday, she'd become convinced of her editor's wisdom. The diverse and fascinating ladies of the Birchwood and Letchlade branches of the WVS had provided invaluable inspiration, and Juliet was determined to do them justice. She'd been writing about Imogen Stephen's daughter, describing the moment in which the young woman glanced through the kitchen window and saw that the man she loved, whom she'd been told to give up for dead, was walking up the garden path towards her. Juliet's fingers had been tapping faster than the hammers of the typewriter could manage. She had been right there with her subject as she threw off her apron and ran to the door, as she warned herself not to believe her eyes, as she hesitated, unwilling to prove herself wrong, and then heard the key turn in the lock. And, as Imogen's daughter fell into her lover's arms, Juliet's own heart had overwhelmed her. The months of worry and waiting, her weariness and all the change. Just for a minute, she had let down her defences. "Mum?" The voice had come from behind her, and then closer. "Mummy, are you crying?" Juliet, her elbows on her dressing table, her face in her hands, had frozen in mid-sob. She'd caught her breath as quietly as she could and said, "Don't be silly." "What are you doing then?" "Thinking, of course. Why? How do you do it?" And then she turned around and smiled and tossed a pencil lightly at her daughter and said, "Funny bear, have you ever known me to cry?" And then there was Tip. He was a concern, but then he always had been. Juliet was still trying to decide whether there was anything new to worry about. She just loved him so much, not more than the others, but differently. And he had been taking himself off alone quite often. "Great," said the Alan in her mind. "He's self-directed, best way to be. He's creative, you'll see. He'll be an artist when he grows up." But along with the games that he was playing, lining up the little soldiers and then knocking them down again, taking them on secret missions in the garden and the quiet pockets of the house, Juliet was pretty sure she'd seen him talking when there was no one else around. She'd scoured the trees for birds, but he seemed to do the same thing inside too. There was a warm spot on the stairs that he appeared to like especially, and once or twice Juliet had caught herself lurking around the corner watching. One day when he was kneeling beneath an apple tree in the back garden, she'd crept up softly and sat beside him. "Who are you talking to?" she said, with an attempt at ease that sounded strained even to her own ears. "Birdie?" Juliet glanced up at the leaves. "Is the birdie up there, love?" Tip was staring at her as if she'd lost her mind. "Or has it flown away already? Maybe Mummy scared it." "Birdie doesn't fly." "No?" He shook his head. "She walks, just like you and me." "I see. A ground-bound bird. They existed, sort of. Does she sing too?" "Sometimes." "And where did you meet this birdie? Was she in a tree?" Tip frowned slightly at his soldiers as if making sense of the question, and then shrugged towards the house. "Inside the house?" He nodded without shifting his attention. "What was she doing there?" "She lives there, and in the garden sometimes." "I see." He looked up sharply. Can you see her, Mummy? Juliet hadn't known how to answer. She considered agreeing with him that, yes, she too could see his imaginary friend, but while she was willing to accept that he'd invented a companion to provide comfort at a time of great change, feeding the delusion seemed to cross a line. "No, darling," she said. "Birdie is your friend, not Mummy's." "She likes you, though, Mummy. She told me." Juliet's heart hurt. "That's lovely, darling. I'm glad." "She wants to help you. She said that I should help you." Juliet could resist no longer. She took the little man in her arms and hugged him tight, aware of his frail limbs within her embrace. How small and warm he was, how far he had to go in life, and how dependent he was on her. Her, for God's sake. Poor lad. "Are you crying, Mummy?" "Damn it, again." "No, darling." "I can feel you shaking." "You're right, but they're not sad tears. I'm a very lucky mummy to have a little boy like you." Later that night, when the children were fast asleep, their faces returned by slumber to younger, poutier versions of themselves. Juliet had slipped out into the cooling air and taken a walk along the river, stopping again at the jetty so she could sit for a time and look back at the house. She'd poured a glass of whiskey and swallowed it straight. She could still remember the rage she'd felt that day in 1928 when she told Alan that she was pregnant. But what she'd thought then had been fury at Alan's failure to understand her, she perceived now had not been fury at all, but fear. A sudden emptying sense of aloneness that had felt an awful lot like childish abandonment. Which probably explained why she'd behaved like a child, stropping off like that. Oh, to go back and do it all again. To live it again. That day, the next, the one after. The arrival of Bea in their lives, and then Red, and then Tip. All three growing up and away from her now. Juliet topped up her drink. There was no going back. Time only moved in one direction. And it didn't stop. It never stopped moving, not even to let a person think. The only way back was in one's memories. When she'd returned to their room at the Swan that day, after they'd kissed and made up, the two of them had lain together on the little bed with its pretty iron rails. Alan's hands either side of her face, his eyes searching hers, and he'd promised solemnly never again to insult her by suggesting that she work less. And Juliet, with a kiss to the tip of his nose, had promised never again to stop him from giving up acting if he wished to sell shoes instead. First thing Friday morning, Juliet read through her Letters from the Laneway article for a final time and then wired it to Mr. Talisker. She'd given the piece a provisional title, Women's War Rooms, or An Afternoon with the Ministry of Defence, and crossed her fingers that her editor would agree to keep it. Pleased with how the article had turned out, Juliet decided to take a morning's break from her typewriter, and at the insistence of the older children, while Tip was playing with his soldiers in the garden, went with them to the barn in the back field. There was something they were desperate to show her. "Look, it's a boat!" Well, well, said Juliet with a laugh. She explained to the children that she'd glimpsed a little wooden rowing boat strung from those very rafters 12 years before. "The same one?" "I should think so." Red, who had already scurried up the loft ladder, was hanging from it now by one arm in a state of alarming excitement. "Can we get it down, Mummy? Say we can, please!" "Careful, Red." "We know how to row," said Bea. "And besides, the river's not too deep here." Tip came to mind. Tales of drowned girls, dangers. "Please, Mummy, please!" "Red," said Juliet sharply, "you'll fall and end up in plaster, and that will be the summer over for you." Naturally, he didn't heed her warning, but started bouncing on the ladder's rung. "Get down, Red," said Bee with a scowl of reproof. "How is Mummy supposed to look if you're blocking the ladder?" As Red scurried back to the ground, Juliet considered the boat from below. Alan was just behind her shoulder, his voice soft in her ear, reminding her that cosseting them would only lead to troubles down the line. "You'll turn them into awful frightened people if you're too protective. And then what will we do? We'll be stuck with them, dithering and worrying and spoiling our fun for the rest of our lives." "Well," said Juliet at length, "I suppose if we can untie it, and if it's seaworthy, there's no reason that the two of you shouldn't carry it down to the river." Great elation ensued, Red leaping against Bee's fine frame, foisting a hug on her as Juliet took his place on the ladder. The boat, she discovered, was suspended via a system of ropes and pulleys, which, though a bit rusted, still did the job. She released the rope from the hook on the rafter where it was fastened, let its end slip free and drop, and then followed it to the ground, where she began winching the boat down. Juliet had been quietly confident, having glimpsed the boat 12 years before, that it would prove too derelict for use. But, although it was filled with spiderwebs and a thick cloak of dust, a careful inspection of the base yielded nothing of concern. The boat was bone dry, no sign of wood rot. It appeared that someone, at some point, had done some careful repair work. Juliet was sweeping her fingertips along a join where the wooden edge met the base when something caught her eye. It glinted in the beam of the sunlight. "Well, Mummy!" Red was tugging at her skirt. "Can we take it down to the river? Can we, please?" It was stuck down deep within the groove between pieces of timber, but Juliet managed to wedge it clear. "What is it?" asked Bee, standing on tiptoes to peer over Juliet's shoulder. "A coin, an old coin, a twopence, I think." "Valuable?" "I shouldn't think so." She rubbed the surface with her thumb. "But pretty, isn't it?" "Who cares?" Red was leaping from foot to foot. "Can we launch her, Mummy? Can we?" Suppressing all residual maternal worries and what-ifs, Juliet awarded the little vessel a clean bill of health and helped them carry it as far as the field's edge before standing back to watch as they teetered, one on either side of the awkward load, into the distance. Tip was still in the front garden when Juliet returned. Sunshine filtered through gaps between the leaves of the maple tree, finding flecks of silver and gold in his soft, straight hair. He had the wooden soldiers out again and was playing an elaborate game, a mighty collection of sticks, stones, feathers, and assorted items of interest arranged into a circular pattern. He was chattering away, she noticed, and as she drew closer, he laughed. The bell tinkle made the day, the sun, the future brighter, until the moment he tilted his head, and it became clear that he was listening to something Juliet couldn't hear. From light to shadow in an instant. "Something funny, Tippy-Toes?" she said, coming to sit beside him. He nodded and picked up one of his feathers, twisting it back and forth between his fingertips. Juliet swept a piece of dried leaf from his knee. "Tell me, I love jokes." "It wasn't a joke." "No, it was just Birdie." Juliet had been expecting this. Nonetheless, her stomach tightened. He continued, "She makes me laugh." Juliet kept her sigh to herself and said, "Well now, that's good, Tippy. If you're going to spend time with people, it's important to choose people who can make you laugh." "Does Daddy make you laugh, Mummy?" "More than anyone. Except perhaps you three." "Birdie says..." He stopped short. "What is it, Tippy? What does she say?" He shook his head, focusing his attention on the stone he was turning over in his lap. Juliet tried another tack. "Is Birdie with us now, Tip?" A nod. "Right here, sitting on the ground?" Another nod. "What does she look like?" "She has long hair," Does she? He lifted his gaze slightly to look straight ahead of him. It's red. Her dress is long too. Juliet followed his glance and sat up straighter, forcing a broad smile onto her face. Hello there, Birdie, she said. It's lovely to meet you at last. I'm Juliet, Tip's mummy, and I've been meaning to thank you. Tippy told me that you said he should help me, and I just wanted to let you know what a good boy he's been. Helping me with the washing up at night, folding clothes with me when the other two are behaving like wild things. I really couldn't be prouder. Tip's little hand crept into hers, and Juliet gave it a squeeze. Being a parent's a breeze, came Alan's cheerful voice on the wind. No more difficult than flying a plane with a blindfold on and holes in your wings. Chapter 21. At 6 o'clock on Friday evening, the four of them set off together down the lane towards the village. For children wearing the hand-me-downs of strangers, they had scrubbed up pretty well. And by 6:30, having stopped to admire a number of long-lashed cows in a field along the way, and to allow Tip to collect a couple of stones that had caught his attention, they crossed the triangular green to arrive at the Swan. Mrs. Hammett had said to come in through the main entrance, but to turn right instead of left into the dining room rather than the pub. She was already there, drinking cocktails with a tall woman of around 50 years old, who was wearing the most wonderful tortoiseshell-framed glasses that Juliet had ever seen. They both turned when Juliet and the children burst through the door, and Mrs. Hammett said, "Welcome all, come on in. I'm so glad you made it." "Sorry we're late." Juliet nodded fondly in Tip's direction. "There were important stones to be gathered along the way." The woman with the glasses said, "A boy after my own heart," her accent betraying a hint of America. The children stood relatively still to deliver the introductions Juliet had schooled them in along the walk, and then she ushered them back out to the entrance hall, where a pair of leather armchairs seemed to offer the perfect repository while they waited for dinner to be served. "Mrs. Wright?" said Mrs. Hammett when Juliet returned. "This is Dr. Lovegrove. Dr. Lovegrove is staying with us in the accommodations upstairs. Another return visitor to the village. 1940 must be the year for it." Dr. Lovegrove held out a hand. "A pleasure to meet you," she said, "and please call me Ada." "Thank you, Ada, and I'm Juliet. Mrs. Hammett has just been telling me that you and your children have moved into Birchwood Manor. We arrived on Sunday evening. I went to school in that house many years ago. I had heard it was a school once upon a time." "Once upon a time indeed. It closed decades ago, soon after I left. It was one of the last bastions of the old ideas about girls and their education. Plenty of sewing, singing, and as I remember it, quite a lot of balancing books on our heads when we should have been reading them." Now, said Mrs. Hammett. "Lucy did her best, and it doesn't seem to have done you any harm, Doctor." Ada laughed. "That's true, and you're right about Lucy. I had so hoped to see her again. Such a shame. I only have myself to blame. I left it too long. Age catches up with us all, even Lucy, it would seem. In a funny way, I have the school at Birchwood for all its oddities to thank for the direction of my adult life. I'm an archaeologist," she explained to Juliet, "a professor at New York University. But before all that, I was a very keen member of the Natural History Society at Miss Radcliffe's school. Lucy, Miss Radcliffe, was a real enthusiast. I've met professors with less keen instinct. She'd amassed a wonderful collection of fossils and finds. Her specimen room was a veritable trove. It was only small, but then, of course, you'll know which one I mean. At the top of the stairs on the first floor." "That's my room now," Juliet said with a smile. Then you can picture how crowded it was, with shelves lining the walls and objects covering every available surface. "I can," said Juliet, retrieving her notebook, which was never far from hand. "And I love the notion that a single house has had so many different incarnations. In fact, it's given me an idea." She jotted down a note, explaining as she did so about letters from the laneway, to which description Mrs. Hammett couldn't resist adding, "My ladies and I are already featured, Dr. Lovegrove. The debut article, no less. You will make sure we have copies, won't you, Mrs. Wright?" "I've instructed my editor especially, Mrs. Hammett. They'll be in the post on Monday morning." "Wonderful. The ladies are so excited. Now, if you write about Lucy, you'll have to remember to mention that she was the sister of Edward Radcliffe." Juliet frowned lightly. The name was vaguely familiar. "The artist. One of those Magenta Brotherhood they talk about. He died young, so he isn't as famous as the others. But it was he who bought the house there on the river. Something of a scandal there was. He and his friends were staying at the house one summer, a long time ago, back when my mother was just a girl. But she remembered it to her dying day. A beautiful young heiress was killed. She and Radcliffe were supposed to be married, but after she died, his heart was broken, and he never returned. It came to Lucy in his will." The door opened and Mr. Hammett arrived, fresh from his duties behind the bar, shepherding in a young kitchen maid with an anxious expression on her face and a tray of steaming plates in her hands. "Ah," said Mrs. Hammett, beaming. "Dinner is served. Just you wait to see what our cook can do with a steamed sausage roll." What their cook could do, it turned out, was nothing short of a miracle. Steamed end cuts had never been among Juliet's favourites, but served beneath a gravy of better not to ask, the roll proved delicious. Equally pleasing, the children brought their most charming selves to the table, replying to every question with answers that were engaging, if perhaps a little frank for some tastes, even returning a few interesting queries of their own. Tip had managed to stick his little fingers in the waxy pools of each candle, leaving a smattering of small fossilized prints. But they remembered to say thank you when they were finished. No one blew his or her nose on the tablecloth, and when Bea asked whether they might please be excused to continue their game of cards in the entrance hall, Juliet was glad to say yes. "Are your children enjoying Birchwood Manor?" Ada asked, as Mrs. Hammett's kitchen maid worried over the pouring of tea and coffee. "It must be quite a change after London." "Thankfully the change seems to agree with them." "But of course, the country offers so much for children," said Mrs. Hammett. "It would be a strange child indeed who didn't delight in our part of the world." Ada laughed. "I was always a strange child." "You didn't enjoy it here?" "Eventually, not at first. I was born in India and very happy there until I was packed off to school. I was not disposed to like it, and I didn't. I found the countryside insipid and polite. Unfamiliar, to put it in the best light." "How long did you spend at the school?" "Just over 2 years. It closed when I was 10, and I was sent on to a bigger school outside Oxford." "There was a terrible accident," said Mrs. Hammett. "A girl drowned during a summer picnic. The school only lasted a few years after that." She frowned at Ada. "Then, Dr. Lovegrove, you must have been there when it happened." "I was," said Ada, taking her glasses off to clean a lens. "Did you know the girl?" "Not well. She was older than I was." The other two women continued to talk, but Juliet had fallen to thinking of Tip. He had told her that a girl drowned in the river, and now she wondered whether he'd heard something in the village to that effect. But he had mentioned the fact to her on their first morning at Birchwood, so there hadn't been time for any of that. It was possible, she supposed, that the nervy young man from the AHA had whispered to him about it. Now that she thought about it, there'd been something a bit sly-looking about him. But then Tip might merely have been voicing his own deepest fears. Wasn't she always warning him, especially him, to be careful? Alan would say he'd told her so. She was turning them into scaredy cats with her maternal worry. And perhaps Tip had simply made a good guess. People drowned in rivers. It was a safe bet that over time someone had drowned at just about any point along the Thames. She was only finding things to worry about because she always worried about Tip. Mrs. Wright? Juliet blinked. I'm sorry, Mrs. Hammett. I was a million miles away. Everything's all right, I hope. Would you like some more coffee? Juliet slid her cup across the table with a smile, and as so often happened when one had been struggling with a prevailing worry alone, found herself explaining to the other women about Tip and his imaginary friend. The poor little mite, said Mrs. Hammett. Not surprising after all the changes. He'll come good, you'll see. One of these days you'll realise that he hasn't mentioned his friend in a week. Perhaps you're right, said Juliet. I never had one myself, you see, and it just seems such a remarkable thing to conjure an entire person from thin air. Does his imaginary friend make him do naughty things? No, thank goodness, Mrs. Hammett. I'm pleased to say that she's been rather a good influence. Small mercies, said their host with a clap. Is she with us tonight? I've never had an imaginary guest. Happily, no. She stayed in for the night. Well, that's something. Perhaps it's a good sign that he only needs her sometimes. Perhaps, although he did say that he'd asked her to come. Apparently, she told him she couldn't walk that far. An invalid? How intriguing. Has he told you any other details about the child? She's not a child to begin with. She's a lady. I don't know what that says about me, that he's chosen to create an adult woman to spend time with. Perhaps she's another version of you, said Mrs. Hammett. No, not so. From what he tells me, she's almost my direct opposite. Long red hair, a long white dress. He's been quite specific in his description. Ada, who had been quiet to this point, said, Have you considered that he's being truthful? There was a momentary silence, and then, Why, Dr. Lovegrove, said Mrs. Hammett with a nervous laugh. You are a tease. But Mrs. Wright is worried. Oh, I shouldn't worry, said Ada. I'm sure it means nothing more than that your little boy is a creative spirit who's invented his own way to cope with the changes in his life. You sound like my husband, said Juliet with a smile. And no doubt you're right. As Mrs. Hammett began to talk about seeing what had happened to the pudding, Ada excused herself to take some fresh air, and Juliet took the opportunity to check on the children. Red and Bee were easy enough to find, ensconced as they were within the pleasantly dim space beneath the stairs, engaged in a boisterous round of gin rummy. Juliet scanned the hallway for Tip. Where's your brother? Neither looked up from their fan of cards. Don't know. Somewhere. Juliet stood for a moment with her hand on the post at the bottom of the stairs, surveying the hall. As her gaze swept up the carpeted flight, for a split second she saw Alan standing at the top, that infernal pipe in his mouth. It was the same staircase she'd raced up that day, to find him waiting for her inside the room, armed and ready to resume their argument. She couldn't resist climbing it now. The banister felt familiar beneath her hand, and Juliet closed her eyes as she neared the top, imagining herself back to that instant in time. An echo of the memory charged the air around her. Alan was so close she could smell him. But when she opened her eyes, he, with his smile of lopsided irony, was gone. The first floor landing was exactly as she remembered. Clean and neat, with little details that showed care if not au courant artistry. Fresh flowers in the porcelain vase on the hall table, small framed paintings of local landmarks along the wall, imprints from the carpet sweeper on the mottled runner. There was the same smell, too, of laundry soap and wood polish, and underlying it, the faint comforting hint of day-old ale. No sign, though, of a small fleet-footed boy. As she came back down, Juliet heard a familiar voice drifting in from outside the pub. She had noticed a bench seat beneath the window when they arrived, and went closer now, leaning to peer through the crack in the blackout curtains and over the edge of the sill. There he was, some of his prized sticks and stones in hand, and beside him, Ada, the two of them deep in conversation. Juliet smiled to herself and stepped back quietly, careful not to disturb them. Whatever it was they were discussing, Tip's face was interested and engaged. "There you are, Mrs. Wright." It was Mrs. Hammett bustling behind the kitchen maid, who was struggling beneath another heavily laden tray. "Ready for some pudding? I'm pleased to say it's eggless sponge with strawberry jelly." On Sunday morning, for the first time since they'd arrived, Juliet woke before the children. Her legs were as restless as her mind, so she threw on some clothing and headed out for a walk. She didn't go to the river, following the lane back into the village instead. As she neared the corner with the church, she noticed that people were filing in for the early service. Mrs. Hammett saw her and waved, and Juliet smiled back. The children were at home, so she didn't go inside, but listened for a time from the bench beneath the porch as the minister spoke about loss and love and the indomitable human spirit when it walked hand in hand with God. It was a thoughtful sermon, and he a fine speaker. But Juliet feared there would be many more sermons like that before the war was over. Her gaze roamed the pretty churchyard. It was a peaceful place, lots of spilling ivy and slumbering souls. Headstones that told of age and youth and death's blind justice. A forlorn, beautiful angel bowed her head over an open book, her stone hair darkened with age, tumbling onto the cold page. There was a quality to the silence in such places that inspired reverence. To strains of Elgar's Nimrod, Juliet wandered the perimeter, observing the mottled headstones and contemplating the names and dates, the loving messages of eternity and rest. How remarkable that the human race valued the lives of its individual members sufficiently to commemorate each one's brief time on the ancient earth, and yet at once could engage in slaughter of the most meaningless and general kind. At the bottom of the churchyard, Juliet stopped in front of a grave bearing a familiar name, Lucy Eliza Radcliffe, 1849 to 1939. Beside it was an older headstone belonging to the brother Mrs. Hammett had mentioned at dinner, Edward. Written beneath Lucy's name were the words, "All past is present," a phrase that gave Juliet pause, for it was somehow out of step with the usual sentiments expressed. Past, present, future. What did any of it mean anyway? One could aim to do their best with the circumstances dealt them in the time given. That was all. Juliet left the churchyard, walking back along the grass-lined laneway towards home. The rising sun had burned off any hint of overnight cool, and the sky was clarifying to a spectacular blue. There would be more requests for boating today, that much was clear. Perhaps they would all have lunch by the river. The house had the look of wakeful inhabitants, even from a distance. Strange the way one could somehow tell. Sure enough, even before Juliet had reached the coachway, she was met with the sound of Bee's recorder. Mrs. Hammett had sent them home with 4 lovely hen's eggs, and Juliet was looking forward to soft boiling them. She even planned to use real butter on the soldiers. First, though, she ducked upstairs to put her hat back in her room. She looked in on the children on the way and found Bee sitting cross-legged on her bed like a snake charmer, playing her recorder. Freddie was lying across his mattress on his back, his head touching the ground. He appeared to be holding his breath. There was no sign of Tip. "Where's your brother?" she said. Beatrice lifted her shoulders without missing a note. Read on a hot exhalation.
Upstairs!
There was an unmistakable air of altercation in the room, and Juliet knew better than to get involved. Fights between siblings, she had learned, were like smoke in the wind, blinding one moment, gone the next. "Breakfast in 10 minutes," was her retreating statement. She tossed her hat onto her bed and ducked her head around the corner of the old sitting room at the end of the hall. They hadn't been using the room as a matter of course. It was filled with sheet-draped furniture and rather dusty, but such places were a lure for children. Tip wasn't there either, but Red had thought he might be in the attic. She jogged up the stairs, calling his name as she went. "Breakfast, Tip, love! Come and help me make the soldiers." Nothing. "Tip?" She searched each corner of the various attic rooms and then stood at the window that overlooked the field towards the river. The river. Tip was not a wanderer. He was timid by nature. He wouldn't have gone that far without her. She was not calmed. He was a child. He was distractible. Children drowned in rivers. "Tip!" Juliet's voice was unmistakably worried now, and she started quickly down the stairs. She almost missed the muffled "Mummy?" as she hurried along the hall. Juliet stopped and listened. It was not easy to hear over her own panic. "Tip?" "I'm here." It was as if the wall were speaking, as if it had eaten Tip and he were now trapped within its skin. And then before her eyes, a crack appeared in the surface and a panel was revealed. It was a hidden door, and behind it Tip was smiling at her. Juliet grabbed him and pressed him hard against her chest. She knew she must be hurting him, but she couldn't help herself. "Tippy! Oh, Tippy, my love!" "I was hiding." "I see that." "Ada told me how to find the hidey hole." "Did she?" He nodded. "It's a secret." "And a jolly good one. Thank you for sharing it with me." Remarkable how calm she could make her voice sound when her heart was still pummeling her ribs. Juliet was faint. "Sit with me a minute, Tippy-toes." She lifted him down and the sliding door shut seamlessly behind him. "Ada liked my stones. She said that she used to collect stones too, and fossils. Now she's an ologist, an archaeologist." "Yes," he agreed. "One of those." Juliet took Tip with her to the top step and sat him on her lap. She had her arms around him and her cheek resting on the top of his warm head. Of all her children, Tip was the most willing to accept these occasional bouts of excessive parental love. Only when she felt that she was straining even his unending patience did she say, "Right, breakfast, and time, I think, to find out what your brother and sister are fighting about." "Bea said that Daddy wouldn't be able to find us here when he comes home." "Did she?" "And Red said that Daddy was a magician and that he could find us no matter where we were." "I see." "And I came upstairs because I didn't want to tell them." "Tell them what?" "That Daddy isn't coming home." Juliet felt lightheaded. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer, but instead reached his little hand up to press lightly on her cheek. His small heart-shaped face was solemn, and Juliet could see at once that he knew. She was aware of the letter in her pocket, the last that she'd received from Alan. She had carried it with her everywhere since it had arrived. That was the only reason she still had it. The black-rimmed telegram from the War Office that had arrived the same day was gone now. Juliet had planned to burn it herself, but in the end she hadn't needed to. One of Hitler's men had taken care of things for her. dropping his bomb when he was directly above Queen's Head Street, Islington, destroying their house and everything in it. She had meant to tell the children. Of course she had. The problem was, and Juliet had thought of little else, there was simply no acceptable way to tell her children that their wonderful, funny, forgetful, silly father had been killed. "Mummy," Tip slipped his hand into Juliet's. "What will happen now?" There was a lot that Juliet would have liked to say. It was one of those occasions that came rarely, in which a parent recognised that what she said next would remain with her child forever. She so wanted to be equal to it. She was a writer, and yet the right words would not come. Every explanation that she considered and discarded put another beat of silence between the perfect moment for response and the moment that she was now in. Life really was a great big pot of glue, just like Alan had always said, a jar of flour and water in which they were all just trying to tread water as elegantly as they could. "I'm not entirely sure, Tippy," she said, which was neither reassuring nor wise, but truthful, which was at least something. "But I do know that we're going to be all right." She knew what he would ask next. He would ask her how she knew, and what on earth could she say to that? Because she just did? Because they had to be? Because this was her plane and she was flying it? And blindfolded or not, she was damn well going to make sure that they got home safely. In the end, she was spared having to answer because she was wrong. He didn't ask her that at all. With a faith that made Juliet want to curl up and weep, he took her at her word and moved on to a different subject entirely. "Birdie says that even inside the darkest box, there are pinpricks of light." Juliet was suddenly bone-weary. "Does she, darling?" Tip nodded earnestly. "And it's true, Mummy. I saw them inside the hidey hole. You can only see them from inside. I was frightened at first when I closed the panel, but I didn't need to be, because there were hundreds of little lights in there, twinkling in the dark." 8. It is Saturday, and the tourists have arrived. I am in the small room where Fanny's portrait hangs upon the wall, or as I prefer to think of it, Juliet's bedroom. Fanny, after all, slept here only one night. I used to sit with Juliet while she was working at her typewriter. Her papers spread out across the dressing table beneath the window. I was with her too, late in the evening, after the children were asleep, when she would take out Alan's letter. Not to read, she didn't often do that. She just used to hold it in her hand as she sat and looked, unseeing, through the open window into the long dark night. This is also the room where Ada was brought, after being pulled half-drowned from the river. Back then it was a trove of fossils and specimens next door to Lucy's bedroom, the walls lined with shelves from floor to ceiling. Lucy insisted on taking over Ada's care herself, instructing the nurse on how to do her job until the nurse eventually refused to do it any longer. There was not a lot of space to move after the bed was carried back in, but Lucy managed to fit a wooden chair in one corner and would sit there in the evenings for hours at a time, watching the sleeping child. It was touching to see how caring Lucy was. Little Lucy, who had found so few people in her life, after Edward, to be close to. She made certain that the bed was warmed each night with a brass pan filled with coals, and she allowed Ada to keep the kitten, despite that Thornfield woman's evident disapproval. One of today's tourists has gone to stand by the window, craning to see over the wall and into the orchard so that the morning sun bleaches her face. It reminds me of the day after the picnic, when Ada was well enough to be propped up against her pillows, and light spilled through the panes of glass in 4 neat rectangles to fall across the foot of her bed. Lucy brought in the breakfast tray, and as she was setting it down on the dressing table, Ada, pale against the linen sheet, said, "I fell into the river." "You did." "I cannot swim." "No, that much is clear." Ada did not speak again for a time. I could see, though, that there was more on her mind, and sure enough, "Miss Radcliffe," she said eventually. "Yes, child?" "Someone else was in the water with me." "Yes." Lucy sat at the edge of the bed and took up Ada's hand. "I am sorry to have to tell you, but May Hawkins fell into the river too. She did not fare as well as you. She could not swim either, and she drowned." Ada listened to this, and then, her voice almost a whisper, "It was not May Hawkins who I saw." I waited then, wondering how much more she would tell Lucy, whether she would trust her with the truth of what had happened on the riverbed. But she spoke no more about the other person, saying instead, "There was a blue light, and I reached out to grab it, and it wasn't a light at all. It was a stone, a shining stone." She opened her hand and then revealed within her palm the Radcliffe blue, snatched from where it had been waiting amidst the river stones. "I saw it shining and held on to it because I knew that it would save me. And it did. My very own amulet found me, right when I needed it. And it protected me from harm, just like you said it would." The weather is fine and clear today, and so it is busy at the house. A constant stream of tourists with bookings for lunch at one of the nearby pubs. They shuffle through in small groups, and I cannot bear to hear the guide tell yet another cluster to close their eyes in Fanny's bedroom and smell the ghostly hint of Miss Brown's favourite rose cologne. And so I have left and am making my way down to the malt house where Jack is trying to keep a low profile. Earlier this morning I saw amongst the papers he had printed from Mrs. Wheeler's recent email a letter from Lucy to Ada, written in March 1939. Alas, the body of the letter was covered, and I have not yet been able to see what it says. I am hopeful that by now he might have moved the other papers aside so I can have a proper read. In the hall downstairs, a group has gathered around the landscape painting that hangs upon the southern wall. It is the first work that Edward ever had accepted by the Royal Academy, one of the paintings referred to collectively as the Upper Thames Works, a view taken directly from the top window of this house. The vista itself is a pretty one, overlooking the river, a stretch of fields, a dense area of woodlands, and beyond that, the distant mountains. In Edward's hands, though, the pastoral scene is transmuted via shades of magenta and deepest grey into an image of disconcerting beauty. The painting was heralded as signifying a shift from representational paintings to art of atmosphere. It is a bewitching piece, and the tourists today say all of the same things that they always do. Things like, "Wonderful colours," and "Moody, isn't it?" and "Look at that technique." But few of them ever purchase poster copies from the shop. One of Edward's gifts was an ability to take his own emotions and, through choice of pigment and brushstroke, render them visually, with uncompromising fluency by the force of his own need to communicate and be understood. People do not purchase copies of View from the Attic Window to hang above their sofa because it is a painting fueled by fear, and despite its beauty, without even knowing the story behind its creation, they sense its menace. The landscape depicted in the painting impressed itself upon Edward when he was 14 years old. 14 is a fragile age, a time of changing perceptions and emotional transition, and Edward was a boy of particularly intense feelings. His was always a compulsive nature. I never knew him to be half-hearted about anything, and in his childhood he had enjoyed a series of obsessive interests and pursuits, each the one until the next arrived. He was consumed with stories of fairyland and theories of the occult sciences, and had for some time been determined to raise a ghost. The idea had come to him from his illicit reading at school, hours spent poring by candlelight over ancient treatises found deep in the vaults of the library. It was at this time that Edward's parents embarked upon an art-collecting jaunt to the Far East, which took them away from England for the next year. Thus, when the summer holidays arrived, he was sent not to the house in London where he had grown up, but to his grandfather's estate instead. Wiltshire is an old and enchanted county, and Edward used to say that when the full moon rose high and silver, the ancient magic could still be felt. Although he resented his parents' abandonment of him and the despotic grandfather who must be born, his fascination with spirits and fairy lore was further fed by his removal to the chalk country. He thought carefully about where to go to raise his spirit, and considered several nearby churchyards before a conversation with his grandfather's gardener convinced him instead to follow the River Cole until it met the Thames. There was a spot, the old man said, a clearing in a woods not far from there, where the river turned sharply back upon itself, in which fairies and ghosts still walked amongst the living. The gardener's grandmother had been born in the north during the chime hour and knew such things, and it was she who had told him of the secret place. Edward confided the events of that evening on a drizzly London night when we were together in his candle-lit studio. I have remembered the occasion of the telling so many times since that I can hear his voice now, as if he were standing right beside me. I can recount the story of that night in the woods as if I had been there with him when it happened. After walking for some hours, he found the river bend and ventured into the woods, leaving chalk flints that he had collected earlier that day as markers to guide him home. He arrived in the clearing just as the moon was rising to the centre of the sky. The night was clear and warm, and he had worn only the lightest of clothing, but as he crouched behind a fallen log, he felt a brush of something very cold against his skin. He shook the sensation away, thinking little of it then, for there were far more interesting things happening to occupy his thoughts. A beam of moonlight illuminated the clearing, and Edward felt the pull of premonition. Something he knew was about to happen. A strange wind blew, and the surrounding trees rattled their leaves like fine pieces of silver. Edward had a sense that there were eyes hidden in the foliage, watching the empty clearing, just as he was. Waiting. Waiting. And then suddenly, it was dark. He glanced skyward, wondering if a cloud had come from nowhere to blot out the moon, and as he did so, he was gripped by a sickening claw of terror. His blood was as ice, and without knowing why, he turned and fled back through the woods, picking his way from one piece of chalk to the next, until he emerged on the edge of the field. He continued, he thought, in the general direction of his grandparents' house. There was something behind him, chasing him. He could hear it over his own ragged breaths. But when he threw a glance over his shoulder, there was nothing there. His every nerve was alight. His skin rippled cold, as if it sought to leave his body. He ran, and he ran, the landscape dark and unfamiliar around him as he leapt over fences, broke through brambly hedgerows, and pounded across fields. All the while, the creature followed, and just when Edward thought that he could run no further, he glimpsed a house on the horizon, a light visible from a window at its top, like a lighthouse in a storm, signalling the way to safety. Heart thumping in his chest, he headed towards it, scaling the stone wall and leaping to the ground to land in a moon-silvered garden. A path of flagstones led to the front door. It was not locked, and he opened it, hurrying inside and pushing the door closed behind him. He slid the bolt across. Edward climbed the stairs on instinct, moving higher and higher away from whatever it was that had pursued him through the fields. He did not stop until he reached the very top, the attic, and there was nowhere else to go. He went straight to the window, scanning the nocturnal landscape. And there he stayed, watchful and alert, taking in every detail of the view until at last dawn broke incrementally, miraculously, and the world was once again restored to normal. Edward confessed to me that for all the tales of mystery and horror that he had read and heard, and invented for his sisters, the night in the clearing of the woods, when he fled for his life and sought refuge in this house, was his first experience of true fear. It changed him, he said. Terror opened up something inside him that could never be properly sealed. I know now exactly what he meant. True fear is indelible. The sensation does not recede, even when the cause is long forgotten. It is a new way of seeing the world, the opening of a door that can never be closed again. So when I look at Edward's view from the attic window, I do not associate it with the fields outside Birchwood Manor, even though the likeness is uncanny. It makes me think instead of small dark spaces and stale air, and the way a person's throat craves and burns when struggling to find the very air for their next breath. The tourists may not purchase posters of View from the Attic Window for their walls, but they do buy copies of La Belle. I suppose I should be flattered to think that my face stares out from above so many sofas. It is petty of me to care, but La Belle outsells any of the other posters available in the gift shop, including the works of Thurston Holmes. I have come to understand that people relish the hint of infamy that comes from hanging a jewel thief and possible murderess upon their pretty wall. Some of them, having read Leonard's book, compare La Belle to the portrait of Miss Frances Brown on the occasion of her 18th birthday, and say things like, "Of course, you can see that he was really in love with his model." It is a strange thing to hang upon the walls of so many people whom I do not know, over 150 years after I met Edward Radcliffe and sat for him in that tiny studio at the bottom of his mother's garden. To have one's portrait painted is among the most intimate of experiences. To feel the weight of another person's full attention and meet it eye to eye. I found it overwhelming enough when Edward finished and it came time for the painting to leave the studio and take its place on the Academy's wall. And that was well before it was possible for infinite copies to be made and sold and framed. For my face, as interpreted by Edward in 1861, to appear on shopping bags and tea towels and key rings and mugs and the cover of financial year diaries in the 21st century. I wonder what Felix with his lapel button of Abraham Lincoln and his wild predictions for the future would make of all this. It is just as he said, the camera is ubiquitous. They all carry one now. Even as I watch, they traipse through the rooms of the house pointing their devices at this chair or those tiles. Experiencing the world at one remove, through the windows of their phones, making images for later so that they do not need to bother seeing or feeling things now. It was different after Edward came for me at Mrs. Mack's house on Little White Lion Street. Without discussing it, we each assumed a new permanence to our relationship that had been absent before. Edward began another painting, entitled Sleeping Beauty. But where once he had been the painter and I his model, now we were something else. Work bled into life, and life into work. We became inseparable. The first weeks of 1862 were bitterly cold, but the furnace in his studio kept us warm. I remember looking up at the glass roof misting over, the grey sky glowering, as I lay upon the bed of velvet cushions he'd assembled. My hair he spread around me, long strands over my shoulders, across my décolletage. We spent all day together, and much of the night, and when finally he put his brushes away, he would take me back to the 7 Dials, only to collect me again at daybreak. There was no longer any barrier to our conversation, and like a needle in the most adept of hands, it wove together the various threads of our lives, so that he and I became tied by the stories we shared with one another. I told him the truth about my mother and father, the workshop with its wonders, the trips to Greenwich, the tin in which I'd tried to capture light. I spoke to him of Pale Joe and our unlikely friendship, Mrs. Mack and the captain, Little Girl Lost and my pair of white kid gloves. I trusted him with my real name. Edward's friends noticed his absence. He had always been subject to periods of obsessive work and retreat, leaving London for weeks at a time on creative travels that his family knew affectionately as his faraways. But evidently, his complete withdrawal in early 1862 was different. He did not pause in his endeavours even to write and send a letter, neither did he attend any of the weekly meetings of the Magenta Brotherhood in the public bar at the Queen's Larder. It was March, and Sleeping Beauty was all but finished by the time he introduced me to the others. We met at the home of Felix and Adele Bernard on Tottenham Court Road. A house with a plain brick facade that concealed rooms of great bohemian déshabillé. The walls were painted in burgundy and deepest blue, cluttered with enormous framed oil paintings and photographic prints. What seemed like hundreds of tiny flames flickered atop elaborate candelabras, casting shadows across the walls, and the air was thick with smoke and impassioned conversation.
"So you're the one,"
said Thurston Holmes, his eyes not leaving mine, when Edward introduced us again, and he lifted my hand to his lips, just as he had done at the Royal Academy. Once again I felt the same churn of warning deep down in the pit of my stomach. I was not then frightened of many things. Growing up in the Seven Dials had cured me of most fears, but Thurston Holmes unnerved me. He was a man used to getting his own way, a man who wanted for nothing material, but obsessed over that which he could not have. He possessed streaks of cruelty, both casual and calculated, and was expert at their deployment. I saw him slight Adele Bernard one night with a caustic comment about one of her early photographic efforts, and then sit back, a smile on the edge of his lips, enjoying the scene as sport. Thurston was interested in me insofar as I presented a challenge, a treasure he could take away from Edward. I knew this at the time, but I confess I did not understand then to what lengths he would go. How willing he would prove to inflict unhappiness on others for his own amusement. I reflect sometimes on how much of what happened the summer of 1862 might have been averted had I gone with Thurston that evening in November after the exhibition at the Royal Academy, or paid him a well-placed compliment. But we all make choices, for better and for worse, and I had made mine. I continued to refuse his requests to paint me. I made sure that we were never alone together. I avoided his lingering attentions. For the most part, he was discreet, preferring to needle me in secret. Only once did he push things too far with Edward. What he said I do not know, but he paid for it with a purple eye that lasted into the next week. Mrs. Mack, meanwhile, was kept happy by frequent payments for my services as a model, and Martin was left with little choice but to grudgingly accept the turn events had taken. He continued to voice his disapproval whenever he saw an opportunity, and there were times when we would leave Edward's studio at night and a hint of movement in my peripheral vision would alert me to his presence on the other side of the street. But I could live with Martin's misguided attentions so long as he kept them at a distance. Edward's mother, for her part, encouraged our ongoing association. Sleeping Beauty was exhibited to wide acclaim in April 1862, and a hover of prospective patrons descended. She entertained dreams of Royal Academy glory and wild commercial success. But she was worried too, for while Edward's usual habit was to move on immediately to a new subject, he had not yet begun another painting. After the exhibition, he alternated instead between bouts of distraction, in which a faraway expression cast a glaze across his features, and periods of feverish scribbling in his notebook. Motivated by the quality of his recent work and her own reliance on his future, she urged him down to the studio day and night, plying me with cake and tea as if she feared that only by such morsels could I be kept from vanishing back to the place from which I had come. As for Fanny, aside from a brief nod of aloof acknowledgement at the exhibition of Sleeping Beauty, I saw her only once, when she and her mother came to tea with Mrs. Radcliffe, and were walked down the garden path to observe the artist at work. They stood inside the door behind Edward's shoulder, Fanny preening and posing in a new satin dress. "Goodness," she said. "Aren't the colours pretty?" At which Edward met my eyes, and within his own I saw a smile of such warmth and longing that it took my breath away. Will you believe me if I say that in all of those months, Edward and I did not ever discuss Fanny. Neither did we consciously avoid the subject. It seems hopelessly naive to say it now, but Fanny simply was not on our minds. There was so much else to talk about, and she did not seem important. Lovers are ever selfish. It is one of my greatest regrets, to which I return over and again in my ruminations, wondering how I could have been so foolish. My failure to understand how unwilling Fanny would be to let Edward go. I was blinded, as was he, by the knowledge that for us, there was no choice. We had to be together. Neither of us could contemplate the possibility that others could not see and would not accept this basic truth. She has come back. Elodie Winslow, the archivist from London, keeper of James Stratton's memory and Edward's sketchbook. I see her at the entrance kiosk, trying to buy a ticket to enter the house and garden. There is some sort of bother. I can tell by the air of polite frustration on her face as she gestures towards her watch. One glance at my clock in the mulberry room, and I know what the matter is. Sure enough, when I arrive at her side, it is in time to hear her say, "I would have arrived earlier, but I had another appointment. I came here immediately afterwards, but my taxi was stuck behind a piece of farm machinery and the lanes are so narrow he couldn't get past." "Be that as it may," says the volunteer whose badge announces that he is called Roger Westbury. "We only allow a fixed number of visitors in, and the last allotment for today is full. You'll have to come again next weekend." "But I won't be here. I have to go back to London." "I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm sure you understand. We have to protect the house. We can't have too many people traipsing through at once." Elodie looks towards the stone wall surrounding the house, the gables rising above it. There is an expression of utter longing on her face, and I vow to make certain that Roger Westbury has a particularly uncomfortable winter. She turns back to him and says, "I suppose it's okay to buy a cup of tea?" "Of course. The cafe is just behind us, over there in the long barn near the Haverstead Brook. The gift shop is beside it. You might like to pick up a nice bag or a poster for your wall." Elodie starts towards the barn, and when she is halfway there without a hint of duplicity, she turns right instead of left and slips past the open wrought iron gate and into the walled garden of the house. She is wandering along the paths now, and I am following her. There is something different in her attitude today. She does not take out Edward's sketchbook, and she does not wear the mooning expression of completeness on her face that she did yesterday. She is frowning slightly, and I have the distinct impression that she is looking for something specific. She is not here just to admire the roses. In fact, she is avoiding the prettiest parts of the garden and tracing the outer border where the walls are covered with rampant ivy and other creepers. She stops and digs around in her handbag, and I wait to see whether she will pull out the sketchbook. She withdraws a photograph instead, a colour photograph of a man and a woman sitting together outdoors in a grove of abundant greenery. Elodie is holding the photograph up, comparing it with the garden walls behind, but evidently she is not pleased with the comparison, because she lowers her hand and continues on the path, following it around the corner of the house and past the chestnut tree at the back. She is nearing Jack's rooms now, and I am determined that she should not be allowed to go without my learning more. I see her glance towards the kitchen where yesterday she saw Jack scraping his pie dish. She is in two minds. I recognize the signs. She just needs a little encouragement, and I am only too happy to provide it. Go on, I urge her. What have you got to lose? He might even let you look inside the house again. Elodie goes to the door of the malt house and knocks. Jack, meanwhile, who has been keeping odd hours of an evening and sleeping poorly, is napping and does not stir. But I refuse to see her leave, so I kneel down close beside him and blow with all of my might into his ear. He sits bolt upright and shivers, just in time to hear the second knock. He staggers over and pulls open the door. Hello again, she says. There is no hiding the fact that he has just got himself out of bed, and she adds, I'm sorry to disturb you. Do you live here? Temporarily. He gives no further explanation, and she is too polite to ask. I'm sorry to bother you again, but you were so kind yesterday, I wondered if you'd mind letting me look inside the house again. It's open now. He nods towards the back door, indicating the other tourists who have just been disgorged. Yes, but your colleague on the ticket desk pointed out that I was too late today to be sold a ticket for the last entry period. Did he? What a pedant. She smiled, surprised. Yes, well, I thought so too. But you seem less pedantic. Look, I'd let you in any time, but I can't tonight. My colleague informed me earlier that he's sticking around to supervise some repairs. Worse luck, he expects to be back tomorrow morning to oversee the return of the furniture to its proper place. Oh, if you come back at midday, they should be done. Midday? She nods thoughtfully. I have another appointment at 11, but I could come straight after that. Great. Great. She smiles again. She is nervous of him. Well, thanks. I might just go and enjoy the garden for a little longer now, until they kick me out. Take your time, he says. I wouldn't let them do that. It is almost 6 o'clock. The last of the day's visitors are being ushered to the gate when Jack finds her sitting on a garden seat against the stone wall that separates the lawn from the orchard. He has split a beer into 2 small glasses and hands one to her. I told my colleague that my cousin had dropped in to say hello. Thank you. You looked like you could use a little longer. He sits on the grass. Cheers. Cheers. She smiles and takes a sip of beer. Neither one speaks for a while, and I'm deciding which of them to press when she says, This is a beautiful place. I knew it would be. Jack doesn't answer, and after a time she continues. I'm not always so... She lifts her shoulders. It's been a strange day. I had a meeting earlier and I've been reflecting on it. I go back to London tomorrow afternoon and I don't feel like I've done what I hoped to do while I was here. I want Jack to probe further, to ask her what it is that she hoped to do, but he resists my urging, and in this instance he is right, because she fills the silence without being asked. I was given this recently, she says, handing him a photograph. Nice, he says. Someone you know? My mother, Lauren Adler. Jack shakes his head, uncertain. She was a cellist, pretty famous. And he's your dad? No, he was an American violinist. They'd been playing together, a concert in Bath, and were driving back to London when they stopped for lunch. I had hoped that I might find the spot where they were sitting. He hands back the photograph. They had lunch here. I think so. I'm trying to find that out for sure. My grandmother lived in this house for a few years, from when she was 11. She and her family had to evacuate out of London after their house was bombed in the Blitz. Grandma B isn't alive anymore, but her brother, my great-uncle, told me that in the week before this photo was taken, my mother came to see him, eager to know the address of this house. Why? I think that's what I'm trying to work out. We have this family story, a fairy story, really, that's been passed down the line. I only found out the other day that it was set in a real house. My great-uncle told me that he had a friend here, a local person who told him the tale when he was a boy. He told my mum and she told me. The story is special to us. The house is special too. Even now, today, sitting here, I feel a strange sort of possessive feeling. I can understand why my mother wanted to come here. But why then? What was it that made her go and see her Uncle Tip and then come here that day? So she is Tip's great niece, and little Tip is still alive, and he remembered the story that I told him. If I had a heart, it would be warmed. I feel the ripples, too, of other memories shifting when she speaks about her mother, the cellist, and the photograph of the two young people in the ivy. I remember them. I remember everything. Memories like the jewels in the kaleidoscope that Pale Joe kept upon his toy shelf. Discrete gems that shift into new positions when they're put together, creating different but related patterns every time. Elodie is looking at the photograph again. My mother died just after this was taken. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I'm still sorry. Grief doesn't have a time limit, I've found. No, and I'm lucky to have it. The photographer who took it is famous now, but she wasn't back then. She was staying around here and came across them by chance. She didn't know who they were when she took the shot. She just liked the way they looked. It's a great photograph. I was sure that if I explored every inch of the garden, I'd turn a corner at some point and see it in front of me, the very spot. And that then maybe I'd somehow know what my mother was thinking that day. Why she was so eager to get the address. Why she was here. The unspoken words with him drift into the cooling air and disappear. Elodie's phone rings then, an unnatural jarring noise. She glances at the screen but does not take the call. I'm sorry, she says with a quick shake of her head. I'm not usually so expansive. Hey, what are cousins for? Elodie smiles and finishes her beer. She hands him the glass and tells him that she'll see him tomorrow. I'm Jack, by the way, he says. Elodie. And then she tucks the photograph back into her bag and leaves. Jack has been reflective ever since she left. The carpenter was here all evening, clattering carelessly with his hammer and nails, and after an hour or two being unable to settle to anything, Jack went through to the house and asked if he could help. It turns out he is handy. The carpenter was happy to have an assistant, and they worked together without saying much of consequence for the next 2 hours. I like that he has added something material to the house that will remain when he is long gone. Jack ate toast with butter for dinner and then telephoned his father in Australia. There was no anniversary this time on which to hang the call, and conversation for the first 5 minutes was stilted. Just as I thought things were winding up, Jack said, "Do you remember how good he was at climbing, Dad? Remember that time Tiger got stuck up the mango tree, and he climbed all the way up after him and brought him down?" Who is he, and why does Jack look so sad when he speaks about him? Why does his voice constrict and some slight shift in his bearing make him seem like a lonely child? These are the thoughts of wanderings that occupy me. He is asleep now. The house is quiet. I am the only presence shifting in these rooms, and so I have come up to Juliet's bedroom, where Fanny's likeness hangs. In her new green dress, the young woman gazes at the painter. The portrait catches her forever as she was in the spring that she met Edward. She stands within an elaborate room decorated in her father's style. The gaping sash window beside her is open, and such is Edward's eye for detail, his skill, that one can feel the freshness of the air against her right forearm. Damask curtains fall on either side of the glass in rich shades of burgundy and cream, framing a timeless rural view. But it is the light, always the light that makes his paintings sing. Critics argued that the depiction of Fanny was more than just a portrait, that it was a comment on the juxtaposition of youth and timelessness, of society and the natural world. Edward was drawn to illusion, and it is possible that he had all of these oppositions in mind when he set up his easel. It is certainly true that the painting served a double purpose. For the view through the window of a summer field yellowed by heat is unremarkable in every way, until one notices in the distance, almost disappeared behind a copse of trees, a railway engine pulling 4 carriages. This was no accident. The painting of Fanny in the green velvet dress was commissioned by her father on the occasion of her 18th birthday, and the engine was no doubt an attempt to appeal to him. Edward's mother would have urged such flattery. Her ambitions for her son were naked, and Richard Brown was one of the railway kings, a man who had made his fortune in steel production and was happily poised to enlarge his business at the precise moment the railway lines were spreading across the face of Britain. Mr. Brown adored his daughter. I read his interview in the police reports that Leonard obtained when he was working on his thesis. He was distraught after Fanny's death and determined that her legacy should not be tarnished by any talk of a broken engagement, and certainly not of another woman in Edward's personal life. Fanny's father was a powerful man. Until Leonard started his digging, Mr. Brown had managed to cut my page completely from history's book. To such lengths would a father go for his beloved child. Parents and children, the simplest relationship in the world, and yet the most complex. One generation passes the next a suitcase filled with jumbled jigsaw pieces from countless puzzles collected over time, and says, "See what you can make out of these." To that end, I have been thinking about Elodie. There is something in her nature that reminds me of Pale Jo. I noticed it when she first arrived yesterday, the way she introduced herself to Jack, the way she answered his questions. She is thoughtful and considered in her responses, listening carefully to what he says. Partly, one can tell, because she wants to do justice to what he is telling her or asking, but also, I think, because she is slightly worried at all times that she will not be equal to the task. Pale Jo was like that too. In his case, it was a consequence of having a father like his. I expect that it was common in those families of primogeniture, where sons were named for fathers and expected to grow up to fit into a mould, to step into the old man's shoes and continue the dynasty. Pale Jo was proud of his father. He was an important man in government and political circles, and a dedicated collector too. Many a time when I was visiting the attic room and his family were out, Pale Jo would invite me to explore the grand house overlooking Lincoln's Inn Fields. And what a place of wonders it was. His father had travelled the world and brought back all manner of antiquities. A tiger stood beside an Egyptian sarcophagus, which lay beneath a bronze mask rescued from Pompeii, which sneered beside an assortment of miniature Japanese sculptures. There were ancient Greek friezes and Italian Renaissance paintings too, and a number of Turners and Hogarths, even a collection of medieval manuscripts, including a copy of the Canterbury Tales, thought to predate that in the Earl of Ellesmere's library. Occasionally, when his father was hosting a great man of science or art, Pale Jo and I would sneak downstairs to listen at the door to the lecture being given. The house had been remodelled to accommodate long corridors that Pale Jo called the galleries, supported by columns and arches between which the enormous walls were covered with framed artwork and shelves filled with treasures. Sometimes, over the years, when Pale Joe and I were having too much fun to countenance my leaving to complete my day's work, he would bid me to sneak quietly down into the house and find a small curiosity that I could pocket and present to Mrs. Mac as my picking for the day. One might imagine that I felt some guilt over the thievery of such rare and precious artifacts, but as Pale Joe pointed out, many of them had been stolen already from their original possessors, long before I helped them on their way. I ache to know what happened to Pale Joe. Did he marry the lady to whom he alluded that night in his attic when he spoke of unrequited love? Did he find a way to win her heart and to make her see that she would find no kinder man than he? I would give anything to know. I would also like to learn what he became, into which avenue he funneled his great energy, interest and care. For Pale Joe was proud of his father, but he worried about filling the big man's shoes. Make no mistake, Pale Joe let me steal from his father's collection in part because he wanted me to stay longer with him, and in part because he had a rather modern disdain for the accumulation of possessions and wealth. But there was another reason too. Pale Joe allowed me to pinch small items from his father's shelves, for the same reason that he refused to use when young his father's name. It pleased him to chip away a little at the statue's feet. Pale Joe, Ada, Juliet, Tip. Mrs. Mac used to have a lot to say about one's birds coming home to roost, and she was not talking of chickens or curses. There was a man who used to turn up regularly to buy pigeons from the bird and cage shop downstairs at Little White Lion Street. He ran a messenger service. His birds were sent afar and then dispatched when necessary with an urgent note, for a pigeon will always fly home. When Mrs. Mac talked about birds returning to roost, she meant that if one sends enough opportunities out into the world, eventually they come back. And so my birds are coming home to roost, and I feel myself being drawn inexorably towards the nexus of my story. It all happens so quickly from here. Chapter 22. Summer 2017. Elodie's room at the Swan was on the first floor at the far end of the hallway. There was a lead-light window with a box seat for one that provided a glimpsed view of the Thames, and she was sitting with a pile of books and papers beside her, eating the sandwich she'd bought at lunchtime, but had decided would do just as well for dinner. It did not pass beneath Elodie's attention that it had been 1 week exactly since she'd sat in the window of her own flat in London, wearing her mother's veil and watching the same river heave silently towards the sea. A lot had happened since then. Ergo, she was ensconced in a room of her own in the tiny village of Birchwood, having been to the house itself not once but twice since she'd arrived in town yesterday afternoon. Today had presented something of a frustration. As she was being led around Penelope's friend's elaborate conversion in Southrop, admiring politely the boundless soft furnishings in every shade of tasteful grey, Elodie had been longing to get back to the house. She had extricated herself as soon as possible with a promise to return tomorrow at 11, telephoned a local taxi, and then had to bite her hand to stop herself from crying tears of frustration as they travelled 10 miles per hour behind the ambling piece of farm machinery. She hadn't made it back to Birchwood Manor before closing time, but she had at least been able to gain access to the garden. Thank God for Jack, who clearly didn't work for the museum, but apparently had some function there. She had met him yesterday when she'd arrived off the train from London and walked down to the house. He'd let her in, and as soon as she'd stepped across the threshold, she'd been overcome with certainty that for the first time in a long time, she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Elodie had felt a strange sense of being drawn further inside, as if the house itself had invited her, which was a ridiculous thing to think, let alone say, and no doubt an imagining created in order to justify an entry that was almost certainly not authorised. As Elodie finished the sandwich, her phone rang, and Alistair's name appeared on the screen. She didn't pick up, letting it ring out instead. He would only be calling to tell her again how upset Penelope was and to ask her to reconsider the wedding music. When Elodie had first told him, there'd been silence at the other end of the line, so that she'd thought at first the connection had been lost. And then,
"Are you joking?"
he'd said. Joking? No,
Listen.
He'd made a small choked noise of laughter, as if he were sure they'd been a simple misunderstanding that they would soon sort out.
I really don't think you can back out now. It isn't fair.
Fair?
On Mother, she's very invested in playing videos. She's told all of her friends. It would crush her. And for what?
I just don't feel comfortable with it.
Well, we're certainly not going to find a better performer.
Noise had come from his end of the line, and Elodie had heard him say to someone else,
"Be there in a minute,"
before he returned to the call.
"Look, I've got to go. Let's leave this for now, and we'll talk about it when I'm back in London, okay?"
And before Elodie could tell him that no, actually, it wasn't okay, she had made a decision, and there was nothing further to talk about. He'd gone. Now, alone in the quiet hotel room, Elodie was aware of a constricted feeling that had spread across her chest. Possibly she was simply tired and overwhelmed. She would have liked to talk to someone who'd agree that's all it was and tell her everything was fine. But Pippa was the obvious choice, and Elodie had a strong suspicion that Pippa would not tell her what she wanted to hear. And where would that leave her? In a mess. An enormous mess. And Elodie did not like messes. Her entire life had been an exercise in avoiding, sorting, and eradicating them completely. So she put Alistair out of her mind and took up the articles instead. Tip had turned up out of nowhere with them on Thursday. He'd been standing outside her flat beside his old blue bicycle when she arrived home from work. He'd had a canvas satchel over one shoulder, which he took off and handed to her.
"My mother's pieces," he'd said. "The ones she wrote when we were living at Birchwood."
Inside the satchel was a tattered cardboard folder containing typewritten pages and a large collection of newspaper clippings. The byline belonged to Juliet Wright, Elodie's great-grandmother. "Letters from the Laneway," she'd read.
"My mum wrote them during the war. They came to your Grandma B after Juliet died, and then to me. Seemed like it might be the right time to pass them on to you."
Elodie had been overwhelmed by the gesture. She remembered her great-grandmother vaguely. There had been a visit to a very old woman in a nursing home when Elodie was around 5. Her abiding memory was a head of paper white hair. She asked Tip what Juliet had been like.
"Wonderful. She was smart and funny. Acerbic at times, but never with us. She looked like Lauren Bacall, if Lauren Bacall had been a 1940s journalist in London and not a Hollywood star. She always wore trousers. She loved my dad. She loved B, Red, and me."
She never married again?
"No, but she had a lot of friends, people who'd known him, theatre people. And she was a fierce correspondent, always writing and receiving letters. That's how I think of her now. Sitting at her writing desk, scribbling away."
Elodie had invited him upstairs for a cup of tea. She had a list of questions that had formed since she'd been to see him at his studio at the weekend, particularly after Pippa had given her Caroline's photograph. She showed it to him, explained when and where it had been taken, and watched closely, trying to read his expression. "Do you recognise the place that they're sitting?" He shook his head.
"There's not a lot of detail. Could be anywhere."
Elodie had been sure that he was obfuscating. She'd said, "I think she went to Birchwood Manor with him on the way home to London." The house was special to her, and it seems that he was too. Tip had avoided her eyes, handing the photograph back.
"You should ask your dad about it."
"And break his heart in the process. You know he can't say her name without weeping."
He loved her, and she loved him. They were best friends, the two of them.
But she betrayed him.
You don't know that.
I'm not a child, Tip.
Then you've seen enough to understand that life is complicated. Things aren't always what they seem.
His words had echoed eerily the comment her father had made on the subject all those years ago when he said that life was long, that being human wasn't easy. They'd changed the subject, but Tip reprised it when he was leaving, saying again that she should speak to her father. He'd said it firmly, almost like an instruction.
He might surprise you.
Elodie wasn't so sure about that, but she certainly intended to pay Tip another visit when she got back to London. She had refrained on Thursday from asking him again about the woman in white, feeling that she'd pushed the friendship far enough for one day. But this morning, over breakfast, when she was reading Juliet's articles, something had struck her as odd. She riffled through the folder now to find a particular article. Most of the letters from the Laneway pieces were stories about people in the local community, others about her own family. Some were touching, others very sad. A few were laughably funny. Juliet was the sort of writer who did not ever completely disappear from the page. Each turn of phrase was distinctly her own. At one point, in an article about the family's decision to adopt a homeless dog, she had written, "There are 5 of us living in our house. Me, my 3 children, and a flame-haired figment in a white dress. Created by my son's imagination, and so vivid to him that we must consult her on every family decision. Her name is Birdie, and thankfully she shares my son's affection for dogs, although she has specified that she would prefer an older dog with a settled temperament. It is a sentiment, happily, with which I fully concur. And so both she and Mr. Rufus, our newly arrived arthritic 9-year-old hound, are welcome to remain part of the family for as long as they so choose." Elodie read the lines again now. Juliet was writing about her son's imaginary friend, but the description was uncannily similar to the woman in the photograph. Edward Radcliffe's model. Juliet also wrote that her son had called the figment Birdie. The letter that Elodie had found behind the mount of the framed photograph of Radcliffe's model was addressed to James Stratton and signed from B.B. While Elodie didn't think for a second that Tip's childhood imaginary friend was going to prove a profitable avenue of inquiry, having now read Leonard Gilbert's book twice since Pippa gave it to her, she had started to wonder whether there might not be another explanation. Whether perhaps her great-uncle had seen a picture of the woman when he was a child, maybe even the lost painting itself. Edward's book contained preliminary sketches that suggested he was about to start on a new work featuring his model, Lily Millington. What if the lost painting had been at Birchwood Manor all this time, and Tip had discovered it there as a boy? There was no point ringing him to ask. He didn't like the telephone, and besides, the last number she had for him was so outdated it was a digit short. But she would be going to see him again, at his studio, as soon as possible. Elodie yawned and climbed down from the window seat, taking Leonard's book with her and hopping into bed. In lieu of the house itself, the book was a close second. Leonard's own love for Birchwood Manor was tangible, even as he wrote about Edward Radcliffe's consuming passion for the place. There was a photograph of the house inside the book, taken in 1928 during the summer that Leonard Gilbert had been in residence. The property had been neater back then, the trees smaller, the exposure of the photograph blown out so that the sky looked smaller too. There were earlier photographs as well, images from the summer of 1862 when Edward Radcliffe and his artist friends had been in residence. They didn't look like the usual Victorian portraits. The people in them gazed at Elodie across time and made her feel strange, as if they were watching her. She had felt like that at the house too, had turned around a couple of times expecting to see Jack behind her. She read for a while, dipping into the chapter that outlined Lily Millington's supposed role in the theft of the Radcliffe blue diamond. Elodie had found a later article published by Leonard Gilbert in 1938, in which he walked his theory back, based on further interviews with his anonymous source. But it wasn't often cited, probably because it didn't offer much new to scholarship beyond further uncertainty. Elodie didn't know a lot about jewellery. She would be hard-pressed to spot the difference between a priceless diamond and a glass pretender. Her attention went now to her own hand, lying across the page of Leonard's book. After Alistair had slipped the diamond solitaire on her finger, he told her she could never take it off. Elodie had thought he was being romantic, until he said, "A diamond that size? Far too expensive to insure." It worried her daily, the value of the engagement ring. Sometimes, despite what Alistair had said, she took it off before work and left it at home. The claws snagged on her cotton archival gloves, and she was terrified that if she removed it at her desk, it might drop into one of the boxes and never be seen again. She'd agonised over where to hide it before deciding on her childhood charm box, where it could nestle in amongst the cheerful little girl treasures. There was an irony to the choice, and it seemed like the perfect dissemblance to hide the diamond in plain sight. Elodie switched off the bedside lamp, and as she watched the minutes on the digital clock change with interminable slowness, her mind went to the reception venue in Southrop. She didn't think she could face another round tomorrow of inane chatter about the happiest day of her life. She had a train to catch at 4 in the afternoon. What if she were held up again, looking through pictures of different place settings and missed her chance to see inside the house? No, it was impossible. Elodie decided that she would risk Penelope's displeasure and cancel the appointment first thing. She fell asleep at last to the noise of the nearby river and dreamed of Leonard and Juliet, Edward and Lily Millington, and at one stage even the mysterious Jack, whose purpose at the house was still in question, who had intuited her need to see inside, who had been kind about her mother's death, and to whom, though she would never admit it when awake, she found herself inexplicably drawn. Chapter 23. There had been a change in the wind over the last half hour. It was still not midday, but the sky was darkening, and Jack had a feeling it was going to rain later. He was standing on the edge of the meadow and picked up his camera, looking through the viewfinder at the distant water's edge. It was a powerful zoom, and he was able to zero in on the tops of some reeds that grew along the bank. He sharpened the focus, and in his concentration the noise of the river disappeared. Jack didn't take the photo. The temporary silence was enough. He had known there was a river. In the brief that he'd been given, there'd been a map of the property. But he hadn't realised he would hear it at night when he closed his eyes to go to sleep. The river was placid up here. Jack had been talking to a fellow with a narrowboat who told him there was a strong pull after storms. He'd gone along with the story, but he didn't really believe it. There were too many locks and weirs that ran the length of the Thames for it to flow with wildness. The river might have been violent once upon a time, but it had long since been shackled and tamed. Jack knew a bit about water. There had been a creek across the road from their house when he was growing up. It had run dry much of the time, and then when the rains finally came, it would fill in a matter of hours. It would rush and tumble, angry and hungry, roaring day and night. He and his brother Ben used to take an inflatable raft out to ride the short-lived rapids, knowing full well that in a matter of days the creek would be returned to its usual stagnant dribble. Their dad had always warned them about the raft and about kids who went into drain pipes when the floods came. But Ben and Jack only rolled their eyes at each other and made sure to blow up the raft after they'd sneaked it out of the garage and across the road. They weren't worried about the creek. They knew how to handle themselves in water. Until they didn't, that is. Until the flood that happened in the summer, when Ben was 11 and Jack was 9. In the distance, the sky lit up golden, and a low disgruntlement of thunder rolled softly down the river towards him. Jack checked his watch and saw that it was almost midday. The atmosphere was eerie, that strange unearthly twilight that always settled before a storm. He turned around and started back towards the house. The carpenter had left a light on, he noticed as he crossed the meadow, He could see it up in the attic window, and Jack reminded himself to turn it off when he opened the house for Elodie. She was waiting for him when he reached the coachway, and the iron gate came into sight. She lifted her hand to wave, and then she smiled, and Jack felt the same frisson of interest that he'd felt the evening before. He blamed it on the house. He'd been sleeping poorly, and not just because of the god-awful mattress on the bed in the malt house. He'd been having weird dreams ever since he arrived, and although it wasn't the sort of thing he'd have brought up in the local pub, there was a strange feeling in the house, as if he were being watched. "You are, you fool," he told himself, "by the mice." But it didn't feel like mice. The sense of being watched reminded Jack of the early days of being in love, when the most ordinary of glances was loaded with meaning, when half a smile from a particular woman could cause a stirring deep down low within his belly. He gave himself a stern word about overcomplicating his life. He was here to convince Sarah that he should be given another chance to know their girls. That was it, and possibly to find a lost diamond, if it existed, which it most likely didn't. She had a suitcase with her, Jack saw as he got closer. "Moving in?" he called. A blush came immediately to her cheeks. He liked the way she blushed. "I'm on my way back to London." "Where did you park?" "I'm going by train. I'm due at the station in about 4 hours. "You'll be wanting to stay inside then." He cocked his head towards the gate. "Come on in. I'll open up the house." Jack was supposed to be packing to leave, but after letting Elodie into the house, he decided to work through Rosalind Wheeler's paperwork one last time, just in case he found something he'd previously missed. Rosalind Wheeler was not a particularly pleasant person, and the search seemed hopeless, but she'd hired him to do a job, and Jack didn't like letting people down. It was one of the things that Sarah used to say to him towards the end. "You have to stop trying to be everybody's hero, Jack. It's not going to bring Ben back." He'd hated it when she said that sort of thing, but he saw now that she'd been right. His entire career, his entire adult life, he'd spent chasing something he could do that would erase the photos that had turned up in all the papers after the flood. The big one of Jack, his eyes wide and frightened, a heated blanket around his shoulders, being loaded into a waiting ambulance, and the smaller school photo of Ben that Dad had insisted on having taken earlier that year, Ben's hair combed carefully from one side, neater than it ever looked in real life. Their roles had been assigned by those newspaper articles and set as hard as a concrete slab. Jack, the boy who was saved, and Ben, the boy hero who'd said to his rescuer, "Take my little brother first," before being washed away. Jack glanced back towards the door. It had been half an hour since he'd let Elodie into the house, and he was distracted. She'd stood to one side as he switched off the alarm and loosened the lock, and when he pushed the door open, she'd thanked him and been about to step across the threshold when she hesitated and said, "You don't work for the museum, do you?" "No." "Are you a student?" "I'm a detective." "With the police?" "Used to be. Not anymore." He hadn't offered anything further. It didn't seem necessary to volunteer that the change of vocation was in response to a marriage breakdown. And she hadn't asked. After a moment of silence, she'd nodded thoughtfully and then disappeared inside Birchwood Manor. The whole time that she had been in there, Jack had been fighting an almost irresistible urge to follow her. No matter how many times he returned to the first page of the notes, he found his thoughts wandering, speculating as to what she was doing, where she was right at that minute, which room she was exploring. At one point he'd even stood up and gone to the door of the house before he realised what he was doing. Jack decided to make a cup of tea, just to have a task to see through to its end, and was dunking the tea bag violently when he sensed her behind him. He guessed she was about to say goodbye, and so before she could, he said, "Copper, I've just boiled the kettle." Why not? She sounded surprised, whether by the invitation or her acceptance of it, he couldn't tell. A little bit of milk, please, and no sugar. Jack took out a second mug, careful to find a nice one that didn't have tannin stains around the base. When the 2 mugs of tea were ready, he carried them over to where she was standing now, on the stone-paved path that ran around the house. She thanked him and said, "There's not much that smells better than a storm brewing." Jack agreed, and they sat together on the edge of the path. "So," she said, after she'd taken a first sip, "what's a detective doing picking locks at a museum?" "I was hired by someone to look for something." "Like a treasure hunter, with a map and everything. X marks the spot." "Something like that, but without the X. That's what's making it all a bit tedious." "And what is it you're looking for?" He hesitated, thinking of the non-disclosure contract Rosalind Wheeler had made him sign. Jack didn't mind breaking rules, but he didn't like breaking promises. He did like Elodie, though, and he had the strongest sense that he should tell her. "You realize," he said, "that the woman who hired me could kill me for telling you." "I'm intrigued." "And yet not worried for my life, I see." "What if I promise not to tell a soul?" "I never break a promise." Forget Rosalind Wheeler. The urge was going to kill him first. "I'm looking for a stone. A blue diamond." Her eyes widened. "Not the Radcliffe blue." "The what?" She opened her backpack and pulled out an old book with yellowing pages. Edward Radcliffe, His Life and Loves. Jack read the cover aloud. "I've seen his name in the churchyard." This used to be his house, and the Radcliffe blue, as the name suggests, belonged to his family. "I've never heard it called that. My client said the diamond belonged to her grandmother, a woman called Ada Lovegrove." Elodie shook her head, the name evidently unfamiliar. "Edward Radcliffe took the blue from his family's safe in 1862 so his model, Lily Millington, could wear it in a painting. The story goes that she stole it and ran away to America, breaking Radcliffe's heart in the process." Elodie turned carefully through the pages until she reached a colour plate near the centre. She pointed to a painting called La Belle and said, "That's her. That's Lily Millington, Edward Radcliffe's model, and the woman he loved." Looking at the painting, Jack felt an enormous pull of familiarity. And then he realised that, of course, he'd seen the painting many times before, for it was printed on at least half of the bags that he'd seen tourists carrying with them when they left the museum gift shop on Saturdays. Elodie handed him another photograph, taken reverently from her bag. This was the same subject as in the painting, but here, perhaps because it was a photograph, she looked like a woman instead of a goddess. She was beautiful, but beyond that, there was something attractive in the directness with which she stared at the photographer. Jack felt a strange stirring, almost as if he were looking at a picture of someone he knew, someone he cared for deeply. "Where did you get this?" The urgency of his tone had clearly surprised her, and a slight frown of interest tugged at her eyebrows. "At work. It was in a picture frame that belonged to James Stratton, the man whose archives I keep." James Stratton was no one to Jack, and yet the question had formed and was out of his mouth before he even knew that he was going to ask it. "Tell me about him. What did he do? How did he come to have archives worth keeping?" She considered a moment. "No one ever asks me about James Stratton." "I'm interested." And he was, although he couldn't have said quite why, keenly interested. She remained quizzical but pleased. "He was a businessman, very successful. He came from a family of huge wealth and importance, but he was also a social reformer." "How do you mean?" "He fronted a number of those Victorian committees aimed at improving the lives of the poor, and he actually managed to make a difference. He was well connected, articulate, patient and determined. He was kind and giving. He was instrumental in getting the poor laws repealed, providing housing and protecting abandoned children. He worked at every level, lobbying members of parliament, rallying wealthy businessmen to make donations. even working on the streets, handing out food to those who couldn't afford it. He dedicated his life to helping others.
He sounds heroic.
He was. Jack felt the pinch of another question.
What would make someone from a life of privilege take up the cause in such a dedicated way?
He formed an unlikely friendship in his childhood with a little girl who lived in unsavory circumstances.
How did that happen?
For a long time, no one knew. He doesn't mention any of the details in his diaries. We only knew that there was a friendship at all because of a couple of speeches he gave in later life, where he alluded to the relationship.
And now?
Elodie was clearly excited by whatever she was going to tell him next, and Jack couldn't help notice how her eyes brightened when she smiled. I found something the other day. You're the first person I've told. I didn't know what it was initially, but as I read it, I realized. She reached again into her backpack and slid a clear plastic file out of a folder. Inside was a letter written on fine paper, clearly old, creases revealing that it had spent much of its time folded and pressed. Jack began to read. My dearest one and only Jay, what I have to tell you now is my deepest secret. I am going away for a time to America, and I do not know how long I will be gone. I have told no one else, for reasons that will be evident to you, but I approach the journey with great excitement and hope. I cannot say more now, but you are not to worry. I will write again when it is safe to do so. Oh, but I will miss you, my dearest friend. How grateful I am for the day that I climbed through your window, the policeman on my tail, and you gave me the wardrobe. Which of us could have imagined then what lay ahead? My dearest Joe, I have enclosed a photograph, something for you to remember me by. I will miss you more than anything I can imagine missing, and as you know, I would not say such a thing lightly. Until we meet again, then I remain your most grateful and ever-loving BB. He looked up.
She calls him Joe, not James.
A lot of people did. He never used his real name, except for official purposes.
And what about the baby? What does that stand for?
Elodie shook her head. That I don't know. But whatever it stands for, I think the woman who wrote that letter, James Stratton's childhood friend, grew up to be the woman in that photograph, Edward Radcliffe's model.
What makes you so sure?
For one thing, I found the letter sealed within the back of the frame that held the photo. For another, Leonard Gilbert revealed that Lily Millington wasn't the model's real name. And for a third,
I like this theory. It's tight.
I had this other problem. I discovered recently that Edward Radcliffe came to see James Stratton in 1867. Not only that, he left his precious satchel and sketchbook in Stratton's care for safekeeping. The two men weren't connected in any way that I knew of, and at the time, I had no idea what the tie between them could be.
But now you think it's her.
I know it's her. I've never been so certain of anything. I feel it. Do you know? Jack nodded. He did know. Whoever she is, she's the key. Jack was looking at the photograph.
I don't reckon she did it. Steal the diamond, I mean. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Based on what? The photo? Jack wondered how to explain the sudden certainty that had overcome him as he stared at the photograph, the woman meeting his gaze. He was almost sick with it. Thankfully, he was spared having to answer as Elodie continued. I don't think she did either, and neither did Leonard Gilbert, as it turns out. I had a feeling when I was reading his book that his heart wasn't in it, and then I found a second article that he'd published in 1938, where he said that he'd asked his source outright whether she believed that Lily Millington had participated in the robbery, and she told him she knew for a fact that she hadn't.
So it's possible that the diamond really is still here, like my client's grandmother told her.
Well, anything's possible, I guess, although it's been a very long time. What exactly did she tell you? She said that her grandmother had lost something precious, and there was good reason to believe that it was on an estate in England. Her grandmother told her this. In a manner of speaking. She suffered a stroke, and when she started to recover, her words came back to her all in a rush, and she started talking about her life, her childhood, her past, with a great sense of urgency. She spoke about a diamond that was precious to her, that she'd left at the house where she went to school. It was all a bit piecemeal, I gather. But after her grandmother died, my client came across a number of items in her effects that she's convinced were her grandmother's way of telling her where to look for it. Why hadn't the grandmother come to retrieve the diamond herself? It sounds a bit dubious to me. Jack agreed, and I haven't turned up any treasure yet. Her grandmother definitely had a connection to this place, though. When she died, she left a significant legacy to the group who run the museum. It enabled them to set it up. That's why my client was able to organise permission for me to stay here. What did she tell them? That I'm a photojournalist, here for a fortnight, working on an assignment. So she doesn't mind bending the truth. Jack smiled, thinking back to Rosalind Wheeler's terrier manner. I have no doubt that she believes every word of what she told me, and to be fair, there was one piece of evidence that seemed to support the theory. He reached into his pocket and produced his copy of the letter Rosalind Wheeler had emailed the other day. It's from Lucy Radcliffe. He must have been Edward's sister. Right. Written to my client's grandmother in 1939. Elodie skimmed it and then read a paragraph out loud. I was most disturbed by your letter. I don't care what you saw in the newspaper or how it made you feel. I insist that you don't do as you say. Come and visit me, by all means, but you're not to bring it with you. I don't want it. I never want to see it again. It caused great upset for my family and for me. It is yours. It came to you, remember, against all odds, and I wanted you to have it. Think of it as a gift if you must. She looked up. This doesn't actually mention a diamond. No. They could have been talking about anything. He agreed. Do you know what she saw in the paper? Something to do with the blue, perhaps. Perhaps, and we could probably find out. But for now, we're only guessing. Did you mean it when you said you had a map? Jack, noting and liking her use of the word we, told her that he'd be back in a minute and went to fetch the map from the end of his bed inside the malt house. He brought it out to the path and handed it to her. My client put this together, based on Ada Lovegrove's effects and the things she said after her stroke. Elodie opened it out and frowned with concentration. Moments later, she smiled and gave a soft laugh. Oh, Jack, she said. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but this isn't a treasure map. It's the map from a children's story. Which story? Remember the one I mentioned to you yesterday? The story that my great-uncle heard when he was here as a boy in the war, that he told to my mum, who then told it to me. Yes? The places on this map, the clearing in the woods, this fairy mound, the Crofters River bend, they're all from the story. Elodie smiled gently and handed the folded map back to him. Your client's grandmother had a stroke. Maybe it was all just a case of her childhood rushing back upon her. She lifted her shoulders apologetically. I'm afraid I don't have anything more helpful to offer. It is fascinating, though, to think that your client's grandmother knows my family's story. Somehow, I don't think my client's going to be as happy with the coincidence as she was hoping to be when I brought her back a diamond. Sorry about that. Not your fault. I'm sure you didn't mean to shatter an old lady's dreams. She smiled. On that note, and she started reloading her backpack. You've still got a couple of hours before your train leaves. Yes, but I should get going. I've already taken up enough of your time. You're busy. You're right. After I master this map, I thought I'd look for the doorway to Narnia in the back of the wardrobe upstairs. She laughed, and Jack felt it like a personal victory. "You know," he said, pushing his luck, "I was thinking about you last night." She blushed again. "Really? Do you still have that photograph on you? The one of your mum from yesterday?" Elodie was suddenly serious. "Do you think you might know where it was taken?" "It's worth another look. I've spent a fair bit of time combing through the garden on my hunt for the door to fairyland, you know." She passed him the photograph, and one side of her mouth tightened slightly, an endearing sign that despite all odds, she still hoped that he may actually be able to help her. And Jack wanted to be able to help her. You have to stop trying to be everybody's hero, Jack. He had been stalling when he asked to see the photo. He'd hoped to stop her from leaving so soon, but as he looked at it, as he took in the ivy and the hint of a structure and the way the light fell, the answer came to him as clearly as if he'd just been told. "Jack," she said, "what is it?" He smiled and gave the photo back. "Up for a little walk." Elodie walked beside him through the churchyard and stopped when they reached the far corner. He glanced at her, gave a little smile of encouragement, and then wandered away slowly, pretending interest in the other graves. She let out a held breath, for he had been right. It was the scene from the photograph. Elodie could tell at once that this was where the picture had been taken. It had changed very little despite 25 years having passed. Elodie had expected to feel sad, even a little bit resentful. But she didn't. This was a beautiful, peaceful place, and she was glad to think that a young woman whose life was cut suddenly short had spent her last hours in it. For the first time ever, as she stood in the grove of ivy surrounded by the hum of cemetery stillness, Elodie saw clearly that she and her mother were two different women. That she did not have to remain the smaller handprint within the larger one forever. Lauren had been talented and beautiful, and a tremendous success, but it occurred to Elodie that the biggest difference between them was none of those things. It was their approach to life. Where Lauren had lived fearlessly, Elodie always guarded against failure. It struck her now that maybe she needed to let go a bit more often. To try and, yes, occasionally to fail. To accept that life is messy, and sometimes mistakes are made. That sometimes they're not even really mistakes. Because life isn't linear, and it comprises countless small and large decisions every day. Which wasn't to say that loyalty wasn't important, because Elodie believed strenuously that it was. Only, maybe, just maybe, things weren't as black and white as she had always believed. As her father and Tip kept trying to tell her, life was long. Being a human wasn't easy. And who was she to judge anyway? Elodie had spent most of yesterday at a wedding reception venue, nodding politely while well-intentioned women bamboozled her with talk of various types of bonbonniere, and why she didn't want to go that way, as all the while she'd been longing to get back to Birchwood Manor and to an Australian man who seemed to think she would believe he was employed by the museum. She had wondered yesterday when she first showed him Caroline's photograph, why she was oversharing in such an uncharacteristic way. She had convinced herself that it was simply a result of her weariness and the emotion of the day. It had seemed a reasonable theory, and she had almost believed it until today, when she came around the corner from the meadow. "Are you okay?" he asked, peering now at her side. "I'm more okay than I thought I would be." He smiled. "Then, judging by that sky, I reckon we probably ought to think about getting out of here." The first rain, big, fat, drenching drops, fell as they were leaving the churchyard, and Jack said, "I never imagined that it would rain like this in England." "Are you kidding? Rain is what we do best." He laughed, and she felt a jolt of something very pleasant. His arms were wet, and she was overcome with an irresistible urge, a need to reach out and touch his bare skin. Without a word, and although it made no sense, she took his hand, and together they started running back towards the house. 9. It is raining and they have come inside. Not a light shower, but the beginning of a storm. I have been watching it build out there all afternoon, beyond the head of the river, over the distant mountains. There have been many storms in my time at Birchwood. I have become used to the changed, charged atmosphere as air is drawn towards the front. But this storm feels different. It feels like something is going to happen. I am restless and infused with anticipation. My thoughts skip from here to there, picking through the stream of recent conversation, turning over this stone and then that one. I have been thinking about Lucy, who suffered so terribly after Edward's death. It gladdens me to learn that she told Leonard at last that I was not a faithless lover. I care little for the opinions of those I did not know, but Leonard mattered to me, and I am relieved he knew the truth. I have been thinking of Pale Joe, too. For so long I craved to know what became of him. How pleased I am, how proud, to hear of what he achieved, that he took his kindness and influence and his steely sense of justice and put them to work. But oh, how cruel it is to have fallen from his life when I did. And I have been thinking of Edward, as always, and that stormy night spent here, in this house, so many years ago. I miss Edward most on stormy nights. It was his idea that we should come here for the summer, to his house, his beloved twin-gabled house on the river, before travelling on to America. He told me his plan on the evening of his 22nd birthday, as candlelight danced across the night-darkened walls of his studio. "I have something for you," he said, to which I laughed because it was his birthday and not mine. "Yours is next month," he said, waving away my half-hearted protest. "That's near enough. Besides, we do not need reasons to surprise one another, you and I." I insisted nonetheless that I should be allowed to give him my gift first, and held my breath as he began to unwrap the brown paper. For a decade I had been doing just as Lily Millington advised, keeping a small portion of my spoils each week in a hidden place. At first I did not know what I was saving for, only that Lily had told me to do it, and in truth it did not matter, for there is a security to be gained from saving that transcends purpose. As I got older, though, and my father's letters continued to counsel patience, I made myself a promise. If he did not send for me by my 18th birthday, I would buy myself a ticket to America and travel there alone to find him. I would be 18 in June 1862, and had saved almost enough for a single ticket. But since I'd met Edward, my thoughts for the future had shifted. When I saw Pale Joe in April, I asked him where one should go to procure a leather gift of the highest quality. And he sent me to his father's supplier, Mr. Sims on Bond Street. It was there in that shop, which smelled of spice and mystery, that I placed my order. Edward's face when he unwrapped the satchel was worth every ill-gotten, squirreled-away secret penny. He ran his fingertips over the leather, taking in the fine stitching, the embossed initials, and then he opened it and slipped his sketchbook inside. It fitted, as I had hoped it would, like a hand into a glove. Immediately he put the strap over his shoulder, and from that day until the last, I did not see him without the satchel that Mr. Sims had made to my instructions. He moved closer then to where I was standing by the bench of art supplies, his proximity causing my breath to catch, and from the pocket of his coat he took an envelope. "And now," he said softly, the first half of my gift to you. How well he knew me. How well he loved me. For within the envelope lay 2 tickets on a ship making the Atlantic crossing in August. "But Edward," I said, "the cost?" He shook his head. "Sleeping Beauty was beloved. The exhibition was a great success, and it is all down to you." I did little. "No," he said, suddenly serious. "I could not paint without you now. I won't." The tickets were made out in the name of Mr. and Mrs. Radcliffe. "You'll never have to," I promised. "And when we're in America, we will find your father." My mind was racing, planning ahead, picking a pattern through the bright new possibilities, considering the best way to extricate myself from Mrs. Mac and the captain, to avoid letting Martin know until the last, when it came to an abrupt stop. "But Edward," I said, "what about Fanny?" A slight frown line appeared between his eyes. "I will let her down gently. She will be all right. She is young and pretty and wealthy. She will have other suitors begging for the chance to marry her. She will understand in time. It is another good reason for us to go to America. The kindest thing for Fanny. It will allow distance for the dust to settle, for her to spin whatever story she prefers." Edward never said a word that he did not believe with all his heart, and of this too, I know he was convinced. He took my hand in his and kissed it, and when he smiled at me, such was his power of persuasion, I believed that what he said was true. "And now," he said, his smile widening as he took from the bench a large parcel, "the second half of your gift." With his free hand he led me to the cushions on the floor and placed the present, surprisingly heavy, upon my lap. He watched keenly, almost jittery with anticipation, as I started to unwrap it. When I reached the last layer of paper, there, within the shroud, was the most beautiful wall clock that I had ever seen. The box casing and face were both made of finely crafted wood, with Roman numerals inlaid in gold, and delicate hands with tapered arrows. I brushed the palm of my hand across the smooth surface, the luster cast by a nearby candle picking out the grain of the wood. I was overwhelmed by the gift. Living with Mrs. Mac, I had not acquired a single possession of my own, let alone an object of such beauty. But the clock was precious beyond its material value. Its bestowal was Edward's way of demonstrating that he knew me, that he understood who I really was. "Do you like it?" he said. "I love it." "And I love you." He kissed me, but as he withdrew his brows shifted. "What is it? You look as if you've just been handed trouble." And that is precisely how I felt. Almost as soon as I had received the clock, my thrill was replaced by a great covetous need to protect the precious gift. There was no way I could take it near the 7 Dials without Mrs. Mac putting a price upon it. "I think that I should hang it here," I said. "I have another idea. In fact, there is something important that I must talk to you about." Edward had mentioned the house by the river before, and I had observed the way his expression changed, a look of longing coming upon his face, which would have made me envious had we been speaking of another woman. But as he told me now of his need that I should see his house, there was something else underlying his features, a vulnerability that made me want to take him in my arms and soothe whatever distant trials such talk evoked. "I have an idea for my next painting," he said at last. "Tell me." And that is when he relayed to me what had happened to him when he was 14 years old, the night in the woods, the light in the window, his certainty that he had been saved by the house. When I asked him how a house could save a boy, he told me the ancient folk tale of the Eldridge children, that he had learned from his grandfather's gardener, about the queen of the fairies who left the land on the bend of the river blessed and any house that stood upon it lit. "Your house," I whispered. "And yours now, too, where we shall hang your clock so that it can keep count of the days, the weeks, the months, until we return. In fact," he smiled, "I thought we would invite everyone to Birchwood for the summer, before we leave for America. It will be a way of saying goodbye, although they will not know it. What do you say?" What could I say but yes? There was a knock at the door then, and Edward called out, "Yes?" It was his little sister Lucy, whose glance swept the room in an instant, taking in Edward and me, the new satchel on his shoulder, the paper wrapping on the floor, the clock. Not the tickets, though, for at some point, though I did not see it happen, Edward had managed to conceal them. I had noticed before the way she watched, always observing, taking mental notes. It got on the nerves of some. Edward's other sister Claire had little time for Lucy, but there was something about her that reminded me of Lily Millington, the real Lily, an intelligence that made me fond. Edward, too, adored her, and was forever feeding her hungry mind with books. "What do you say, Lucy?" he said now with a grin. "How do you fancy spending summer in the country? At a house on the river, perhaps even a little boat?" "At the house?" Her face lit up even as she darted a look in my direction. I noted the invisible emphasis upon the words, as if they were a secret. Edward laughed. "The very same." "But what if Mother—" "Don't worry about Mother. I'll take care of everything." And when Lucy smiled at him, a look of rapture came upon her face that changed her features completely. I remember everything. Time no longer binds me. My experience of time is no longer bound. Past, present, and future are one. I can slow memories down. I can experience their events again in a flash. But the months of 1862 are different. They gather speed no matter what I do to stop them, rolling like a coin let go at the top of a hill, picking up pace as they hurtle towards the end. When Edward told me about the night of the following, the trees of Hampstead wore only the merest of buds. The branches were all but bare, and the sky was low and grey. Yet, once the tale was told, the summer of Birchwood Manor was already upon us. Part 3. The Summer of Birchwood Manor. Chapter 24. Summer 1862. It was Lucy's first time on a train, and for the half hour since they'd left the station, she had sat very still, trying to decide whether or not she could feel the velocity impacting on her organs. Edward had laughed when she asked if he was worried, and Lucy had pretended she was joking. "Our organs are safe from the railways," he'd said, taking her hand and giving it a squeeze. "It's the well-being of the countryside we should be concerned about." "Better not let Fanny hear you say that." This was Claire, who had a habit of listening in. Edward frowned when she said it but didn't answer. Fanny's father's role in encouraging the spread of train lines across the surface of Britain did not sit well with Edward, who believed that nature should be valued for itself and not in terms of the resources it yielded to those inclined to exploitation. It was not an entirely easy opinion to hold, as Thurston enjoyed pointing out, for a man who intended to marry into railway money. Mother's friend, John Ruskin, went a step further, warning that the push of the railway lines into every hidden corner of the globe was a human folly. "A fool always wants to shorten space and time," he had announced when he was leaving the house in Hampstead the other day.
A wise man wants to lengthen both.
By and by, Lucy stopped thinking about her organs and the vandalism of the countryside and found herself becoming distracted instead by the sheer marvel of it all. At one point, another train travelling in the same direction swept onto an adjoining line, and when she looked across and into the other carriage, it appeared stationary beside her. There was a man sitting adjacent, and their eyes met, and Lucy fell to thinking about time and motion and speed, and began to glimpse the possibility that they weren't actually moving at all, that it was the earth instead that had started to spin rapidly beneath them. Her knowledge of the fixed laws of physics suddenly loosened, and her mind exploded with possibilities. She was overcome with a fierce desire to share her ideas, but when she glanced across the carriage table to where Felix Bernard and his wife Adele were sitting, her excitement fizzled flat. Lucy knew Adele a little, because before she had married Felix, she had used to come to the house to model for Edward. She was in 4 of his paintings, and for a time had been one of his favourites. Lately, she had ambitions to be a photographer herself. Adele and Felix had argued about something at Paddington Station and were now at odds. Adele pretending engrossment in the English Woman's Journal, Felix properly engrossed by the inspection he was carrying out of his new camera. Across the aisle, Claire was making eyes at Thurston, a common enough state of affairs, ever since he'd asked her to model for his new painting. Everybody said that Thurston was very handsome, but he reminded Lucy, with his strutting gait and heavy thighs, of one of grandfather's prize racehorses. He was not returning Claire's attentions, but was focused instead on Edward and his current model, Lily Millington. Lucy followed his gaze. She could understand why they drew his attention. There was something about the way they were together, as if unaware of everybody else in the carriage, that made Lucy want to watch them too. Finding no one available with whom to share her thoughts, Lucy kept them to herself. She decided it was probably for the best. She was eager to make a good impression on Edward's friends, and Claire said that such pronouncements about energy and matter and space and time made her sound as if she belonged in Bedlam. Edward, of course, said the opposite. He said that she had a good brain and that it was important she should use it. What hubris it was, he said, that mankind should think to halve the powers of the human race by ignoring the minds and words of the female half of it. Lucy had pleaded with Mother that she might have a governess, or better yet, be sent to school, but Mother had only looked at her concernedly, felt her forehead for fever, and told her that she was a strange little thing and would do well to put such foolish thoughts aside. Once she had even called Lucy in to see Mr. Ruskin, who was having tea in the parlour, and Lucy had been made to stand by the door as he instructed her gently that a woman's intellect was not for
invention or creation,
but for
sweet ordering, arrangement and decision.
Thank God for Edward, who kept her well supplied with books. Lucy was currently reading a new one, The Chemical History of a Candle, which contained 6 of the Christmas lectures for young people that Michael Faraday had given at the Royal Institution. It offered an interesting enough description of candle flames and combustion, carbon particles and the luminescent zone, and it was a gift from Edward, so Lucy was determined to appreciate every word. But, truth be told, it was a little basic. She'd had it on her lap since they left Paddington, but couldn't bring herself to open it now, letting her thoughts rest instead upon the summer ahead. 4 whole weeks at Birchwood Manor with Edward as chaperone. Ever since Mother had said that, yes, she could go, Lucy had been counting down the days, crossing them off the calendar in her bedroom. She had it on good authority that other mothers might have minded their 13-year-old daughter spending the summer in company with a group of artists and their models, but Bettina Radcliffe was utterly unlike any of the other mothers that Lucy knew. She was a bohemian, according to their grandparents, and since father died had become expert at attaching herself to the travel plans of others. She was spending July on a tour of the Amalfi Coast, ending in Naples where her friends, the Potters, had set up house. Far from worrying that Lucy might be morally corrupted, Mother had been exceedingly grateful to Edward when he suggested that his youngest sister should join him and his friends at Birchwood Manor for the summer, as it meant she would be spared having to endure the grudging largesse of the grandparents. "Which is one less thing to worry about," she'd said airily, before returning excitedly to her packing. There was another reason that Edward wanted Lucy there over the summer. She was the first person he had told when he bought the house. It was January 1861, and he had been away on one of his faraways for 3 weeks, 4 days and 2 hours. Lucy had been reading On the Origin of Species, again, lying across the bed in her room with its dormer window overhanging the street in their house in Hampstead. Suddenly she heard her brother's familiar rhythm on the pavement below. Lucy knew everybody's footfall, the drag of the heavy man who brought the milk, the tick-tick cough of the frail, phlegmy chimney sweep, Claire's trivial scuttle, and Mother's spindle-sharp heels. But her favourite sound was the purpose and promise of Edward's booted tread. Lucy hadn't needed to look through the window for confirmation. She tossed aside her book, flew down all 4 flights of stairs and across the hall, leaping into Edward's arms just as he crossed the threshold into the house. At 12, Lucy had been too old, really, for such behaviour, but she was small for her age, and Edward was easily able to catch her. Lucy adored Edward, and had done so since she was a tiny baby in her crib. She hated it when he went away, leaving her with none but Claire and Mother for company. He was only ever gone for a month or so at a time, but without him the days dragged, and the list of things that she'd been keeping in her head to tell him grew as long as her leg. As soon as she reached his arms, she started her report, each word tripping over the one before it in her rush to account for everything that had happened since he'd left. Usually, Edward listened avidly to her stories before presenting her with the latest treasure he had procured on her behalf, always a book, and always an indulgence of her love for science, history, and mathematics. This time, however, he had held his finger to her lips to silence her and said that her report must wait, for it was his turn to speak. He had done something incredible, he said, and he needed to share it with her at once. Lucy had been intrigued but equally gratified. Claire and Mother were in the house, yet it was she, Lucy, who had been chosen. Edward's attention was like a light being shone, and Lucy basked in its warmth. She went downstairs with him to the kitchen, the one place they could always be sure the others wouldn't bother them. And it was there, as they sat together at the cook's waxed and worn table, that Edward told her about the house he had bought. Twin gables, a country garden, the river and the copse of trees. The description was familiar, even before he said, "It's the one, Lucy, the very one from the night of the following." Lucy had drawn breath then, stars of memory prickling her skin. She had known exactly which house he meant. The night of the following was legend between the two of them. Lucy had only been 5 years old when it happened, but the night was seared onto her memory. She would never forget how strange he was when he finally returned the next morning, his hair all tangled and his eyes wild. It had taken a full day before he would speak about it, but he had told her in the end, the two of them sitting inside the ancient wardrobe in the attic at Beechworth. Lucy was the only person Edward had ever confided in about the night of the following. He had trusted her with his greatest secret, and it had become an emblem of the bond between them. "Are you going to live there?" she said, her mind skipping immediately to the possibility that she might lose him to the countryside. He laughed and brushed his hand through his dark hair. "I've no plans yet beyond possession. They will say it was a madness, Lucy, a madness, and they'll be right. But I know you understand. I had to have it. The house has been calling to me since the night I first saw it. Now, at last, I've answered." Across the aisle, as Lily Millington laughed at something that Edward had said, Lucy regarded her brother's current model. She was beautiful, but Lucy suspected that she might not have realised quite how beautiful without Edward's guidance. That was his gift. Everybody said so. He was able to see things that others did not, and then, through his art, alter his spectators' perceptions so that they could not help but see as well. In the last of his Academy notes, Mr. Ruskin had called this the Radcliffe sensory swindle. As Lucy watched, Edward brushed a gleaming strand of Lily's red hair from her face. He tucked it behind her ear, and the model smiled. It was the sort of smile that hinted at previous conversations, and Lucy felt something unexpected and shivery rise up inside her. The first time that Lucy saw Lily Millington, she had been little more than a haze of fiery red in the glass house at the bottom of the garden. It had been May 1861, and Lucy, a bit short-sighted, had thought at first that she was looking at the leaves of a potted Japanese maple tree through the glass. Edward had a fondness for exotic plants and was forever visiting Mr. Romano on the corner of Willow Road, making sketches of the Italian man's daughters in exchange for samples of the newest plants brought back from the Americas or even the Antipodes. It was one of their many shared passions. For Lucy, too, delighted in these living, breathing visitors from faraway places, wondrous glimpses into parts of the globe quite unlike their own. It was only when Mother told Lucy to take 2 cups of tea down the path on a tray that she realised that Edward had a model in the studio. Her curiosity had been aroused immediately, for she knew who this must be. One could not live within the same house as Edward and fail to partake in the great peaks and troughs of his passions. Some months before, he had fallen into a slump from which it seemed he would not resurrect himself. He had been painting Adele, but had reached a point where he had exhausted the inspiration to be drawn from her small, neat features. "It isn't that her face isn't pleasing," he'd explained to Lucy, pacing back and forth in the studio as she sat upon the rosewood chair by the furnace. "It's only that the space between her pretty ears is vacant." Edward had a theory about beauty. He said that the turn of the nose, the cheekbones and lips, the colour of the eyes, and the way that the hairs curled at the nape of the neck were all well and good, but that what made a person radiate, whether as oil on canvas or as an albumen print on paper, was intelligence. "I don't mean the ability to explain the workings of the internal combustion engine, or to conduct a lesson on how the telegraph sends a message from here to there. I mean that some people have a light inside them, a facility for inquiry and interest and engagement that cannot be fabricated and cannot be counterfeited by the artist, no matter his or her skill." One morning, though, Edward had arrived home with the dawn, an agitation in his step. The house had barely roused when he threw open the door, but as always the house itself registered his arrival. The stillness of the entrance hall, ever sensitive to his presence, began to reverberate as he tossed his coat onto the hook, and when Lucy, Claire and Mother appeared in their night-dresses at the top of the stairs, he held his arms out and declared, with a joyous smile spread wide across his face, that he had found her, the one that he'd been looking for. There was much relief all round as they gathered at the breakfast table to hear his story. The fates, he began, in their infinite wisdom, had put her in his path at Drury Lane. He had spent the evening at the theatre with Thurston Holmes, and it was there, in the crowded, smoky foyer, that he had first caught sight of her. Lucy would later glean during a wine-infused dispute between Edward and Thurston on another matter entirely that it was Thurston who had noticed the fine-limbed, red-haired beauty. He who had observed the way the light caught her hair and rendered her skin alabaster, who had realised that she looked exactly like the subject of the painting that Edward had been planning. It was Thurston, too, who had pulled Edward's shirt-sleeve, swinging him around, thereby breaking off the conversation he'd been having with a fellow to whom he owed some money, in order that his own eyes might lock upon the woman in the deep blue dress. Edward had been spellbound. In that instant, he said he saw his painting complete. While Edward was experiencing this revelation, however, the woman had turned to leave. Without a thought as to what he was doing, he began pushing through the crowd, powered by a spirit quite outside himself. He knew only that he had to reach her. He threaded his way through the busy foyer after the woman, slipping through the side exit and into the street. And thank goodness he had, Edward said, glancing around the breakfast table, for when he finally caught up with her in the laneway, he was just in time to rescue her. At the precise moment that Edward was wending his way through the crowds inside the foyer, a man dressed all in black, a man of most deplorable character, had noticed her alone in the alleyway and hurtled past, ripping an heirloom bracelet from her wrist. Claire and Mother gasped, and Lucy said, "Did you see him?"
"I was too late. Her brother had already set off after the fellow, but did not catch him. He returned just as I came upon her in the alley. He thought at first glance that I was the perpetrator, returned to finish the job, and called 'Stop, thief!' But she explained quickly that I was no thief, and his demeanor changed at once."
The woman had turned then, Edward said, and moonlight illuminated the features of her face, and he saw that he had been right when he had glimpsed her from afar. She was indeed the one that he'd been waiting for. "What did you do next?" Lucy asked, as the parlourmaid brought a fresh pot of breakfast tea.
"I'm afraid that I have no talent for polite intimations," he said. "I simply told her that I had to paint her."
Claire raised her eyebrows.
"And what did she say to that?" "More importantly," said Mother, "what did her brother say?" "He was caught by complete surprise. He asked what I meant, and I explained as best I could. I fear I wasn't as erudite as I might have been. I was still somewhat dazzled." "Did you tell him that you had exhibited at the Royal Academy?" said Mother. "Did you tell him that you had Mr. Ruskin's favour, that your grandfather is titled?"
Edward said he had done all of that and more. He said that he may even have exaggerated their position a little, naming all of the ancient land and titles he had heretofore done his best to ignore. He had even offered to have his own mother, Lady Radcliffe, come to call on their parents to reassure them that their daughter would be in good hands. "I felt it was important, Mother, for the brother made a point of saying that they would need to speak with their parents before any commitment was made. That a respectable woman's reputation could be damaged by her employment as a painter's model." The meeting had been agreed and the parties had said goodnight. Edward had walked along the river afterwards, and then through the dark London streets, sketching the woman's face in his mind. He was so enamoured with her that he had managed to misplace his wallet as he wandered, and had been forced to walk all the way back to Hampstead. When Edward's spirits were elated, no one could avoid being swept into his orbit, and while he related this tale, Lucy, Claire and Mother had listened avidly. As he reached the end, Mother needed to hear no more. She said that of course she would visit Mr. and Mrs. Millington and vouch for Edward. Her lady's maid was set immediately to repairing the moth holes in her finest dress, and a carriage hired to take her down into London. A metallic scream, a fog of smoke, and the train began to slow. Lucy put her face up to the open window and saw that they were drawing into a station. The sign read, Swindon, which she knew was where they were disembarking. The platform was patrolled by a punctilious-looking man with a smart uniform and a shiny whistle that he was not timid in using. A number of porters were milling, waiting for arriving passengers. They alighted from the train, Edward and the other men going straight to the luggage compartments to see about the suitcases and art supplies, all of which, except Lucy's, she refused to be separated from her books, were loaded into a horse-drawn coach and sent on to the village of Birchwood. Lucy had assumed that they would all go by coach too, but Edward said that the day was too perfect to waste. Besides, the house was far better approached from the river than the road. And he was right. It was a glorious day. The sky was lustrous blue, with a clarity that was rarely seen in London, and the air was tinged with country smells like seeding grasses and the tang of sun-warmed manure. Edward led the way, and he did not stick to the roads, taking them instead through wildflower meadows spotted with yellow kingcups, pink foxgloves, and blue forget-me-nots. Delicate white sprays of cow parsley were everywhere, and at times they came upon a meandering stream and had to look for stepping stones in order to cross. It was a long walk, but they did not rush. The 4 hours passed in a flow, broken up by lunch and a paddle in the shallows near Lechlade and a few spots of sketching. The atmosphere was one of frivolity and laughter. Felix had a cloth-wrapped bundle of strawberries which he took from his bag to share. Adele wove wreaths of flowers for all of the women, even Lucy, to wear like crowns. And Thurston disappeared at one stage, only to be found with his hat on his face, fast asleep on the soft green grass beneath a great weeping willow. As the day reached the peak of its heat, Lily Millington, whose long hair fell loose down her back, wrapped it into a shimmering knot and fastened it on the top of her head with Edward's silk scarf. The skin revealed at the nape of her neck was smooth and white as a lily, and made Lucy look away. Near the Halfpenny Bridge, they took the steps down to the water's edge and followed the river east, through the cattle-filled meadow and beyond St. John's Lock. By the time they reached the rim of the woods, the sun, though still providing light, had surrendered its heat. Edward was always talking about light, and Lucy knew he would say that it had lost its yellow. The effect was one that Lucy liked. Without the sheen of yellow, the rest of the world seemed blue. The house, Edward told them, lay on the other side of the woods. He insisted that this was the best way to approach it for the first time, for only when one arrived from the river could the building's true proportions be glimpsed. The explanation was reasonable, and the others didn't question it, but Lucy knew there was more to his thinking than he'd admitted. Inside the woods was the clearing from the night of the following. Edward was leading them along the very path he'd taken that night, when he fled through the trees and fields, beneath the watchful silver stars, and finally spotted the light in the attic calling to him. Within the woods, everyone walked in silent single file. Lucy was aware of the sounds of twigs cracking underfoot and leaves rustling, and odd noises at times in the profuse greenery along the secluded track. The branches of the trees in this pocket were not straight. They grew towards the canopy in wavy ribbons, and their trunks were covered in ferns and lichens. They were oaks, she thought, with hazel and birch among them. The light fell spangled in places, and the air seemed alive with anticipation. When they finally reached the clearing, Lucy could almost hear the leaves breathing. It wasn't difficult to imagine how frightening this place might become in the dead of night. Lucy would never forget how Edward had looked all those years ago, when he finally made it back to their grandparents' house after the night of the following. She glanced ahead, curious to see how he was reacting to being back here now, and was surprised when she saw him reach out to take Lily Millington's hand. They all continued across the clearing and then wended their way through the woods on the other side. Finally the air began to lighten, and with a last scramble up the overgrown bank, they emerged into the open. A wildflower meadow spilled out before them, and beyond it sat a house with twin gables and a splendid display of chimneys. Edward turned around, a look of joyous triumph on his face, and Lucy found herself smiling too. The strange enchantment of the woods had lifted, and the others now began to talk excitedly, as if, having seen the house, the thrilling promise of the summer ahead could finally be tasted. Was it true that there was a rowing boat, they asked. Yes, Edward said. It was inside the field barn over there. He'd had a jetty built especially down at the river. How much of the land was his? All of it, he said, as far as the eye could see. Were there bedrooms overlooking the river? Many of the whole first story was room upon room, and the attic above held more besides. With a loud call to arms, Thurston began to run, and Felix fell in quickly beside him, racing. Claire and Adele linked arms as they started across the meadow. Edward caught Lucy's gaze and winked at her. "Hurry, little sister," he said. "Go and claim the best room for yourself." Lucy grinned and nodded and started bounding after the others. She felt free, more alive than usual, aware of the country air on her face and the lingering warmth of the afternoon sun. The joy of sharing this most important moment with Edward. In such spirit, as she reached the other side of the meadow, she turned back to beckon him. But he wasn't watching after her. He and Lily Millington were walking slowly towards the house, their heads bent close together in deep conversation. Lucy waited to catch his eye. She waved her arm to attract his attention, but all to no avail. At length, she turned around and continued, disappointed, towards the house. And for the first time since they'd set off from Paddington Station early that morning, it occurred to Lucy to wonder where Edward's fiancée Fanny Brown was. Chapter 25. Birchwood Manor was one of those places in which the threads of time slackened and came unstrung. Lucy noticed how quickly the others all slipped into a routine, as if they had been at the house forever, and she wondered whether it was a function of the weather. The stretch of summer days that seemed to go on, the particular collection of people that Edward had gathered, or maybe even something intrinsic to the house itself. She knew what Edward would say to that. Ever since he'd learned the tale of the Eldritch children as a boy, he had been convinced that the land within this bend of the river held special properties. Lucy prided herself on being of a rational persuasion, but she had to admit that there was something unusual about the house. Edward had written ahead to engage a young woman from the village, Emma Stearns, as a maid of all work, to come in early each morning and then to leave after the evening meal had been prepared. On the first night, when they arrived from the railway, traipsing across the wildflower meadow towards the house, Emma had been waiting for them. She had followed Edward's instructions to the letter, and the large iron table in the garden had been covered with a white linen cloth, a tremendous spread laid out upon it. Glass lanterns had been suspended from the lowest branches of the chestnut tree, and as dusk fell, the wicks were lit and the candles began to flicker. Their illumination strengthened with the darkening night, and as the wine flowed, Felix took out his guitar. Adele started to dance while a chorus of robins sang away the last of the day's light, and eventually Edward stood up on the table to recite Keats' Bright Star. The house slept like the dead that night, and everyone woke late the next morning in high spirits. They had all been too tired the evening before to investigate properly, and now ran from room to room exclaiming over this view or that detail. The house had been built by a master craftsman, Edward said proudly, looking on delighted as his friends explored. Every feature had been knowingly included. In Edward's view, such attention to detail made the house truthful, and he loved everything about it. Every piece of furniture, every curtain, every whirl in every floorboard, hewn from the nearby woods. His favourite aspect was an engraving above the door in a room with mulberry fruit and leaf wallpaper. The room was on the ground floor with large windows set into the back wall that made it seem almost part of the garden it overlooked. The engraving read, "Truth, Beauty, Light," and Edward could not stop staring at it in wonder and saying, "You see, this house was meant for me." Over the coming days, Edward sketched the house relentlessly. He went everywhere with his new leather satchel across his shoulder, and could often be seen sitting amongst the long grasses of the meadow, hat upon his head, staring up at the house with an expression of deep contentment, before returning his attention to his work. Lily Millington, Lucy noted, was always by his side. Lucy had asked Edward about Fanny's whereabouts. He had taken her on the first morning, leading her along the halls by hand to show her the Birchwood Manor library. "I thought of you especially when I saw these shelves," he told her. "Look at this collection, Lucy. Books on every subject you could care to mention. It is up to you now to fill your mind with all of the knowledge that the world and its brightest scholars have acquired and published. There will come a time, I know, when women will have the same opportunities afforded men."
How can it not come to pass when women are the smarter and more numerous? Until then, you must take control of your own destiny. Read, remember, think.
Edward did not make such declarations insincerely, and Lucy promised that she would do as he said. "You can trust me," she replied solemnly. "I will read every book on every shelf before this summer is over." He laughed when she said it.
Well, perhaps there's no need to work quite so quickly as that. There'll be other summers. Make sure you leave enough time to enjoy the river and the gardens.
Of course. And then, because the conversation had reached a natural lull, "Are we expecting Fanny to join us?"
Edward's demeanour did not change, but he said, "No, Fanny isn't coming."
And then he moved at once to point out a nook beside the fireplace that he suggested would be perfect for concealed reading.
"No one would ever know that you were in there, and I have it on good authority that reading when hidden improves the experience immeasurably."
Lucy had let the subject of Fanny drop. Later she would wish that she had probed further, asked a few more questions, but in truth, she did not much care for Fanny and was glad that she wouldn't be joining them. At the time, Edward's perfunctory, almost dismissive response had said it all. Fanny was a bore. She commandeered Edward's attention and tried to make him someone he was not. As a fiancée, she was far more threatening to Lucy than a model. Models came and went, but marriage was forever. Marriage meant a new house for Edward somewhere else. Lucy couldn't imagine living without her brother, and she couldn't imagine what it would be like for him to have to live with Fanny. Lucy had no plans for marriage, not unless the perfect person happened along. Her ideal husband, she had decided, would be someone just like herself, or Edward, and they would be very happy, the two of them, alone together forever. Edward had been right about the library. It was as if it had been designed and stocked with Lucy in mind. Shelves lined the walls, and unlike the collection at their grandparents' house, which comprised copious religious tracts and pamphlets protecting against the commission of social solecisms, here were real books. The previous owners of Birchwood Manor had amassed a tremendous amount of material on all manner of fascinating subjects, and where there were gaps, Edward had sent to London for further titles. Lucy spent every spare moment scaling the sliding ladder, scanning the spines and planning the summer weeks that stretched ahead, and she had many spare moments to fill, because from the first day that they arrived, she was left to her own devices. Even as they had carried out their initial explorations of the house, each artist had been focused on finding the perfect place in which to work. There was an added urgency to their quest, for just before they left for Birchwood, Mr. Ruskin had undertaken to support an exhibition of their collective works in the autumn. Each member of the Magenta Brotherhood had a new creation in mind, and the air was thus infused with a blend of creativity, competition, and possibility. Once the rooms had been chosen, each painter fell at once to unpacking the art supplies that had come by coach from the railway station. Thurston chose the large sitting room at the front of the house because he said that the south-facing window afforded him the perfect light. Lucy tried to stay out of his way, partly because she found Thurston inexplicably disconcerting, and partly because she was embarrassed to have to see her sister's big mooning eyes. Lucy had chanced upon Claire modelling when the door was open and had needed to run through the meadow at full speed afterwards just to rid herself of the uncomfortable creeping sensation. Lucy had glimpsed the painting before she left. It was fine, of course, even if still in its earliest incarnation, for Thurston was a competent technician, but something had struck her as notable. The woman in the painting, though she shared the languid position that Claire was modelling, draped with ennui over the chaise longue, had been given lips that belonged unmistakably to Lily Millington. Felix had commandeered the small enclosure of the panelled drawing room on the ground floor, and when Edward pointed out that it had hardly any light at all, he had agreed eagerly and said that this was the point. Felix, who had heretofore been known for painting moody scenes from myth and legend, now declared an intention to use photography rather than paint to portray the same subjects. "I am going to make an image of Tennyson's Lady of Shalott to rival Mr. Robinson's. Your river is perfect. It even has the willows and aspens on offer. It shall be Camelot, you'll see." Fierce debate had been raging ever since amongst the group as to whether it was possible to render the same artistic effect in the new medium. At dinner one night, Thurston said that photographs were a gimmick.
"A cheap trick. All well and good for creating reminders of loved ones, but not for communicating on a serious subject."
At which point Felix had taken a button from his pocket, a small tin badge, and flipped it over in his fingers.
"Tell that to Abraham Lincoln," he said. "Tens of thousands of these have been given away. There are people all over the continent of America wearing the man's face, his very image, on their clothing. Once we wouldn't have known what Lincoln looked like, let alone what he thought. Now he has 40% of the vote."
"Why didn't his opponents do the same thing?" asked Adele.
"They tried, but it was too late. He who acts first wins. But I'll promise you this. We won't see another election in which the candidates don't trade on their image."
Thurston took the tin badge and flipped it like a coin.
"I'm not denying that it's a useful political tool," he said, slapping the badge down on the top of one hand. "But you can't tell me that this is art."
He lifted his palm to reveal Lincoln's face.
"Not that particular button, no, but think of Roger Fenton's work."
"The Crimean pictures are extraordinary," Edward agreed. "And certainly the communication of a serious subject."
"But not art."
Thurston poured the last of the red wine into his glass.
"I will allow that photographs are useful tools for reporting news and happenings, for performing as the
eye of history?" Lily Millington proffered.
"Yes, thank you, Lily, the eye of history. But art, they are not."
Lucy, sitting quietly at the end of the table, enjoying a second serving of pudding, loved the idea of the photograph as the eye of history. So often in her own reading about the past, and in the digging she had been doing in the woods behind the house, where she had started turning up odd and ancient remnants, she was frustrated by the need to extrapolate and imagine. What a gift it was to future generations that photographs could now record the truth. Lucy had read an article in the London Review that referred to the unimpeachable evidence of the photograph, and said that from now on, nothing would happen without photography being used to create a tangible, transferable memory of the occurrence. Lucy looked up so sharply that a dollop of cream fell from her spoon. It was Lily Millington who had taken the words right out of Lucy's mouth. That is, she had taken the London Review's words right out of Lucy's mind.
"Just so, Lily," Felix was saying. "One day the photographic image will be ubiquitous. Cameras will be so small and compact that people will carry them on straps around their necks."
Thurston rolled his eyes.
"And their necks will be stronger too, I suppose, these Amazonian people of the future. Felix, you're making my point with your talk of ubiquity. Having a camera to point does not an artist make. An artist is a man who sees beauty in a sulfuric fog where others see only pollution."
"Or a woman," said Lily Millington.
"Why would anybody see a woman in pollution?"
Thurston stopped as he realized what she meant.
"Oh, I see. Yes, very good, Lily, very good. Or a lady who sees beauty."
Claire chimed in then with the self-evident observation that there was no colour in a photograph, and Felix explained that this simply meant he would have to use light and shadow, framing and composition, to evoke the same emotions. But Lucy was only half listening now. She couldn't stop looking at Lily Millington. She did not think she had ever heard the other models say anything sensible, let alone show up Thurston homes. Lucy had imagined, if she had given it any thought at all, that Edward would exhaust the inspiration he had drawn from Lily Millington, just as he had grown tired of the other models who came before her. But she glimpsed now that Lily Millington was different from the others after all, that she was a different kind of model entirely. Lily Millington and Edward spent each day squirreled away in the mulberry room, where Edward had set up his easel. He was working diligently. Lucy recognised the look of distracted inspiration that came upon his features when he was in the process of creating a painting. But so far he had been unusually circumspect about his planned piece. Lucy had thought at first that this must be an effect of his contretemps with Mr. Ruskin after the latter's lack of support the previous year when Edward exhibited the La Belle painting. Between Ruskin's appraisal of the work and Mr. Charles Dickens' reporting of it, Edward had been left fuming. When the review was printed, he had stormed down to his studio in the back garden and set fire to every work penned by Mr. Dickens, along with his prized copy of Mr. Ruskin's Modern Painters. Lucy, who had lined up at W.H. Smith & Son every week between December 1860 and August 1861 in order to purchase the latest instalment of Great Expectations, had to hide her treasured copies of All the Year Round, lest they too should be sacrificed to his fury. Now, though, she had begun to wonder if there was something else at play. It was hard to say what it was exactly, but there was an element of secrecy that surrounded Edward and Lily Millington when they were together. And just the other day, Lucy had approached her brother when he was working in his sketchbook, and as soon as he realised that she was beside him, he'd snapped it shut. Not before she'd caught a glimpse, though, of a detailed study of Lily Millington's face. Edward did not like to be watched when he worked, but it was highly unusual for him to behave with quite so much furtiveness. It seemed particularly unwarranted in this case, because what was there to hide in a study of his model's features? The sketch had been like any of the 100 others that Lucy had already seen on his studio wall. Except for the pendant necklace she was wearing. Other than that, it was just the same. Whatever the case, Edward was much intent upon his work, and so, while the others were busy during the day, and Emma was occupied by her many tasks, Lucy took possession of the library. She had told Edward that she would pace herself, but she had no intention of doing any such thing. Each day she chose a clutch of books, and then took them outside with her to read. Sometimes she read in the barn, other times beneath the ferns in the garden, and on days when there was too much breeze for Felix to attempt to shoot the Lady of Shalott, when he had stalked about the dawn meadow with a finger lifted to assess the prevailing wind, and then returned to the house with his hands thrust deep and disconsolately in his pockets, she would sit in a little rowing boat, moored down at Edward's new jetty. They had been at Birchwood for almost 2 weeks when she came across a particularly ancient and dusty book, its covers hanging by threads. It had been pushed to the back of the very top library shelf, hidden from view. Lucy paused on the ladder and opened to the book's title page, where it was announced in elaborate font that the book was called Demonology, in form of a dialogue, divided into 3 books, and that it had been printed in Edinburgh by Robert Waldegrave, printer to the King's Majesty, in the year 1597. A book on necromancy and ancient black magic, written by the King, who had also brought them the plain English Bible, was of more than passing interest to Lucy, and she put it under her arm and climbed down the ladder. She took a number of books with her that day when she set off for the river, along with her lunch, wrapped in cloth. The morning was hot and as clear as glass, and the air smelled like drying wheat and secret muddy underground things. Lucy climbed into the boat and rowed herself upstream. Although it wasn't still enough for Felix to make his photographic exposure, it was not windy, and Lucy planned to let the boat drift slowly back towards Edward's jetty. She stopped rowing as she neared St. John's Lock and took up On Liberty. It wasn't until after 1 o'clock that she finished with John Stuart Mill and opened Demonology. and she did not get far with King James's explanation as to the reasons for persecuting witches in a Christian society, because beyond the first few pages, she discovered that the book had been hollowed out to create a cavity. Inside were a number of sheets of paper folded and tied with a length of twine. She undid the knot and opened the pages. The first was a letter, very old, dated 1586, and written in such faded, scratchy writing that she did not even attempt at once to read it. The other pages were drawings, designs for the house, Lucy realised, remembering that Edward had said that it was built during the reign of Elizabeth. Lucy was thrilled, not because she had any particular interest in architecture, but because she knew that Edward would be delighted, and anything that earned his pleasure made her glad. As she studied the designs, though, she noticed in them something unusual. There were sketches of what the house would look like, the twin gables, the chimneys, the rooms that Lucy now recognised. But there was an additional layer, inscribed on the most transparent of paper, which overlaid the first. When Lucy put it on top and lined them up, she noticed that it showed 2 additional rooms, both of them tiny, far too small to be bedrooms, or even antechambers. Neither of them had she come across in her explorations. She frowned, lifting the fine paper and then replacing it in a slightly different position, trying to get a sense of what the rooms might be. The boat had come to rest by now in a small inlet, its prow nosing into the grassy riverbank, and Lucy folded the floor plan away, taking up the letter in the hope that it might shed some light. It was written by a man called Nicholas Owen, the name vaguely familiar to Lucy, perhaps from something she had read. The writing was of elaborate historical style, but she managed to pick out some of the words. Protect. Priests. Holes. Lucy gasped as she realised what the plan revealed. She had read, of course, about the measures taken against Catholic priests after Queen Elizabeth ascended to the throne. She knew that a great many houses had a secret chamber built into them, whether within the walls or beneath the floors, in order to shelter persecuted priests. But to think that there were 1, maybe even 2, here at Birchwood Manor was beyond thrilling. Even more exciting, it seemed probable to Lucy that Edward had no idea about the secret hideaways, for surely if he had, it would have been one of the first things he'd have told them all. Which meant that she was going to be able to share something wonderful with him about the house that he loved. Edward's truthful house had a secret. Lucy couldn't get the boat back to the jetty quickly enough. She tied it up, gathered her books beneath her arm, and started running towards the house. Although she did not often give herself over to glee, and rarely to singing, she found herself humming one of Mother's favourite dance tunes as she ran and took it up with gusto. Arriving back at the house, she went first to the mulberry room, for although Edward did not like to be disturbed while he was working, she was certain that under these circumstances he would make an exception. The room was unattended. A silk cloth had been draped over the canvas, and Lucy vacillated briefly before deciding that she didn't have the time to spare. Next, she looked upstairs in the bedroom that he had chosen for himself, overlooking the woods, but there was no sign. She ran along the hallways, peeking into each room that she passed, even braving an eyeful of Claire's longing simper when she checked inside the front sitting room. In the kitchen, she found Emma preparing the evening meal, but when asked after Edward's whereabouts, the maid only lifted her left shoulder before launching into an admonishment of Thurston, who had developed a most unpleasant habit of climbing onto the rooftop of a morning and using the Napoleonic war rifle he had brought with him from London to take aim at the birds. "It's a terrible racket," said Emma. "I mean, maybe if he stood a chance of bringing down a duck that I could roast. But his aim's no good. And anyway, he takes shot at the smaller birds that don't make for proper eating." It was a familiar lament, and Edward had asked Thurston many times to stop, warning him that he might shoot one of the farmers by mistake and find himself up on charges of murder. "I'll tell Edward as soon as I find him," said Lucy in her best attempt at placation. They had formed a bond of sorts, she and Emma, during the course of the fortnight. Lucy had a feeling that the maid had her pegged as the only other normal person in the house. As the artists and models flew in and out of the kitchen in loose costumes and with paintbrushes tucked behind their ears, Emma seemed to save all of her head-shakings and tut-tuts for Lucy, as if they were kindred spirits caught in a current of madness. Today, though, Lucy could spare Emma only the minimum of attention. "I promise I'll tell him," she said again, already on the move, skipping sideways and through the front door into the garden. But Edward was in none of his favourite outdoor places, and Lucy was almost dying with frustration when she finally spotted Lily Millington about to leave the garden by the front gate that opened out onto the lane. The sun was catching her hair so that it looked ablaze. "Lily!" she called. At first the model did not appear to hear her, so she called again, louder. "Lily!" Lily Millington turned around, and perhaps she had been far away in her thoughts, for her expression was as if she had been surprised by the sound of her own name. "Why, hello there, Lucy," she said with a smile. "I'm looking for Edward. Have you seen him anywhere?" "He went to the woods. He said he'd gone to see a man about a dog." "Are you meeting him there?" Lucy had noticed that Lily Millington was wearing walking boots and carrying a bag over her shoulder. "No, I'm off to the village to see a man about a stamp." She held up an addressed envelope. "Fancy a walk?" With no chance to tell Edward what she had discovered about the house, Lucy decided that it was better to fill her afternoon with an activity than to wait around cooling her heels. They strolled along the laneway, past a church on the corner and into the village. The small post office was next door to a public house called the Swan. "I'll wait here," said Lucy, who had seen an interesting stone structure over where the roads crossed and wanted to have a closer look. Lily did not take long, emerging from the post office with her letter in hand, a stamp now affixed on its corner. Whatever she was posting was heavy enough to require a 2-penny blue, Lucy noted, and was addressed to someone in London. Lily slipped it into the post box, and they started the short walk back to Birchwood Manor. Lucy did not have the art of small talk, not like Claire and Mother, and she wondered what one was supposed to say to fill the silence in such a situation. Not that she believed silence needed filling, not generally, only that something about Lily Millington made Lucy wish to appear more grown up, more clever, more significant than usual. For some reason that would require unpicking later, it seemed important that she should appear as more than simply Edward's little sister. "Lovely weather," she said, causing herself to cringe into her collar. "Enjoy it while it lasts," said Lily. "It's going to storm tonight." "How can you tell?" "I have a rare and wondrous ability to read the future." Lucy glanced at her. Lily Millington smiled. "I have an interest in synoptic charts and chanced to see one in a copy of the Times on the postmaster's desk." "You know about weather forecasting?" "Only what I've heard from Robert Fitzroy." "You've met Robert Fitzroy?" Friend to Charles Darwin, commander of the HMS Beagle, inventor of barometers, and the first ever meteorological statist to the Board of Trade. "I've heard him speak. He's the friend of a friend. He's working on a book about weather that sounds very promising." "Did you ever hear him speak about the sinking of the Royal Charter and the creation of the Fitzroy Storm Barometer?" "Of course. It's quite remarkable." As Lily Millington launched into a fascinating account of the theory behind Fitzroy's forecasting charts and the science behind his storm glasses, Lucy listened with an avid 97% of her attention. With the other 3%, she wondered whether it was too much to hope that when Edward lost interest in this model, Lucy would be able to keep Lily Millington for herself. Lily Millington had been right about the storm. The stretch of perfect summer weather came to an abrupt end late that afternoon, sunlight disappearing from the sky as suddenly and surely as if someone had blown out the flame within the world's lamp. Lucy didn't notice though, for she was already sitting in the dark, secreted within a hidden cavity beneath the skin of Edward's house. She had spent a most exciting afternoon. After they arrived back from the post office, Lily Millington had decided to walk down to the woods to rendezvous with Edward. Emma, still busy in the kitchen, was happy to report that Thurston, Claire, Adele and Felix had taken a picnic tea to share by the river and were planning afterwards to swim, and that she herself was ahead of schedule with the dinner preparations and, if there was nothing that Lucy was wanting, was going to pop back home for an hour or so to put my feet up. With the house to herself, Lucy knew precisely how she was going to spend her time. The initial thrill of discovery had dissipated, and in its wake lay the realization that it would be a terrible folly to rush now into telling Edward about the priest holes. The floor plans were centuries old. It was entirely possible that the chambers had been sealed up years before, or else that the plans, though mooted, had never been put into place. How embarrassing it would be to make a big announcement only to discover herself in error. Lucy did not like making errors. Far better to investigate the secret hideaways herself first. Once Emma had been sent packing, and Lily Millington was little more than a flame-coloured speck on the far side of the meadow, Lucy pulled out the floor plans. The first chamber appeared to form part of the main staircase, which seemed so unlikely that Lucy thought initially that she must have been reading the plan incorrectly. She had climbed the staircase at least 100 times by now, and sat to read more than once on the elegant bentwood chair by the window. Aside from a pleasant warmth where the stairs made their turn, she hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. Only when she fetched the magnifying glass from the cedar desk in the library and began to decipher the letter did Lucy find the instruction that she'd been lacking. There was a trick step, the letter said. The first rise after the landing had been constructed so that it tilted, when triggered properly, to reveal the entrance to a small secret chamber. But be warned, continued the letter, for the design of the trapdoor was such that in order to remain discreet, the hidden mechanism could only be triggered from the outside. It was like something out of one of those newspaper serials for schoolboys, and Lucy ran to investigate, pushing aside the chair as she knelt on the floor. There was nothing visible to suggest that the staircase was anything other than it appeared, and she frowned again at the letter. She studied the description, which included a sketch of a spring-operated latch, and then smiled to herself. Pressing each corner of the wooden rise in turn, she held her breath until finally she heard a small click and noticed that the panel had jutted out of position slightly at the base. She slipped her fingers into the newly revealed crack and lifted, sliding it into a recess beneath the next step. A slim, sly opening was revealed, large enough just to fit a man carrying no extra weight. Lucy only considered for a split second before slipping down into the cavity. The space was tight, not high enough for her to sit unless her head was bent so far forwards that her chin was touching her chest, and so she lay down flat. The air inside was stale and close. The floor was warm to the touch, and Lucy supposed that the chimney from the kitchen must run at an angle beneath it. She lay very still, listening. It was startlingly quiet. She shuffled sideways and pressed her ear against the wall. Dead wooden silence. Solid, as if there were layers of bricks on the other side. Lucy tried to envisage the design of the house, wondering how that could be. As she did, the realization that she was lying in a secret chamber designed to keep a man concealed from enemies bent on his destruction, with a trap door that might ease closed at any moment, leaving her alone in a pitch-black space, drowning in thick, broiling air, no one aware of what she'd found and where she'd gone, began to push in on her from all sides. She felt a sudden panic, constricting her lungs, her breaths becoming short and loud, and she scrabbled into a crouched position as quickly as she could, hitting her head on the ceiling of the chamber in her rush to get free. The second hideaway was in the hallway, and that was where Lucy was now. It was a very different prospect, a concealment within the wainscoting tucked behind an ingenious recessed sliding panel that could be opened, thankfully, from inside or out. The space inside was not large, but it had a different feeling entirely from the stairwell chamber. There was something comforting about this hiding place. It was not truly dark, for one thing, Lucy noticed, and the chamber's panel was thin enough that she could hear through it. She had heard when the others returned from the river, laughing as they chased one another through the halls. She had heard, too, when Felix and Adele had their hissed spat about a joke, according to him, that had gone wrong, according to her. And she had heard the first great clap of thunder that rolled up the river and seized the house. Lucy had just decided to climb out of the space and had her ear pressed close against the panel to make sure there was no one in the hallway to see her appear and discover her secret, when she picked out Edward's footfalls approaching. She considered emerging into his path and surprising him, and was wondering whether it might not be the perfect way to reveal to him the priest holes, when she heard him say, "Come here, wife." Lucy stopped still, her hands on the panel. "What is it, husband?" Lily Millington's voice. "Closer than that." "Like this?" Lucy leaned against the panel, listening. They did not say anything else, but Edward laughed softly. There was an edge of surprise to it, as if he had just been told something unexpected but pleasing, and someone inhaled sharply. And then... nothing. Inside the hiding place, Lucy realized that she was holding her breath. She released it. 2 seconds later, everything went black, and a great rumble of thunder shook the house and the ancient earth beneath it. The others were already in the dining room by the time Lucy arrived. A candelabrum stood in the middle of the unlaid table, 9 long white tapers smoking towards the ceiling. The wind had picked up outside, and although it was summer, the night was cool. Someone had lit a small fire, which flickered and popped in the grate, and Edward and Lily Millington were sitting by it. Lucy went to the mahogany armchair on the other side of the room. "Well, I'm not frightened of ghosts," Adele was saying, perched beside Claire on the tapestry-covered sofa that ran against the longer wall. It was a topic to which the pair returned frequently. "They are simply poor trapped souls, seeking to be set free. I think we should try some table turning. See if we can invite one in to join us."
"Do you have a talking board with you?"
Adele frowned. "I don't." Edward had his head bowed close to Lily Millington's, and Lucy could see his lips moving as he spoke. Lily Millington was nodding every so often, and as Lucy watched, she reached up to run her fingertips along the edge of his blue silk neck scarf.
"I'm famished,"
said Thurston, pacing behind the table.
"Where on earth is that girl?"
Lucy remembered Emma saying that she was going home to put her feet up. "She planned to be back in time to serve the dinner."
"Then she's late." "Perhaps the storm has waylaid her."
Felix, standing by the rain-streaked window, craned to see something up on the eave.
"It's bucketing down. The drain's already overflowing."
Lucy glanced again at Edward and Lily. It was possible, of course, that she had misheard them in the hallway. More likely, though, that she had simply misunderstood. The Magenta Brotherhood were always adopting different pet names for one another. For a time, Adele had been Puss, because Edward painted her in a scene with a tiger, and Claire had once been Rosie, after Thurston made an unfortunate miscalculation with his pigments and gave her too much flush in her cheeks. Every self-respecting house has a ghost these days. Claire shrugged.
"I haven't seen one yet."
"Seen?" said Adele. "Don't be so old-fashioned. Everybody nowadays knows that ghosts are invisible."
Or translucent?
Felix turned back to face them.
As in Mumler's photographs?
And A Christmas Carol. Lucy remembered the description of Marley's ghost dragging his chains and padlocks, the way Scrooge could look right through him to the buttons on the back of his coat.
I suppose we could make a talking board of our own, said Claire. It's only some letters and a glass.
That's true. The ghost will do the rest. No, said Edward, looking up. No talking board, no table turning.
Oh, Edward,
Claire pouted.
Don't spoil the fun. Aren't you curious? You might have your very own ghost here at Birchwood, just waiting to introduce herself.
I don't need a talking board to tell me that there's a presence in this house. Whatever do you mean? Said Adele.
Yes, Edward.
This was Claire standing now.
What do you mean?
For a split second, Lucy thought that he was going to tell them all about the night of the following, and her eyes pricked with tears. It was their secret. But he didn't. He told them instead the story of the Eldritch children, the folk tale about the 3 mysterious children who, according to legend, had long ago appeared in the field by the woods, confusing local farmers with their skin that glowed and their long, gleaming hair. Lucy could have laughed with relief. The others listened spellbound as Edward brought the tale to life. The village people so eager to blame the strange young outsiders when crops failed and the family members sickened. The kind old couple who took the children under their wing, moving them to the safety of a small stone croft within a bend of the river. The angry group that stormed the site one night, their torches lit and their bellies filled with fire. And then, at the last moment, the otherworldly sound of the horn on the wind and the appearance of the luminous fairy queen. That's what I'm painting for the exhibition. The fairy queen, protector of the realm, rescuer of the children. At the very point where the doorway between worlds can be opened. He smiled at Lily Millington. I've wanted to paint her forever. And now that I've finally found her, I can. There was much enthusiasm from the others, and then Felix said, You've just given me the most wonderful idea. It has become abundantly clear over the past fortnight that the day will never come when a breeze does not blow down that river of yours. As if to underline the point, a great gust rattled the glass window panes in their frames and made the fire hiss in the grate. I am ready to retire the Lady of Shalott for a time. I say instead that we stage a photograph, all of us, just as Edward described, the fairy queen and her 3 children.
But that's 4 characters, and there are only 3 models here, said Claire. Are you suggesting that Edward should dress in the part of one?
Or Thurston, said Adele with a laugh.
I mean Lucy, of course. But Lucy isn't a model.
She's even better.
She's a genuine child.
Lucy felt her cheeks heat at the prospect that she might be asked to serve as a model in one of Felix's photographs. He had taken images of all of them over the past fortnight, but only for practice and not as proper works of art, not for possible display in Mr. Ruskin's exhibition. Claire said something, but it was drowned out by a crack of thunder so loud that the house shook. And then,
That settles it,
said Felix, and talk fell to costumes, how garlands might be made, whether gauze would be used to help create the effect that the Eldritch children were glowing. Thurston moved closer to Edward.
You said that there were ghosts here at Birchwood Manor, but then told us a story about a fairy queen rescuing her children.
I did not say that there were ghosts. I said there was a presence, and I haven't reached the end of the story yet.
Go on, then.
When the Queen arrived to take her children back to Fairyland, she was so grateful to the old human couple who had protected them that she cast an enchantment across their home and lands. To this day, it is said that a light can be glimpsed at times in the uppermost window of any house that stands upon this plot of land. The presence of the eldritch people.
A light in the window.
That's what they say.
Have you ever seen it?
Edward did not answer at once, and Lucy knew then that he was thinking of the night of the following. Thurston pressed.
You wrote to me when you purchased Birchwood Manor and told me that the house had called to you for a long time. I did not know then what you meant, and you said that you would tell me the next time we met. By then, though, you had other things on your mind.
His glance swept sideways, briefly to land on Lily Millington, who met it directly and without even the glimmer of a smile.
Is it true, Edward?
Said Claire from the other side of the table.
Did you see a light in the window?
Edward did not answer at once, and Lucy could have kicked Claire hard in the shins for putting him on the spot like that. She could still remember how frightened he'd been after the night of the following, his pale skin and the dark shadows beneath his eyes after standing watch all night in the attic, waiting to see whether whatever had followed him would find him in the house. She tried to catch his eye, to signal to him that she understood, but he was focused on Lily Millington. He was reading her face, as if they were the only two people in the room. "Should I tell them?" he said. Lily Millington took his hand. "Only if you wish to." With a slight nod and a smile that made him look younger, he began to speak. "Many years ago, when I was a boy, I ventured into these woods alone at night, and something terrifying." Suddenly, there came a loud rapping on the front door. Claire squealed and clutched Adele.
"It must be Emma,"
said Felix.
"About time,"
said Thurston. "But why would Emma knock?" asked Lily Millington. "She never has before." The knock came again, louder this time, and then the hinge-creaking sound of the front door being pushed wide open. In the flickering glow of the candles, they all glanced at one another, waiting as footsteps sounded down the passage. As a flash of lightning silvered the outside world, the door flew open and a gust of wind shot through, throwing shadows with teeth along the walls. There, on the threshold, in the green velvet dress that she had worn to have her portrait painted, stood Edward's fiancée.
"So sorry I'm late,"
Fanny said as thunder growled past her.
"I hope I haven't missed anything important."
Chapter 26. Fanny stepped into the room and began to remove her travelling gloves, and with her came an invisible but potent change. Lucy wasn't sure how exactly, but after a stretched moment of suspension, the others all fell at once into action, as if their movements had been choreographed beforehand. Claire and Adele became emphatically involved in a close conversation on the sofa, each keeping one ear carefully tuned to happenings beyond their coterie. Felix returned his attention to the downpipe outside the window. Thurston spoke loudly and generally to the room about his hunger and the difficulty in finding good help these days, and Lily Millington excused herself, muttering something about cheese and bread for supper as she left the room. Edward, meanwhile, went to Fanny and began to help her with her dripping coat. But Lucy had not received the cue. Instead, she sat lumpen on the armchair, looking left and right for someone to whom she could attach herself. Finding no relief, she stood awkwardly and made a slow, blinkered walk towards the door, easing past Fanny, who was saying,
"A glass of wine, Edward. Red wine. The journey from London was excruciating."
Lucy found herself heading towards the kitchen. Lily Millington was at Emma's large wooden table cutting slices from a wheel of cheddar. She looked up as Lucy appeared at the doorway. "Hungry?" Lucy realised that she was hungry. With all of the excitement of the day, the finding of the floor plans, the hunt for Edward, the discovery of the priest holes, she had forgotten all about tea. Now she took up the serrated bread knife and started slicing thick slabs from the loaf. Lily had lighted the tallow lamp that Emma preferred to work by, and the greasy beef smell permeated the room. It was not a pleasant odour, but its familiarity on such a night, as the rain continued in sheets outside and dynamics shifted slyly inside, was welcome, and Lucy experienced an unexpected pang of nostalgia. She felt very young suddenly, and longed for nothing more than to be a small child again, for whom everything was black and white, and whose bed was even now being prepared by Nanny, a brass warming pan slipped beneath the covers to shoo away the cold and the damp. "Do you want to see a trick?" Lily Millington did not pause in her cheese-slicing task, and Lucy was so far away with her thoughts that she wondered if she might have misheard. Lily Millington looked up at her then, and seemed to stare. She reached across the table, a slight quizzical frown on her brow, and with her outstretched fingers took something gently from behind Lucy's ear. She opened her hand, and a silver coin lay in her palm. "A shilling! Lucky me. I'll have to check you more often." "How did you do that?" "Magic." Lucy's fingers went quickly to the skin behind her ear. "Will you tell me how to do it?" "I'll think about it." Lily took a few slices of bread from Lucy's board. "Sandwich?" She'd made one for herself too, and now went to sit on the end of the table nearest the front window. "Cook's prerogative," she said, when she noticed Lucy watching. "I see no reason that we should rush back. The others have enough to keep them occupied. They'll not starve." "Thurston said that he was famished." "Did he?" Lily Millington took a deep, satisfied bite of her sandwich. Lucy went to sit beside Lily Millington on the table end. Outside, through the window, a rift between clouds revealed a small patch of clear sky above the storm. Within it, a few faraway stars twinkled. "Do you think that we will ever know how the stars were formed?" asked Lucy. "Yes." "Really? How can you be so sure?" "Because a chemist called Bunsen and a physicist named Kirchhoff have worked out how to use the spectrum produced when sunlight passes through a prism to name the chemicals present in the sun." "And the stars?" "They say that it follows." Lily Millington was also staring up at the distant sky now, her profile illuminated by the hazy light of the tallow lamp. "My father used to tell me that I was born under a lucky star." "A lucky star?" "An old sailor's superstition." "Your father was a sailor?" "He was a clockmaker, once upon a time. A very good one. He used to repair the collection of a retired sea captain out in Greenwich, and it was there that his mind was filled with seafaring superstitions. It was in Greenwich that I first looked through a telescope." "What did you see?" "I was very fortunate, for Neptune had just been found, a planet both new and ancient at once." Lucy wished that her father had been a clockmaker who had taken her with him to the Royal Observatory. "My father died when I was only a child. He had a run-in with a carriage." Lily Millington turned and smiled at her. "Then let us hope that we have better luck than they did." She inclined her head towards the table. "In the meantime, I suppose it's time to feed the others." As Lucy finished her sandwich, Lily Millington assembled the rest of the bread and cheese and arranged the supper on a porcelain serving plate. Yes, Lily Millington was different from the models who had come before her, those pretty faces who reminded Lucy of the leaves that fell from the towering lime trees in autumn, the lushest of green in summer, but lasting only one season before they fell clean away, replaced the following year by a fresh new crop. Lily Millington knew about science and had seen the planet of Neptune through a telescope, and there was something inside her that came out in Edward's paintings. Something that had made him tell her about the night of the following. Lucy had a feeling she should hate Lily Millington for that, but she didn't. Where did you learn to do magic? She asked. I learned from a French street performer in Covent Garden. You did not. I did. As a child? A very young child. What were you doing in Covent Garden? Picking pockets mostly. Lucy knew then that Lily Millington was teasing. Edward did that too, when he wanted to end a conversation. As she finished her sandwich, she noticed that the clouds had closed over the gap already and the stars had disappeared. Edward was just leaving when they arrived back at the dining room, a candle in one hand and Fanny leaning hard against his other side. Miss Brown is tired after the day's travel, he said with careful politeness. I'm going to show her to bed. Of course, said Lily Millington. I'll make sure to save you some supper. I know you didn't mean it, Edward, Fanny was saying as they made their way slowly along the hallway, her voice more slurred than usual. I haven't told a soul. You were just confused. It's normal before a wedding. Shh, there now. Edward helped her begin up the stairs. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Lucy did not return to the dining room. Instead, she watched them disappear, and when she considered it safe to do so, started up the stairs herself. Edward, she noticed, had taken Fanny into the room beside her own. It was small but pretty, with a 4-poster bed and a walnut dressing table under the window. All was quiet until Lucy heard Fanny notice that the window faced east, towards the village churchyard. It's just a different type of sleep, Lucy could hear Edward saying. Nothing more than that, just the long sleep of the dead. But Edward, her voice carried through the open door and down the hall. It is bad luck to sleep with one's feet facing the dead. Whatever Edward said by reply, he said it too softly to be heard, for the next words came again from Fanny. Is your room close by? I shall be frightened otherwise. Lucy changed into her nightgown and went to stand by her own window. The clematis creeper that grew hungrily along the stone wall of the house had woven its way into the room, and a sprig of flowers sat upon the damp sill. Lucy picked them one by one, sprinkling the petals over the edge and watching them fall like snow. She was wondering about Fanny on the other side of the wall when she heard Edward's voice on the lawn below. I understand that I have you to thank for this. Careful to stay out of sight, Lucy craned to see who else was there. Thurston. The rain had stopped and the chill in the air had lifted. A swollen moon had emerged in the clearing sky, brighter, it seemed, for the preceding darkness, and Lucy could see both men standing near the wisteria arbour that ran towards the orchard. She says that you wrote and told her where to find me. Thurston had a cigarette between his lips and was holding his Napoleonic war rifle, taking careless aim at imagined adversaries in the chestnut tree behind the house. Now he let its trigger guard roll around his finger like a pantomime villain and held his arms out to the side. Not at all. I wrote to suggest an appointment, and when we met I told her where to find you. You're a bastard, Thurston. What else could I do? The poor girl threw herself upon my mercy. Your mercy? You're enjoying this. Edward, you wound me. I'm simply being a friend. She begged me to help you see things clearly. She said that you'd lost your mind and behaved most improperly. I spoke with her. I wrote to her too, explaining everything. Everything? I highly doubt that. I don't believe it, she kept saying. Does he not know who my father is, what he'll do to him, what this would do to me? And then, why would he do it? What reason could he possibly have for breaking his promise? Thurston laughed. No, I don't think you explained everything, my dear friend.
I told her what she needed to know, without hurting her more than was necessary.
Edward's voice was low, furious.
Well, whatever it was you did right, it is little more than a pile of ash in her father's fireplace now. She refused to accept it. She told me that she needed to see you herself to put things right. Who was I to refuse? You should be thanking me. It's no secret that your family needs what Fanny offers.
His lips curled into an unkind smile.
Those poor sisters of yours haven't much hope otherwise. My sisters are none of your concern. I wish you'd tell that to Claire. She goes to such great lengths to make herself my concern. I've a good mind to give her what she needs. She's going to spoil my painting with her damn longing otherwise. I'm more than happy to look after Lily, too, once you and Fanny repair your differences.
The arbour was in the way, so Lucy didn't see the first punch thrown. She only saw Thurston staggering backwards onto the lawn, his hand on his jaw, and a half-smile of surprise on his face.
Only trying to help, Radcliffe. Fanny might be a bore, but she'll give you a home and allow you to paint. Never know. With time and a bit of luck, she might even learn to turn a blind eye.
Lucy lay in bed afterwards ruminating. The fight between Edward and Thurston had not lasted long, and when it was over, they had gone their separate ways. Lucy had left the window and slid beneath the cool bed covers. She'd always enjoyed being alone, but now, as she registered a gnawing sensation deep within her stomach, she realized that she felt lonely. More than lonely. She felt uncertain, which was infinitely worse. The small bronze clock on Lucy's bedside table said that it was 5 minutes after midnight, which meant that she had been lying in bed waiting for sleep to claim her for over an hour. The house was motionless. The woolly weather outside had calmed. A few night birds had emerged from their hiding spots to perch upon the branches of the moonlit chestnut tree. Lucy could hear them now, clearing their throats. Why, she wondered, did the minutes stretch and the hours become interminable when it was dark? She sat up. She was wide awake, and there was no point in pretending otherwise. Her mind was too busy to sleep. She wanted to understand what was going on. Edward had said that Fanny Brown would not be coming to Birchwood Manor, and yet here she was. Everyone else seemed to know enough to be behaving strangely. Thurston and Edward had even had a fight beneath Lucy's window. When she was a little girl and her racing thoughts had refused to let her sleep, it was always Edward to whom Lucy had gone. He would tell her a story and answer any question she had. He would calm her down and usually make her laugh. She always felt better when she left him than she had when she'd arrived. Lucy decided to go and see if he was still awake. It was late, but Edward wouldn't mind. He was a night owl, often working in his studio until long after midnight, the candles burning down towards the necks of the old green bottles that he collected. She crept into the hallway but saw no light coming from beneath any of the bedroom doors. Lucy stood very still, straining to hear. As she listened, a faint noise came from downstairs, the soft, brief scrape of a chair leg moving against the wooden floor. Lucy smiled to herself. Of course, he would be in the mulberry room with his paints and easel. She might have guessed. Edward always said that painting helped to clear his mind, that without it his thoughts would drive him mad. Lucy tiptoed down the stairs past the platform that masked the secret chamber, all the way to the ground floor. As she had expected, a faint flicker of candlelight emanated from the room at the end of the hallway. The door stood slightly ajar, and Lucy hesitated when she reached it. Edward did not like to be disturbed when he was working, but surely tonight, after what had happened with Thurston, he would be just as glad for company as she. Carefully, Lucy prodded the door, just enough that she could poke her head in to see whether he was there. She saw his painting first. Lily Millington's face, stunning, regal, otherworldly, stared back at her, red hair flaming behind. Lily Millington, the fairy queen, was luminous. Lucy noticed then the gem at the hollow of Lily's neck, the same gem that she'd spied when she sneaked an illicit peek at Edward's sketchbook, now depicted in colour. Bright iridescent blue. As soon as she saw the startling shade, she knew what it was, for Lucy had heard much about the Radcliffe blue pendant, even though she'd never seen it in real life. And she wasn't seeing it in real life now, she reminded herself, only Edward's imagined rendering of it, a talisman at his fairy queen's throat. There was a noise then from inside the room, and Lucy peeked around the edge of the door. She was about to call out to let Edward know that she was there when she saw him on the settee and stopped. He was not alone. Edward was above Lily Millington, his damp hair hanging over his face, while hers was spread glimmering on the velvet cushion. He wore nothing, and neither did she. Their skin was candlelit, smooth, and they gazed at one another, the two of them locked within a moment that belonged to them alone. Lucy managed to withdraw from the room unseen. She fled back along the corridor and up the stairs to her bedroom, where she threw herself onto her bed. She wanted to disappear, to explode like a star into tiny, tiny pieces of dust that burned up and became nothing. She didn't understand what she was feeling, why she was hurting this way. Tears fell, and she hugged her pillow to her chest. She was embarrassed, she realised, not for them, for they had been beautiful. No, Lucy was embarrassed for herself. She knew herself suddenly to be a child, an awkward, clomping girl who was neither beautiful nor desirable, who was clever, certainly, but otherwise ordinary, who was, she saw clearly now, not the first and most special person to anyone. The way that Edward had looked at Lily Millington, the way that they had looked at one another. He would never look at Lucy like that, and neither should he, neither would she want him to. And yet at the same time, as she pictured his expression, Lucy felt something inside her that had been carefully constructed and important crumble and fall away, because she understood that the time of being children together, brother and sister, was over, and that they were each standing on different sides of a river now. Lucy was woken by a tremendous noise, and her first thought was that the storm had returned to rage on for another day. When she cracked her eyes open, though, light spilled in, and she saw that it was a bright and brilliant morning. She noticed, too, that she was curled up in a tangle of sheets at the foot of her bed. The noise came again, and Lucy realised it was Thurston shooting at the birds. Events of the previous day came rushing back upon her. Lucy had a headache. It happened sometimes when she hadn't slept for long enough, and now she went downstairs to fetch a glass of water. She had hoped to find Emma in the kitchen and to sink down into the woven chair by the cooker, from which she would listen as the maid told mild stories of local happenings and tut-tutted good-naturedly about the louche behaviour of the others. But Emma wasn't there. The kitchen was empty and showed no sign that anyone had been in it since Lucy and Lily Millington had made cheese sandwiches the night before. The night before. Lucy shook her head in an attempt to rid herself of the confusion of what she had seen in Edward's studio. It certainly provided an explanation as to the conversation she'd overheard between Edward and Thurston. So, too, Edward's preference that Fanny Brown not come to Birchwood Manor for the summer. But what did it all mean? What was going to happen? She filled a glass with water, and when she noticed a line of light creeping across the tiles from beneath the back door, decided to take it outside with her. Everything was better beneath the big blue sky, and Lucy walked barefooted across the dew-damp grass. When she reached the corner of the house, she closed her eyes and tilted her face towards the morning sun. It was only 9 o'clock, but already it held the promise of heat to come.
"Good morning, little Radcliffe."
Lucy opened her eyes and saw Thurston sitting on Edward's iron peacock chair, smiling around his cigarette.
Come and sit with Uncle Thurston. I might even let you hold my rifle if you're a very good girl."
Lucy shook her head and stayed where she was. He laughed, lifting the weapon to take casual aim at a sparrow that had alit briefly on the wisteria arbor. He mimed pulling the trigger. "You shouldn't shoot the birds."
"There are many things in life one shouldn't do, Lucy, and they're usually the things one most enjoys."
He lowered the weapon.
"Big day ahead for you."
Lucy did not know what he meant, but did not wish to give him the pleasure of hearing her say so. Instead, she eyed him coolly and waited for him to continue.
"Bet you didn't imagine you'd be modelling this summer."
With everything that had happened since, Lucy had forgotten Felix's suggestion of the night before, his determination to make a photographic plate based on the tale of the Eldritch children.
"Little Lucy, the stunner. Have you been practicing your poses?"
"No."
"Good girl. Natural is better. I've tried to tell Claire, the most beautiful people are those who don't care enough to try."
"Is Felix planning to take the photograph today?"
There was much excited talk of capturing light earlier.
"Where are the others?" Thurston stood up and used the barrel of his rifle to indicate towards the attic.
"Raking through the costume chest."
He tucked the weapon under his arm and brushed past Lucy on his way towards the kitchen. "Emma's not in there."
"So I heard."
Lucy wondered what else he'd heard. She called after him. "Do you know where she is?"
"Ill, at home in bed. A messenger came this morning, someone from the village. She won't be in today, and we are all to fend for ourselves."
Lucy found the others in the attic, where, just as Thurston had said, they were busy pulling costumes from the large trunk, trying on flowing dresses, cinching them with ribbons at the waist, and talking animatedly about how best to weave garlands for their hair. The novelty of her inclusion made Lucy shy, and she hovered in the corner near the top of the stairs as she waited to be invited closer.
"We should make sure that they match,"
Claire was saying to Adele. "But not exactly. Each of the Eldritch children would have a different type of magic."
"Would they?"
"We could show it through the use of different flowers. I'll be a rose, you can be a honeysuckle."
"And Lucy?"
"Whatever she likes. I don't know. A daisy, perhaps? Something befitting. Don't you think, darling?"
Yes, wonderful."
Felix, only half listening, was nonetheless ecstatic in his response. He was by the window holding a piece of fine gauze up to the light, squinting first one eye and then the other as he considered its effect. Lily Millington, Lucy noticed, was not present. Neither was Fanny or Edward. Adele took Claire by the hand, and together they brushed past Lucy's corner in a giddy rush.
"Come on, slow coach,"
Claire called back from halfway down the stairs.
"You need to make a garland too."
Some of the roses were a little the worse for wear after the previous night's rain, their delicate petals littering the grass, but there had been such an abundance to start with that the garland makers were still spoiled for choice. Along the stone wall that bordered the orchard were a number of daisy bushes, and Lucy picked a selection of the pink, white and yellow flowers, keeping the stems long enough that she was able to sit upon a dry patch of grass afterwards and braid them together. The garland would not keep for long, but Lucy was happy with her progress. She couldn't think that she had ever made such a thing before, and in any other context she would have thought the occupation a frivolous waste of time. But this was different. Lucy had been uncertain about being part of Felix's photograph. Now she realized that she was starting to feel excited. She would never have admitted it to anyone else. She wasn't even able to explain the feeling properly to herself. But being part of the photograph made Lucy feel more like a real person than she had before. Lily Millington had joined them in the garden and was sitting quietly to weave her own garland. Lucy, stealing glances from where she was sitting cross-legged by the daisy bush, noticed that a slight frown pulled at her brows. Thurston, too, had gathered his sketchbook and pens and was now helping Felix to assemble the glass plates and collodion, ready to carry them with the camera and tent to the woods. Only Edward and Fanny were missing, and Lucy wondered whether they were having the talk that Edward had promised as he shepherded her up to bed the night before. Felix said that the light would be best in the middle of the day, when the sun was at its strongest and everything was geared towards his decree. For the rest of her life, Lucy would remember the way the others looked, dressed in their garlands and costumes as they made their way through the long meadow grasses towards the woods. Sprays of wildflowers peppered the grass and rustled when the light breeze blew warmly across their tops. They had passed the barn with the threshing machine inside it and had almost made it as far as the river when the cry came from behind them.
"Wait for me! I want to be in the photograph!"
They turned around and saw Fanny stalking towards them. Edward was close on her heels, a stormy look upon his face.
"I want to be in the photograph,"
she said again, drawing near.
"I want to be the fairy queen."
Felix, the wooden tripod balanced on his shoulder, shook his head, confused. "I need Lily as the fairy queen. It has to be the same as Edward's painting. I want them to stand as companion pieces. How better to demonstrate that photography and painting are on a level? But Fanny can be one of the princesses."
"We're engaged to be married, Edward. I should be the fairy queen from your story."
Lily glanced at Edward. Of course she should.
"I didn't ask you to speak,"
said Fanny with a curl of her lip.
"You're paid to stand there and look vacant. I was talking to my fiancé."
"Fanny," said Edward, a note of controlled caution in his voice. "I told you—"
"I'm going to lose the perfect light," said Felix with some desperation. "I need Lily as the queen, but Fanny, you can be the frontmost child. Claire and Adele, one either side."
"But Felix—"
"Adele, that's enough, the light."
"Lucy," said Claire.
"Give your garland to Fanny so that we can get started."
Within a fraction of a second, Lucy took in the faces of Claire, Edward, Lily Millington, Felix and Fanny, all now staring straight at her. And then, without a word, she started to run.
"Lucy, wait!"
But Lucy didn't wait. She tossed her garland to the ground and kept running like a little girl all the way back towards the house. Lucy did not go to her bedroom, or to the library, or to the kitchen where she could have had her way with the remaining half of the Victoria sponge that Emma had baked on Friday. Instead, she went to Edward's studio in the mulberry room. Even as she pushed open the door, she was uncertain as to why she had come, only that it had somehow seemed the only place to go. Lucy was fast learning that she knew a lot less about her own motivations than she did about the way the internal combustion engine worked. Having arrived, she found herself at a loss. She was out of breath from running and embarrassed for fleeing. She felt rejected, but at the same time cross with herself for having let the others see her disappointment. And she was tired, very tired. There had been so much excitement and such a lot to comprehend. When no better option came to mind, she sank to the ground in self-pity and curled up like a cat. It was approximately 2.5 minutes later that her gaze, which had been sweeping generally across the floor of the room, fell upon Edward's leather satchel, leaning against the leg of his easel. The satchel was new. Lily Millington had given it to him for his birthday, and Lucy had been envious when she saw how much he loved it. She had been confused too, for never before had a model given Edward a gift, let alone a fine, prized gift. She understood more clearly now, after what she'd seen last night. Lucy decided that she no longer had the necessary commitment required for self-pity. The urge had been replaced by another, stronger impulse, curiosity. She righted herself and went to pick up the satchel. Lucy undid the buckle and flipped it open. She could see Edward's current sketchpad and his wooden pen holder, and with them, something else, something less expected. It was a black velvet box of the same sort that Mother kept on her dressing table in Hampstead to safeguard the pearls and brooches that Father had given her. She slid the box out of the satchel and with a shiver of nerves lifted the lid. The first thing she saw were 2 pieces of paper. They had been folded together but opened in the space created when the lid lifted. They were Cunard tickets for a Mr. and Mrs. Radcliffe travelling to New York City on the 1st of August. Lucy was still considering the implications of this discovery when the tickets fell to the ground. As soon as she saw the large blue gem beneath, Lucy knew that she had expected all along to find the Radcliffe blue within the jeweller's box. Edward hadn't imagined the diamond onto Lily Millington's neck. He had taken it from the bank's safety deposit box. And without permission, she was sure, for there was no way Grandfather would have allowed such a terrifying breach of protocol. Lucy lifted the pendant from the box and held it in her palm, draping the fine chain over the top of her hand. She was shaking a little, she noticed. She glanced back at the painting of Lily Millington. Lucy was not the type of girl who longed for frills and lace and shiny gems, but over the past 2 weeks, she had become more aware than ever of the distance between herself and beauty. Now she took the necklace with her to the looking-glass above the fireplace. She stared squarely for a moment at her small, plain face, and then, with a slight tightening of her lips, lifted the fine chain and attached it at the nape of her neck. The pendant, sitting cool against her skin, was heavier than she had imagined it would be. It was wondrous. Lucy turned her head this way and that slowly, observing the way light caught the diamond's facets and threw flecks upon her skin. She inspected each of her profiles in turn, and then every position between, watching the lights dance. This, she thought, is what it is to be adorned. She smiled tentatively at the girl in the mirror. The girl smiled back. And then the girl's smile dropped. In the mirror behind her was Lily Millington. Lily Millington did not bat an eyelid. She neither admonished nor laughed. She merely said, "I've come on Felix's behalf. He insists that you must be in the photograph." Lucy did not turn around but spoke instead to the mirror. "He doesn't need me, not with Fanny. There are 4 of you already." "No, there are 4 of you. I have decided against being in the photograph." "You're just trying to be kind." "I make a point of never trying to be kind." Lily Millington was before her now, and she looked closely at Lucy, frowning. "What on earth?" Lucy held her breath, waiting for what she knew must follow. Sure enough, Lily Millington reached out and brushed the side of her neck. "Well now, look at that," she said softly, unfurling her fingers to reveal another silver shilling in her palm. "I had a feeling you'd turn out to be a valuable friend." Lucy felt a sting of tears threaten. There was a part of her that wanted to hug Lily Millington. She reached up to unhook the necklace. "Did you think about whether you're going to tell me how it's done?" "It's all to do with this part of your hand here," said Lily Millington, pointing at the skin between her thumb and forefinger. "You have to hold the coin firmly, but be careful to keep it concealed." "How do you get the coin in there without being seen?" "Well, now, that's the art, isn't it?" They smiled at one another then, and a wave of understanding passed between them. "Now," said Lily Millington, "for the sake of Felix, who is becoming more frantic with each passing minute, I suggest that you get yourself down to the woods at once." "My garland! I threw it!" "And I gathered it. It's hanging on the back doorknob." Lucy glanced down at the Radcliffe blue pendant, still in her hand. "I should put this away." "Yes," said Lily Millington. And then, when hurried footsteps sounded suddenly in the hallway, "Oh dear, Felix, I fear." But the man, when he arrived at the door to the mulberry room, was not Felix. It was a stranger, someone whom Lucy had never seen before. A man with brown hair and a wet smirk that set Lucy against him from the start.
"The front door was unlocked. I didn't think you'd mind."
"What are you doing here?" said Lily Millington in an anguished voice.
"Checking up on you, of course."
Lucy looked from one to the other, waiting for an introduction. The man was standing in front of Edward's painting now.
Very nice indeed. He's good, I'll give him that."
"You must go, Martin. The others will soon be back. If they find you here, it will likely cause a disturbance."
"Likely cause a disturbance?" He laughed. "Listen to the hoity-toity lady."
His mirthful expression dropped suddenly, and he said,
"Leave? I don't think so. Not without you."
He reached out to touch the canvas, and Lucy drew breath at the sacrilege.
"That's the blue. You were right. She's going to be very pleased. Very pleased indeed."
"I said a month."
"You did, but you're a fast worker. One of the best. Who can resist your charms?" He nodded at the painting. "Seems to me like you've got on ahead of time, sister dear."
Sister? Lucy remembered then the story of Edward meeting Lily Millington, the brother who had been with her at the theatre, the parents who had needed convincing that their daughter would not be risking her respectability if she were to pose for Edward's painting. Was this horrid man really Lily Millington's brother? Why then hadn't she said so? Why hadn't she introduced him to Lucy? And why was Lucy filled now with a sense of dread? The man noticed the tickets on the floor then and scooped them up.
"America, eh? The land of new beginnings. I like the sound of that. Very clever. Very clever indeed. And a travel date so soon."
"Run ahead, Lucy," said Lily Millington. "Go and join the others, hurry now, before anyone else comes up here looking for you." "I don't want to." "Lucy, please." There was an urgency to Lily Millington's tone, and reluctantly Lucy left the room. But she didn't go back to the woods. She stayed on the other side of the door and listened. Lily Millington's voice was soft, but Lucy could hear her saying, "More time. America. My father." The man burst out laughing and said something so quietly that Lucy couldn't hear. Lily Millington made a noise then, as if she had been hit and was winded, and Lucy was about to charge in to help when the door flew open and the man, Martin, swept past her, dragging Lily by the wrist behind him, muttering to her, "Blue America, new beginnings." Lily Millington saw Lucy and shook her head, indicating that she should make herself scarce. But Lucy refused. She followed them down the hallway, and when they reached the drawing room and the man saw her, he laughed and said, "Look out, here comes the cavalry, the little knight in shining armour." "Lucy, please," said Lily Millington. "You must go."
"Best listen to her." The man grinned. "Little girls who don't know when to leave have a habit of coming to sticky ends."
"Please, Lucy." There was a look of fear in Lily's eyes, but Lucy was overcome suddenly with all the uncertainty of the past few days, the prevailing sense that she was too young to be of any use, that she didn't belong, that decisions were made above and around her but never to include her. And now this man, whom she did not know, was trying to take Lily Millington away, and without understanding why, Lucy did not want that to happen, and she saw that this was her opportunity to put her foot down on a matter, any matter, that she cared about. She glimpsed Thurston's rifle lying on the chair where he'd left it after breakfast that morning, and in one fell swoop she seized it, held it by the barrel, and whacked it as forcefully as she could against the sneering head of the awful stranger. His hand went to the side of his face in shock, and Lucy struck him again and then kicked him hard in the shins. He stumbled and then tripped over a table leg and fell to the ground. "Quick!" said Lucy, pulse drumming in her ears. "He'll be on his feet again soon. We have to hide." She took Lily Millington by the hand and led her halfway up the stairs. At the landing, she pushed aside the bentwood chair, and as Lily Millington watched, Lucy pressed the wooden rise to reveal the trap door. Even in that moment of fearful panic, Lucy managed to feel a jolt of pride at Lily Millington's surprise. "Quick," she said again. "He'll never find you in there." "How did you—" "Hurry!" "But you must come in too. He is not kind, Lucy. He is not a good man. He will hurt you, especially now that he's been bested." "There isn't room, but there's another one. I'll hide there." "Is it far?" Lucy shook her head. "Then get inside and don't hop out. Do you hear me? No matter what happens, Lucy, stay hidden. Stay safe until Edward comes to find you." Lucy promised that she would, and then sealed Lily Millington inside the chamber. Without wasting another moment, aware that the man was clambering to his feet in the drawing room below, she ran to the top of the stairs and along the hallway, sliding back the panel and climbing in. She sealed the door behind her, enclosing herself within the dark. Time passed differently in the hideaway. Lucy heard the man calling out for Lily Millington, and she heard other noises too, far away. But she wasn't frightened. Her eyes had begun to adjust, and at some point Lucy had noticed that she wasn't alone, and that it wasn't truly dark at all. There were thousands of little lights, the size of pinpricks, twinkling at her from within the fibre of the wooden boards. As she sat, waiting, hugging her knees to her chest, Lucy felt strangely safe in her secret hiding place, and she wondered whether Edward's fairy story might have had some truth to it after all. 10. I still hear his voice sometimes, that whisper in my ear. I still remember the smell of cheese and tobacco from his lunch. "Your father isn't in America, Birdie. He never was. He was trampled by a horse the day you were supposed to sail. It was Jeremiah what brought you to us, scooped you off the ground while you were sickly, left your dad for the poorhouse to bury, and brought you to my ma. Your lucky day it was. Jeremiah's lucky day too, for he's been on a very good wicket ever since. He said that you were a bright little thing, and you've done very well for him, you have. You didn't really think he was sending all those spoils across the ocean, did ya?" He could not have winded me more surely had he driven his knee hard into my chest. And yet, I did not question what he told me. I did not doubt his claim, not even for a second, for I knew as soon as he said it that it was true. It was the only thing that made sense, and everything in my life to date was suddenly brought into sharper focus. Why else would my father fail to send for me? It had been 11 years since I had woken up in the room above the shop selling birds in cages, surrounded by Mrs. Mack and the others. My father was dead. He had been dead all along. Martin grabbed my wrist then and started pulling me towards the door of the mulberry room. He was whispering that it was going to be all right, that he would make it all right, that I wasn't to be sad because he had an idea. We would take the blue, he and I, and instead of delivering it back to London, we would take it ourselves, the diamond and the tickets too, and sail to America. It was the land of new beginnings after all, just like it said in the letters that Jeremiah brought for me each month. He meant, of course, the letters that Mrs. Mack used to read out loud, the news from America, the news from my father, all of it made up. It was a breathtaking deception, but what moral platform did I have from which to beat my breast? I was a petty thief, a pretender, a woman who had taken on an assumed name without a blink of hesitation. Why, I had deceived Mrs. Mack little more than a fortnight ago, when I told her of my intention to go away with Edward to the country. Mrs. Mack would never have let me go away willingly, not to Birchwood Manor for the summer, and not to America with Edward. Over the years I had become her most reliable earner, and in my short life there was one thing I had learned for certain. People become used to riches quickly, and even if they've done nothing themselves to earn the wealth, once it's been had, they consider it their due. Mrs. Mack believed that she was entitled to everything that I was and that I had, and so, in order that I might leave London with Edward, I told her it was all part of a scheme. I told her that within a month I would return with riches the likes of which they'd never seen. "What sort of riches?" said Mrs. Mack, never one for generalities. And because the best deceptions always skirt the truth, I told them about Edward's plans to paint me and his idea to include the priceless Radcliffe blue. It was dark in the chamber and very hard to breathe. It was eerily quiet. I thought about Edward and wondered what was happening with Fanny down by the woods. I thought about Pale Joe and the letter I had sent him from the village telling him that I was going to America, that he might not hear from me for some time, but he was not to worry. And I thought about the photograph that I had enclosed for him, to remember me by, the photograph that Edward had taken with Felix's camera. I thought of my father and the weight of his hand around mine, the supreme happiness I had felt when I was tiny and we set out together on our railway journeys to visit a broken clock. And I thought of my mother, who was like sunlight on the surface of my memories, bright and warm, but shifting. I remembered being with her one day at the edge of the river that ran behind our house in London. I had dropped a scrap of ribbon I'd been treasuring and was forced to watch helpless as the current took it away. I had cried, but my mother had explained to me that it was the nature of the river. The river, she said, is the greatest collector of them all, ancient and indiscriminate, carrying its load on a one-way journey towards the depthless sea. "The river owes you no kindness, little bird," she said, "so you must be careful." I realized that I could hear the river in that pitch-black hole, that I could feel its currents lulling me to sleep. And then I heard something else. A set of footprints, heavy on the floorboards above, and a muffled voice. "I have the tickets." It was Martin, right above the trap door. "Where have you got to? We just need the blue and then we can get out of here." And then there came another noise, a door slamming downstairs, and I knew that someone else was in the house. Martin ran towards the interruption, raised voices, a scream, and then a gunshot. Moments later, more shouting, Edward calling out. I felt about for a latch to release the trapdoor, but no matter where my fingers traced, I could not find one. I could not sit up. I could not turn around. I began to grow frightened. And the more I panicked, the shorter my breaths became, the harder they stuck against the back of my throat. I tried to answer, but my voice was little more than a whisper. It was hot, so hot. Edward called out again. He called for me, his voice sharpened with fear. He called for Lucy. He sounded a long way away. Rapid footprints overhead, lighter than Martin's, coming from the hallway upstairs, and then a tremendous thump that made the floorboards rattle. Mayhem, but not for me. I was a boat on a gentle tide, the river shifting softly beneath me, and as I closed my eyes, another memory came. I was a baby, not yet a year old, lying in a crib in an upstairs room of the little house by the river in Fulham. A warm breeze wafted through the window and brought with it the sounds of morning birds and the secretive smells of lilac and mud. Light was turning circles on the ceiling, in step with the shadows, and I was watching them dance. I reached up to clutch at them, but they slipped through my fingers every time. Chapter 27. Spring 1882.
A nice old place, been a bit neglected inside, but good bones. Let me just get the door open and you can see for yourself what I mean.
Lucy did not do herself or Edward's lawyer the discourtesy of pretending that she had never been inside Birchwood Manor. Neither did she volunteer the fact. She said nothing and waited instead for the man to jiggle the key in the lock. It was a morning in early spring and the air was crisp. Someone had been maintaining the garden, not perfectly, but with sufficient care to stop the tendrils overgrowing the paths. The honeysuckle had a promising layer of buds, and the first jasmine flowers along the wall and around the kitchen window were starting to open. They were late. The laneways of London were already perfumed, but then, as Edward used to say, the city plants were always more precocious than their country cousins.
"There she goes,"
said Mr. Matthews of Holbert Matthews and Sons, as the lock gave way with a deep, gratifying clunk.
"That's got it now."
The door swung open and Lucy felt a roiling sensation deep within the pit of her stomach. After 20 years of absence, of wondering, of trying not to wonder, the moment was finally upon her. She had received the letter 5 months before, only days after news of Edward's death in Portugal had finally reached them. She had spent the morning at the museum in Bloomsbury, where she had volunteered to help catalogue the donated collections, and had been home only long enough to sit down to a pot of tea when her maid, Jane, brought in the afternoon post. The letter, written on gold-embossed letterhead, had begun by expressing the writer's deepest sympathies for her loss, before moving on to notify her in the second paragraph that she had been named as a beneficiary in the last will and testament of her brother, Edward Julius Radcliffe. In closing, the letter's writer had invited Miss Radcliffe to make an appointment at their offices to discuss the matter further. Lucy had read the letter again and again, tripped over the words, "Your brother, Edward Julius Radcliffe." Your brother. She wondered whether there were many beneficiaries who needed reminding of their relationship to the deceased. Lucy had not needed a reminder. While it had been many years since she had seen Edward, and then only a very brief and unsatisfactory meeting in a dingy building in Paris, reminders of him were everywhere. His paintings covered almost every wall of the house. Mother insisted that none should be removed, holding out hope to the last that he would return and take up where he'd left off, that perhaps it was not too late for him to make a name for himself, as Thurston Holmes and Felix Bernard had done. And so the beautiful faces of Adele and Fanny and Lily Millington stared down at Lucy, in repose, in consideration, in character, watching her every move as she tried to get on. Those eyes that followed a person. Lucy was always careful not to meet them. When she received the letter from Messrs. Holbert and Matthews, Lucy had written back by return post to make an appointment to meet at noon that Friday, and as the first flurry of December snow fell lightly outside the window, she found herself sitting on one side of a large sombre desk in the Mayfair office of Mr. Matthews Senior, listening as the old lawyer told her that Birchwood Manor,
a farmhouse in a little village near Lechlade-on-Thames,
was now hers. When the meeting was at a close, he sent her home to Hampstead with a direction that she must let them know when she wished to visit the house so that he could arrange for his son to accompany her to Berkshire. Lucy, with no intention then of visiting Berkshire, had told him that it was far too much to ask. But it was
all part of the service, Miss Radcliffe,
Mr. Matthews had said, indicating a large wooden panel on the wall behind him, on which in gold cursive lettering was painted, "Holbert Matthews and Sons, carrying out the wishes of our clients in death as indeed in life." Lucy had left the office, her thoughts in an uncharacteristic swirl. Birchwood Manor. What a generous gift. What a double-edged sword. In the days and weeks that followed, when the nights were at their blackest, Lucy had wondered whether Edward had left her the house because on some level, due perhaps to the deep connection they once shared, he had guessed. But no, Lucy was too rational to let such an illogical idea take root. For one thing, there was nothing certain to guess. Even Lucy did not know for sure. For another, Edward's thinking had been clear. He had specified within a handwritten letter attached to his will that the house should be used by Lucy to build a school offering education to girls as bright as she had been. girls who quested for the type of knowledge that was otherwise denied them. And just as Edward had possessed a gift in life that enabled him to win people over to his way of thinking, in death too, his words had influence. For although in the offices of Hulbert Matthews and Sons, Lucy had promised herself that she would sell the house, that she would never again willingly set foot within its walls, almost immediately upon leaving, Edward's visions seeped into her thoughts and began weakening her better judgment. Lucy had walked north through Regent's Park, and her gaze had alit upon one little girl after another, each obedient beside her nanny, and longing, surely, to do more, to see more, to know more than she was currently permitted. Lucy had a vision of herself shepherding a clutch of pink-cheeked girls with questing spirits and excited voices, girls who did not fit within the moulds that had been ascribed to them, who longed to learn and improve and grow. Over the coming weeks, she thought of little else. She became obsessed with the idea that everything in her life had led her to this point, that there was nothing more right than that she should open a school in the twin-gabled house on the bend of the river. And so here she was. It had taken 5 months to reach this point, but she was ready. "Do I need to sign something?" she said as the lawyer led her into the kitchen, where the square pine table was still in place. Lucy half expected to see Emma Stearns coming through the parlour door, shaking her head in bemusement at whatever strange behaviour she'd witnessed on the other side. The lawyer looked surprised. "What sort of thing?" "I'm not certain. I have never been given a house before. I presume there is a deed of title." "There is nothing to sign, Miss Radcliffe. The deed, as it were, is done. The papers have been finalised. The house is yours." "Well then." Lucy held out her hand. "I thank you, Mr. Matthews. It has been a pleasure to meet you." "But, Miss Radcliffe, would you not like me to show you the property?" "It won't be necessary, Mr. Matthews." "But having come all this way, I trust that I am able to stay behind today?" "Well, yes. As I said, the house is yours." "Then thank you kindly for accompanying me, Mr. Matthews. Now, if you will excuse me, I have much to get on with. There is going to be a school. Did you hear? I am going to open a school for promising young ladies." But Lucy did not get on at once with preparations for the school. There was something more pressing that she had to do first, a task as awful as it was essential. For 5 months she had turned it over in her mind, longer than that, to be honest. For almost 20 years now, she had been waiting to discover the truth. She closed the door behind the young Mr. Matthews, whose countenance left little doubt as to his dejection, and watched each step of his retreat from behind the kitchen window. Only when he had cleared the garden path and latched the wooden front gate did Lucy let out the breath that she'd been holding. She turned away from the window and stood for a moment with her back against the glass, surveying the room. Uncanny though it seemed, all was exactly as she remembered. It was as if she had merely stepped out for a walk to the village, become waylaid, and returned 2 decades later than expected. The house was quiet, but it did not feel still. Lucy was reminded of a story Edward used to read to her from a book by Charles Perrault, La Belle au Bois Dormant, about a princess cursed to sleep within her castle for 100 years, the inspiration for his Sleeping Beauty painting. Lucy was not a romantic person, but she could almost imagine, as she stood by the kitchen window, that the house knew she was back, that it had been waiting. Indeed, Lucy had a most disconcerting sense that she was not alone in the room. She reminded herself, however, even as the hairs on her forearm tensed, that she was not of a suggestible disposition, and that to begin to fall prey to superstition here and now would be a deeply regrettable slip. Her mind was playing tricks on her. The reason was clear. Steeling herself to her purpose, she crossed the hallway and started up the central staircase. The bentwood chair was exactly where she'd last seen it, on the corner of the landing where the stairs made their turn. The chair was angled towards the large glass window overlooking the back garden and beyond it the meadow. Sunlight spilled through the glass and countless motes of dust drifted in unseen currents. The chair was warm when Lucy sat gently on its edge. The landing itself, too. She remembered now that it had always been so. The last time she had sat here, the house had been filled with laughter and passion. The air had thrummed with creativity. But not today. It was just Lucy and the house. Her house. She let the air of the old place settle around her. Somewhere out there in the great green beyond, a dog was barking. Closer by, in the mulberry room downstairs, the wall clock was keeping count. Lily Millington's clock, still ticking. Lucy supposed that the lawyer, Mr. Matthews, had made sure that it was wound. She still remembered when Edward had bought it. Lily's father was a clockmaker, he'd announced, whisking the package into the hall in Hampstead. I saw this on the wall of a fellow in Mayfair and exchanged it for a commission. I'm going to surprise her. Edward had always been a giver of gifts. He thrilled in the gratification of selecting well. Books for Lucy, a clock for Lily Millington. It was he who had given Thurston the rifle. A genuine Baker, carried by a member of the 5th Battalion of the 60th Regiment during the Napoleonic Wars. Impossible to believe that she was sitting here now because Edward was dead, that she would never see him again. Somehow she had always supposed that one day he would come home. They had not seen much of one another after the summer at Birchwood Manor, but Lucy had known that he was out there. Every so often a note would arrive, scratched on the back of a piece of card, usually begging a few pounds to pay a debt that he'd gathered in his travels. Or else word would be passed along the grapevine that someone had seen him in Rome, Vienna, Paris. He was always on the move. He travelled in order to escape his grief, Lucy knew, but she wondered sometimes whether he also believed that by moving fast enough, often enough, he might find Lily Millington again. For he had never given up hope, no matter the evidence to the contrary. He never could accept that she had been involved in a deception, that she had not loved him with every bit as much devotion as that with which he had loved her. When they met that last time in Paris, he had said, "She's out there somewhere, Lucy. I know it. I can feel it. Can't you?" Lucy, who had not felt anything of the sort, had merely taken her brother's hand and held it tight. After climbing into the hallway hideaway, the next thing Lucy had remembered was opening her eyes in a bright room that she did not recognize. She was in a bed, not her own. She was in pain. Lucy blinked, taking in the yellow striped wallpaper, the lead-light window, the pale curtains hanging either side. The room smelled faintly of something sweet, honeysuckle perhaps, and gorse too. Her throat was parched. She must have made a sound, for Edward was suddenly beside her, pouring water from a small crystal jug into a glass. He looked terrible, more dishevelled than usual, with a drawn face and anxious features. His loose cotton shirt was hanging limply from his shoulders, giving the appearance of clothing that had not been removed in days. But where was she, and how long had she been here? Lucy was not aware that she had spoken, but as Edward helped her up to drink, he told her that they'd taken rooms for a few days in the public house in the village. "Which village?" His eyes studied hers. "Why, the village of Birchwood. Can you really not remember?" The word was vaguely familiar. Edward tried to reassure her with an unconvincing smile. "Let me call for the doctor," he said. "He'll want to know that you're awake." He opened the door and spoke quietly to someone on the other side, but he did not leave the room. He came back to sit on the mattress beside Lucy, encasing her hand in one of his, stroking her forehead lightly with the other. "Lucy," he said, a look of pain in his eyes, I have to ask you about Lily. Did you see her? She went back to the house to fetch you, but no one's seen her since." Lucy's thoughts were swimming. Which house? Why was he asking her about Lily? Did he mean Lily Millington? She was his model, Lucy remembered, the one with the long white dress. "My head," she said, realizing that it ached on one side. "You poor love. You fell. You've been out cold, and here I am asking you questions. I'm sorry, He raked a hand through his hair. "She's gone. I can't find her, Lucy, and I'm terribly worried. She wouldn't just leave." Lucy had a flash of memory then, a gunshot in the dark. It had been loud, and there'd been a scream. She'd run, and then... Lucy gasped. "What is it? Did you see something?" "Fanny!" Edward's expression darkened. "It was terrible. A terrible thing. Poor Fanny. A man, an intruder. I don't know who he was. Fanny ran off and I went after her. I heard the shot when I was near the chestnut tree, and I ran inside, Lucy, but I was too late. Fanny was already... And then I saw the back of the man running from the front door towards the lane. Lily Millington knew him." "What?" Lucy wasn't sure exactly what she meant, only that she was sure that she was right. There had been a man, and Lucy had been frightened, and Lily Millington had been there. "He came to the house. I saw him. I went back to the house, and the man came, and he and Lily Millington talked." "What did they say?" Lucy's thoughts were swimming. Memories, imaginings, dreams were all as one. Edward had asked her a question, and Lucy always liked to give the right answer. And so she closed her eyes and reached into the pot of swirling noise and colour. "They spoke about America," she said. "A boat, and something about a blue." Well, well, well. When Lucy opened her eyes, she discovered that she was no longer alone in the room with Edward. 2 other men had come in while she was concentrating on her brother's question. One of the men was wearing a grey suit. He had ginger sideburns and a moustache that curled at the ends, and he was carrying a black bowler hat in his hands. The other was dressed in a deep navy coat with brass buttons down the front and a black belt strapped to his round middle. His hat was on his head and had a silver badge on its front. It was a uniform, and he a policeman, Lucy realised. As it transpired, they were both policemen. The shorter man in the blue uniform belonged to the Berkshire Constabulary and had been contacted because Birchwood Manor fell within his jurisdiction. The grey-suited fellow was an inspector with the Metropolitan Police in London and had been brought in to render assistance with the investigation at the request of Mr. Brown, Fanny's father, who was wealthy and important. It was Inspector Wesley of the Metropolitan Police who had spoken, and when Lucy's eyes met his across the room, he said again, "Well, well, well," adding this time, "just as I suspected." What he suspected, as he was to tell her over the coming days, after a thorough search had been carried out and it was discovered that, just as Lucy had suggested, the Radcliffe blue diamond was missing, was that Lily Millington had been in on the whole thing. "A mighty deception," he announced through his moustache, his thumbs tucked into the lapels on either side of his coat. "The most scandalous and brazen scheme. The pair of them hatched it well in advance, you see. The first step was for one Miss Lily Millington to win a place as your brother's model, whereby gaining access to the Radcliffe Blue. The second step, once your brother's trust was won, was for the 2 of them to make off with the prize. And there it might have ended,
Had Miss Brown not caught them in the act and paid the price with her blameless young life.
Lucy listened to this scenario, trying to take it all in. It was true what she had said to Edward. She had heard Lily Millington and the man talking about America and the blue, and she could remember now seeing a pair of boat tickets. She had seen the pendant too, of course, a beautiful blue diamond, her family's heirloom jewel. Lily Millington had been wearing it. Lucy had a clear picture in her mind of Lily Millington in a white dress, the pendant fixed in place within the hollow of her neck. And now, Lily and the diamond and the tickets were gone. It made sense that they were together somewhere. There was just one problem. My brother met Lily Millington at the theatre. She didn't seek him out to become his model. He rescued her when she was being robbed. The inspector's top lip quivered with pleasure at the opportunity to bend a pair of innocent ears with tales of the seamier side of life.
Another ploy, Miss Radcliffe,
he said, lifting a slow, solitary finger.
As devious as it was effective. Another deceitful double act, the two of them in it together. We've seen how the likes of them operate. And if there's one thing certain to gain the attention of a respectable gentleman like your brother, it's the sight of a beautiful woman in need of assistance. He was helpless but to respond. Any gentleman would have been. And while he was busy restoring the woman to rights, distracted by the rendering of care and concern, the fellow, her partner in crime, returned, accused your brother of being the thief who'd just made off with his sister's bracelet, and in all the ensuing confusion,
he flung his arms out to great dramatic and triumphant effect,
slipped his fingers into your brother's waistcoat and pocketed his valuables.
Lucy remembered Edward's account of the night that he met Lily Millington. She and Claire and Mother, even their maid Jenny, who was listening from where she was pouring the pot of breakfast tea, had exchanged fond, knowing glances when he told them that he'd had to walk the whole way home because he had been so transfixed by the young woman's face, so excited at the prospects that it presented, that he'd managed somehow to lose his wallet. Forgetfulness in the face of inspiration was so in keeping with Edward's nature that none of them had thought to question it. Not to mention his wallet had been as empty as it ever was, so recovering it was of no great consideration. But according to Inspector Wesley, the wallet had not been lost at all. It had been taken, stolen from Edward by that man, Martin, at the very moment that Edward had believed himself to have been coming to Lily Millington's rescue.
You mark my words,
the inspector said,
'cause I'll eat my hat if I'm wrong. A man doesn't spend 30 years wading through the rot and filth of London streets without learning a thing or two about the despicable elements of human nature.
And yet, Lucy had witnessed the way Lily Millington looked at Edward, the way they were together. She couldn't believe that it was all a ploy.
Thieves, actresses and illusionists,
the inspector said with a tap to the side of his nose when Lucy said as much.
Cut from the same cloth they are. Great pretenders, tricksters all.
Viewed through the prism of Inspector Wesley's theory, Lucy could see how Lily Millington's actions might not have been exactly as they had seemed. And Lucy had observed Lily with the man, Martin. That's what she had called him. "What are you doing here?" she'd said. And, "You must go, Martin. I said a month." And the man, Martin, had replied,
"You did, but you're a fast worker, one of the best."
And he'd held up a pair of tickets and said,
"America, the land of new beginnings."
But Lily hadn't left the house with Martin. Lucy knew that she hadn't, for Lucy had locked Lily Millington in the hideaway. She was sure she could remember feeling proud when she revealed the hidden chamber. Lucy tried to say as much, but Inspector Wesley only said,
"I know all about the priest hole. That's where you were hidden, Miss Radcliffe, not Miss Millington."
and he reminded her of the bump on her head and told her that she should rest, calling for the doctor.
"The child is confused again, Doctor. I fear I've worn her out with my questions."
And Lucy was confused, because it was impossible that Lily Millington could have remained in the stairwell hiding place all of this time. It had been 4 days now since Martin had come to Birchwood. Lucy could remember how it felt within the tiny cavity, how difficult it was to breathe, how quickly the air had staled, how desperate she'd been to escape. Lily Millington would have called out for release long ago. No one could have stayed in there this long. Maybe Lucy had got it all wrong after all. Maybe she hadn't locked Lily Millington away. Or if she had, maybe Martin had released her and they'd run off together, just as the inspector said. Hadn't Lily told Lucy that she'd spent her childhood in Covent Garden, that she'd learned the coin trick from a French illusionist? Hadn't she called herself a pickpocket? Lucy had presumed at the time that she'd been joking, but what if Lily Millington had been working with the man, Martin, all along? What else could she have meant when she said that she told him she needed 1 month? Maybe that's why she had been so eager for Lucy to run back to the woods, to leave them to it. Lucy's head hurt. She screwed her eyes tight. The bump must have jumbled her memories, as the inspector said. She had always placed the utmost value on being accurate, disdaining those who abbreviated or approximated, and did not seem to realize that it made a difference. And so she made a solemn decision not to say anything further until she was 100% certain that what she remembered was true and correct. Edward, naturally enough, refused to accept the inspector's theory.
"She would never have stolen from me, and she would never have left me. We were going to be married," he told the inspector. "I'd asked her and she'd accepted. I'd broken off the engagement with Miss Brown a week before we came to Birchwood."
It was Fanny's father's turn to wade in then.
"The lad's in shock,"
Mr. Brown said.
"He's not thinking straight. My daughter was looking forward to her wedding and was discussing plans for the occasion with my wife on the very morning that she'd left for Birchwood. She would most certainly have told me if her engagement had been cancelled. She said nothing to that effect. Had she done so, I'd have had my lawyers involved, I can assure you. My daughter had a spotless reputation. There were gentlemen with far more to offer than Mr. Radcliffe lining up to ask for her hand in marriage. But she wanted to marry him. There's no way I'd have allowed a broken engagement to spoil my daughter's good name."
And then the big man broke down sobbing.
"My Frances was a respectable woman, Inspector Wesley. She told me that she wished to spend the weekend in the country, where her fiancé was hosting a group at his new house. I was pleased to lend her my coachman. I would never have allowed her to attend the weekend. If not for her engagement, then she would not have asked."
This reasoning was good enough for Inspector Wesley and his Berkshire counterpart, particularly when it was further cemented by Thurston, who took the inspector aside to inform him that he was Edward's closest confidant and that his friend had never breathed a word about breaking off his engagement to Fanny Brown, let alone entering a second engagement with this model, Miss Millington.
"I'd have talked him out of it if he had," said Thurston. "Fanny was a wonderful young lady and a sobering influence. It's no secret that Edward has always had his head in the clouds. She managed to bring his feet back firmly onto the ground." "It was your weapon that was used in the murder, was it not, Mr. Holmes?" the inspector had said. "Regrettably, yes. A decorative piece only. A gift from Mr. Radcliffe, as it happens. I'm as shocked as anyone that it was loaded and used in such a way."
Lucy's grandfather, having learned about the missing Radcliffe blue, had decamped by them from the Beechworth estate and was only too happy to round out the description of Edward.
"Even as a child,"
the old man told the inspector,
"he was filled with wild ideas and wilder inclinations. There were many times when he was growing from a boy to a man, that I despaired. I couldn't have been happier or more relieved when he announced his engagement to Miss Brown. He seemed at last to have set himself on the right track. He and Miss Brown were to have been married, and any suggestion from Edward otherwise signals nothing more than a sad loss of his senses. Natural enough in the face of such terrible events, especially for one with his artistic temperament.
Mr. Brown and Lord Radcliffe were right, Thurston said soberly. Edward was in shock. Not only had he loved and lost his fiancée, Miss Brown, he was forced to accept that he was responsible for the horrific events, having brought Lily Millington and her associates into his group of friends.
It wasn't as if he didn't have fair warning,
Thurston added.
I told him myself some months ago that I'd noticed certain items of value missing from my studio after he and his model had come to visit. He left me with quite the black eye for even daring to suggest such a thing.
What sort of items were taken, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, mere trifles in the scheme of things, Inspector Wesley. Nothing to bother yourself with. I know how busy you are. I'm just pleased to have been able to offer you some small assistance in clearing up this disturbing matter. To think of my friend being taken in by a pair of charlatans, well, it makes my blood boil. I reproach myself for not having put it all together sooner. We're lucky Mr. Brown sent you to us.
The final nail in the coffin came when the inspector arrived one morning and announced that Lily Millington had not even been the model's real name.
My men in London have been asking questions and looking into the records of births, deaths and marriages, and the only Lily Millington they could find was a poor child who was beaten to death at a public house in Covent Garden in 1851. Sold to a pair of baby farmers and lockpickers by her father as a child. Little wonder she didn't make it.
And so it was settled. Even Lucy had to accept that the inspector was right. They had all been taken in and swindled. Lily Millington was a liar and a thief. Her name wasn't even Lily Millington. And now the faithless model was in America with the Radcliffe Blue and the man who'd shot Fanny. The investigation was closed, and the inspector and the constable left Birchwood, shaking hands with Mr. Brown and grandfather and making promises to contact their counterparts in New York City in the hope that they might thereby at least recover the diamond. Uncertain what else to do, stuck out in the country where the lazy stretch of summer had come to an abrupt end and the rain had set in, the Magenta Brotherhood returned briefly to Birchwood Manor. But Edward was a wreck, and his desolation and anger permeated the very air. He and the house were one, and the rooms seemed to take on the faint but foul odour of his grief. Powerless to help him, Lucy stayed out of his way. His distress was catching, though, and she found herself unable to settle to anything. She was beset, too, with an uncharacteristic apprehension about the stairs where it had all happened, and took to using the smaller set at the other end of the house instead. Finally, Edward could stand it no longer. He packed his things and sent for a carriage. 2 weeks after Fanny was killed, the curtains were closed, the doors were locked, and 2 horse-drawn carriages thundered up the lane from Birchwood Manor, carrying them all away. Lucy, sitting on the back seat of the second one, had turned as they left, watching as the house receded further and further into the distance. For a second, she thought that she saw one of the curtains in the attic shift. But it was just Edward's story she knew, the night of the following playing on her mind. Chapter 28. Back in London, nothing was the same. Edward departed almost at once, travelling to the continent and leaving no forwarding address. Lucy never saw what became of his final painting of Lily Millington. After he had left, she dug up the hidden key to his studio and went inside, but there was no sign of it there. In fact, all trace of Lily was gone. The hundreds of sketches and studies had all been pulled from the walls. It was as if Edward had known even then that he was never again going to paint inside the Hampstead Garden studio. Claire, for her part, did not stay long either. Having given up her pursuit of Thurston Holmes, she married the first wealthy gentleman who asked her, and was soon happily enough ensconced within a large, soulless country house of which grandmother was predictably enamoured. She had 2 babies in quick succession, fat little wrigglers with wide cheeks and milky jowls, and on occasion, over the years, when Lucy went to visit, spoke vaguely about having a third if only her husband would deign to spend more than a week each month at home. By 1863, the year that Lucy turned 14, it was only mother and her left at home. It seemed to have happened so quickly that each was left as stunned as the other. Finding themselves in a room together, they would both look up, surprised, before one of them, usually Lucy, made an excuse to leave, saving each the difficulty of having to invent a reason to explain the lack of conversation. Lucy, as she grew into adulthood, eschewed love. She had seen what it could do. Lily Millington had left Edward and it had broken him, and so she avoided love. That is, she avoided the complication of locking hearts with another human being. For Lucy had fallen deeply in love with knowledge. She was greedy for its acquisition, impatient with her own inability to absorb new information quickly enough. The world was just so utterly abundant, and for each book that she read, each theory that she came to understand, 10 more branched out before her. Some nights she lay awake wondering how she could best divide her lifetime. There simply wasn't enough of it for a person to ensure that they learned everything they wished to know. One day when she was 16 years old and sorting through the items in her bedroom in order that a new bookcase might be moved up from the study, she came across the small suitcase that she had taken with her to Birchwood Manor in the summer of 1862. She had pushed it to the back of the cupboard beneath the window seat when she returned, wanting to forget the entire episode, and hadn't given it another thought in the intervening 3 years. But Lucy was a sensible girl, and so despite not having expected to turn up the suitcase, now that she had, she decided that it made no sense at all to avoid dealing with the items inside. She unlatched the case and was pleased to see her edition of The Chemical History of a Candle lying on top. Beneath it were 2 more books, one of which she remembered finding on the top shelf at Birchwood Manor. Lucy opened it now, gently because the spine was still hanging by only a few fine threads, and saw that the letters were still there. The designs for the priest holes precisely where she'd put them. She set the books to one side and took up the item of clothing that had been packed beneath it all. Lucy remembered at once it was the dress that she'd been wearing that day, her costume for the photograph that Felix was going to take down by the river. Someone must have removed it after she fell, for when she woke in the yellow-striped room at the public house, she had been wearing her nightdress. Lucy remembered packing the costume away afterwards, balling it up and pushing it to the bottom of her case. It had given her an unpleasant feeling then, and now she held it in front of her, testing to see whether she was still spooked by it. She wasn't. She was sure she wasn't. Her skin did not heat, her heart did not race. Nonetheless, she had no wish to keep the item. She would put it out for Jenny to cut up for cleaning rags. First, though, because it was something that she'd been taught to do when she was young, she checked the pockets, expecting to find nothing but lint and the inside lining of the fabric. But what was this? A hard, round item at the bottom of a pocket. Even as she told herself that it was one of the river stones she'd collected at Birchwood Manor, Lucy knew better. Her stomach knotted, and an instant wave of fear flooded her system. She didn't need to look. It was as if by touching it, a rope had been pulled and a curtain lifted, and now light shone onto the dusty stage of her memory. The Radcliffe blue. She remembered now. It was Lucy who had been wearing it. She had gone back to the house in a tantrum, no longer needed for the photograph, and whilst exploring in Edward's room, she had come across the diamond pendant. Ever since they had walked together to the village, Lucy had found herself thinking of Lily Millington, seeing her through Edward's eyes, wishing to be more like her, and holding the necklace, she had perceived a way to feel, just for a moment, what it was like to be Lily Millington, to be stared at by Edward and adored. Lucy had still been looking at herself in the mirror when Lily Millington appeared behind her. She'd slipped the necklace from her throat and been about to put it back inside the box when the man, Martin, arrived and tried to take Lily with him. Lucy had dropped the blue into her pocket instead. And there it was still, exactly where she'd put it. Lucy had come to believe the inspector's story about Lily Millington, but once she found the Radcliffe blue, the stitch at the centre of the tapestry was cut, and the rest of the picture, so carefully embroidered, began to unravel. Quite simply, without the theft of the heirloom, there was no motive. And while officials in New York had verified that a couple travelling under the names of Mr. and Mrs. Radcliffe had arrived and been registered at the port, anyone could have used those tickets. The last person Lucy had seen holding them was that awful man, Martin. Edward had seen him fleeing from the house. He might have used one of the tickets and sold the other. He might have sold them both. There was also the matter of the secret chamber in the staircase. For Lily Millington to have gone with Martin, she would have had to let him know where she was hiding and he to figure out the trapdoor. Lucy had needed instructions, and even then it had been tricky. It would have taken time for the man to find Lily and further time for him to solve the lock's puzzle. But Fanny had arrived so quickly, and Edward soon after that. There simply hadn't been long enough for Martin to liberate Lily Millington. Besides, Lucy had seen the way that Lily Millington had looked at Martin in genuine fear. She had seen, too, the way Lily looked at Edward, and Edward had loved Lily Millington absolutely. There was no doubting that. He had been a ghost of himself after she disappeared. That Lily Millington had disappeared was not in question. No one had glimpsed her since that day at Birchwood Manor. Lucy had been the last person to see her when she was locking Lily Millington inside the hideaway. Now, back at Birchwood Manor, 20 years later, Lucy stood up and plaited her fingers together, flexing her hands in an old gesture of anxiety. She let them fall gently to her sides. There was nothing for it, no use stalling now. If she were going to start a school in this place, and she felt very strongly that she must, then she had to know the truth. It would not change her plans. There was no way to go back and no point wishing things had turned out differently. Lucy lifted the chair to one side and knelt down, regarding the stairs rise. It really was an ingenious design. There was no way anyone would find it if they did not know that it was there. During the Reformation, when Catholic priests were hunted by the Queen's men, such places must have provided great comfort and safety. She had researched since and found that 6 men's lives were saved by this very priest hole. Bracing herself, Lucy pressed the edges of the rise and opened the trapdoor. Chapter 29. As soon as she had looked inside the secret chamber, Lucy closed the panel again. Emotions suppressed for so long overwhelmed her, and she let out a single great hiccuping gulp of grief. For all the years since finding the diamond in which she'd carried alone the secret knowledge of what she'd done, for Lily Millington, who had been kind to her and who had loved her brother, and most of all, for Edward, with whom she had broken faith, leaving him all alone in the world by believing the inspector's story. When she could finally breathe again, Lucy went downstairs. She had known in her heart what she would find within the staircase hideaway, More importantly, she had known in her head. Lucy prided herself on being a rational woman. She had thus come armed with a plan. She had gone through each of the eventualities from the safe distance of London and devised a clear set of tasks. She had thought herself prepared, but it was different, being here. Lucy's hand was shaking too much to write the planned letter to Mr. Rich Middleton of Duke Street, Chelsea. She hadn't counted on that, the way her hands would shake. And so she went for a walk to the river to steady her nerves. She reached the jetty sooner than she had expected and headed towards the woods. Without meaning to, Lucy realized that she was tracing, in reverse, the very path that she had run that day, from the photo shoot back to the house. Within the copse was the clear spot in the woods where Felix had planned to take the photograph. She could picture them all now in their costumes. She could almost see herself 13 years old and filled with the burn of injustice, darting off across the wildflower meadow towards the house. Soon to find the diamond pendant, to take it from its velvet box and put it at her own neck, to show Lily Millington the hiding place and start the terrible ball rolling. But no, she refused to see her phantom 13-year-old self take flight. Lucy walked back towards the river instead. When she had discovered the Radcliffe blue within her suitcase in London, she had known immediately that she had to hide it. The trouble was deciding where. She had considered burying it on Hampstead Heath, putting it down a drain, throwing it into the duck pond in the Vale Heath, but her conscience picked holes in every idea that she had. She knew it was irrational to imagine that a wily dog might somehow discern the very place that she had buried the jewel, dig it up and then carry it home, or that a duck might eat it, digest it, and then deposit it on the bank for an eagle-eyed child to find. It was equally irrational to believe that if such an unlikely scenario were to occur, the diamond would then be traced back to her. But guilt, Lucy had learned, was the least rational of the emotions. And in truth, the rediscovered heirloom leading attention back to Lucy was only part of her worry. What mattered more to her, and did so increasingly with each passing year, was how much suffering would have been for naught if the official scenario were now to be disproved. Lucy could not bear to think that Edward's wandering might have been prevented, that if she had told the truth sooner, he might have grieved for the loss of Lily Millington, but that he might then have been able to put her to rest and get on with his life. No, the diamond had to stay hidden so that the story would continue to be believed. It had all gone too far now for anything else to be acceptable. But Lucy would know, and she alone would live with her knowledge. Given that there was no way of going back in time and doing things differently, eternal guilt and isolation seemed like a fitting punishment. She had intended to put the pendant in the box with everything else, but now suddenly, as she stood by the edge of the Thames, such a different river here from the one she knew in London, she felt a need to be rid of it even sooner. The river was the perfect place. The earth gave up her secrets easily, but the river would carry its treasure out to the fathomless sea. Lucy put her hand into her pocket and withdrew the Radcliffe blue pendant. Such a brilliant stone. So very rare. She held it up to the light one last time. And then she threw it into the river and started back towards the house. The box arrived 4 days later. Lucy had placed the order in London before she left, telling the man that she would write again to let him know when and where she needed the item delivered. She had considered the possibility that the order would be unnecessary, the money wasted, but the odds, she decided, were not in her favour. She chose a coffin maker and undertaker by the name of Mr. Rich Middleton of Duke Street, Chelsea, giving him specific instructions as to the unusually small dimensions required, along with a short list of other specifications.
"Triple lead-lined?" he said, scratching the thatch of hair beneath his tattered black top hat. "You'll not be wanting all that, surely? Not for an infant's coffin?"
"I said nothing about an infant, Mr. Middleton. And I did not ask for your opinion. I have told you my requirements. If you are unable to meet them, I shall take my business elsewhere." He held up his pinkish, soft-looking hands and said, "It's your coin. If you want triple lead lines, then that's what you'll have, Miss Millington. Miss L. Millington." It was a brazen choice and an unusual nod to sentiment, but she could hardly give her real name. Besides, Edward was dead, and it had been 20 years since Fanny was shot. No one else was looking for Lily Millington. Not anymore. When he had finished writing down the details, Lucy had him read them back to her. Satisfied, she asked him to draw up an account so that she could make a payment. "Will you be requiring a cortege? Some mutes?" Lucy told him that she would not. The small coffin, when it arrived at Birchwood Manor, was brought grudgingly by a railway porter who struggled to lift it from the cart. It had been packed in a wooden travel crate, and there was no outward indication of what it was that he was delivering. The man was maladroit enough to ask. "A bird bath," Lucy told him. "Marble, I'm afraid." Generous gratuity was paid, after which the man's spirit improved considerably. He even agreed to move it closer to its intended position, the garden bed to the side of the front gate. It was where Lily Millington had been standing on the day that Lucy, looking for Edward to tell him about the secret hideaways, had found Lily instead on her way to post a letter. "I want to be able to see it from as many windows as possible," Lucy told the railway porter, even though this time she had been asked no question. When he had gone, she opened the travel crate to inspect its contents. Her first impressions were that Mr. Rich Middleton of Duke Street, Chelsea, had done a very good job. Lead was essential. Lucy had no way of knowing how long the box would remain hidden, but having spent her life reading obsessively about the treasures of the past, she knew that lead did not corrode. She wanted to hide things, certainly. She hoped that they would remain concealed for a very long time, but she could not bring herself to destroy them. To that end, Lucy had specified that the lid must seal securely. Too often, archaeologists uncovered pots that had survived the ages, only to open them and find that the contents within had perished. She did not want air or water finding their way inside. The coffin must not leak or rust, and it must not crack over time, for it would be found one day. Of that she was certain. Lucy spent the next few hours digging. She found a shovel in the field barn and carried it up to the front garden. Her muscles ached, unaccustomed to the repetitive motion, and she had to stop every so often to rest. She realized, though, that stopping only made it harder to start again, and forced herself to push on until the cavity was deep enough. At last, it was time to fill the coffin. First, Lucy enclosed the copy of Demonology, which contained the letter by Nicholas Owen and the plans for Birchwood Manor explaining the priest holes. She had climbed into the attic and been glad to find the box of costumes where they'd left it. The white dress that Lily Millington had been wearing when she modelled for Edward was still amongst them, and Lucy had wrapped the bones from the priest hole carefully within it. Now she set the bundle gently inside the box. 20 years had not left much behind. Last but not least, she put in a letter that she had written, cotton paper, non-acidic, outlining what she knew of the woman whose mortal remains now lay inside the coffin. It had not been easy to learn the truth, but finding information about the past was what Lucy did best, and she was not the kind of person to give up an inquiry. She had needed to rely on almost everything that Lily Millington had told her, and everything that Edward had reported, and the details that came back over time from what the man Martin had said that afternoon at Birchwood Manor. Bit by bit, she had put the story together. The house above the bird shop on Little White Lion Street, the pair of rooms in the shadow of St. Anne's, the early years spent by the river slipping back across time to the birth of a baby girl in June 1844, to a woman named Antonia, the eldest daughter of Lord Albert Stanley, and a man called Peter Bell, a clockmaker, who had lived at number 43 Wheatsheaf Lane, Fulham. Lucy sealed the lid just as the sun was starting to slip behind the gables. She realised that she was weeping. For Edward and for Lily, for herself too, and the guilt from which she would never be free. The porter had been right. The coffin was very heavy, but years spent in nature had made Lucy strong. She was also determined, and so she managed to heave the box into the ground. She filled in the dirt and patted it down hard on top. Any latent religious inclinations that Mr. Darwin had not killed, Lucy's life experience had vanquished, and so she did not say a prayer over the fresh grave. Nonetheless, the moment called for ceremony, and she had given much thought as to how she might best mark the spot. She was going to plant a Japanese maple tree on top. She had already procured it, a lovely sapling with pale bark and the most elegant limbs, long and even, fine but strong. It had been one of Edward's favourite trees. The leaves were red in spring, turning by autumn to a most beautiful bright copper colour, just like Lily Millington's hair. No, not Lily Millington, she corrected herself, for that had never been her real name. Albertine, Lucy whispered, thinking back to that mild Hampstead afternoon when she had seen the shock of red in the glasshouse at the bottom of the garden, and Mother had instructed her to take 2 cups of tea in the finest china. Your name was Albertine Bell. Birdie to those who loved her. Lucy's attention was on the patch of flattened dirt in the garden bed by the front gate, so she did not notice, but by some strange trick of the dusk, just as she spoke the words, the attic windows seemed ever so briefly to glow, almost as if a lamp had been switched on inside. 11. I told you I did not understand the physics of it, and there is no one here to ask. Somehow, without understanding how or why, I was out of the hideaway and in the house again, moving amongst them as before, and yet nothing like before. How many days passed? I do not know. 2 or 3. They were no longer sleeping here when I returned. The bedrooms were deserted at night, and during the day, one or another would arrive to fetch an item of clothing or some other personal effect. Fanny was dead. I heard the policeman talking about poor Miss Brown, which explained the gunshot, but not the thump. I heard them speaking, too, of the Radcliffe Blue and their tickets to America. The policeman also spoke of me. They collected everything they could pertaining to me, to Lily Millington. When I realised what they believed, I was aghast. What did Edward think? Had he been told the same theory? Did he accept it? When he finally came back to the house, he was pale and distracted. He stood at the desk in the mulberry room, staring out towards the river, turning to gaze sometimes at my clock, the minutes sliding by. He ate nothing. He slept not at all. He did not open his sketchbook and seemed to have lost all interest in his work. I stayed with him. I trailed him wherever he went. I cried, I shouted, I begged and pleaded. I lay down beside him and tried to tell him where I was. But my abilities in that area have grown with time. Back then, in the beginning, it just exhausted me. And then it happened. They all left, and I could not make them stop. The carriages retreated along the coachway, and I was alone. For such a long time, I was alone. I evaporated, returning to the warmth and stillness of the house, slipping between the floorboards, settling with the dust, disappearing into the long, dark quiet. Until one day, 20 years later, I was pulled back together by the arrival of my first visitor. And as my name, my life, my history was buried, I, who had once dreamed of captured light, found that I had become captured light itself. Part 4. Captured Light. Chapter 30. Summer 2017. Day broke with a sort of electric clarity reserved for the morning after a night of storms. The first thing Jack noticed was that he wasn't in the god-awful uncomfortable bed in the malt house. He was somewhere even less comfortable, and yet he felt far more buoyant than usual. The lush tangle of green and purple wallpaper told him where he was. Ripe mulberries and an engraving above the door that read, "Truth, Beauty, Light." He had slept on the floor of the house. A stirring on the sofa beside him, and he realized that he wasn't alone. Like a kaleidoscope shifting into place, the night before came back into focus. The storm, the failure of the taxi to come and pick her up, the bottle of wine he'd bought on a whim at Tesco. She was still asleep, delicate, with her short, dark hair cut around her ears. She was like one of those teacups in fancy places that Jack had a knack for breaking. He tiptoed down the hallway and into the kitchen in the malt house to make them tea. When he carried the 2 steaming mugs back, she was awake and sitting up, the blanket wrapped around her shoulders. "Morning," she said.
"Morning."
"I didn't go back to London."
"I noticed."
They had talked all night, truth, beauty and light. The room, the house, had some sort of magic in it. Jack had told her about the girls and Sarah, about what had happened in the bank, just before he left the police force, when Jack had gone in against orders and come out with 7 rescued hostages and a gunshot wound to the shoulder. He had been a hero, all the papers said so, but it had been the last straw with Sarah. "How could you, Jack?" she'd said. "Didn't you think about the babies, the girls? You could have been killed."
"There were babies in the bank too, Sarah."
"But not yours. What kind of father are you going to be if you can't even see that there's a difference?" Jack hadn't had an answer. Not long afterwards, she'd packed up the girls and told him that she was going back to England to live closer to her parents. He told Elodie about Ben too, who had died 25 years ago on Friday, and how it had broken his dad. Elodie in turn told him about her mother's death, also 25 years ago, and her own father, who was similarly weighed down by grief, but with whom she'd decided she was finally going to speak when she returned to London. She told him about her friend Pippa and the way she felt about her work and how she'd always thought it might make her a little odd, but that now she didn't mind. And finally, because they seemed to have talked about everything else, and the omission was notable, he'd asked her about the ring on her finger, and she told him that she was engaged to be married. Jack had felt a disappointment far out of proportion for what he considered reasonable, given that he'd known her for the sum total of 40 hours. He'd tried to keep it casual. He'd expressed congratulations, and then asked her what the lucky man was like. Alistair, Jack had never met an Alistair he liked, was in banking. He was nice, he was successful, he could be funny at times. "The only thing," she said with a frown, "is that I don't think he loves me."
"Why? What's the matter with him?"
"I think he might be in love with someone else. I think he might be in love with my mother."
"Well, that's unusual in the circumstances."
She had smiled despite herself, and Jack had said,
"But you love him."
She didn't answer at first, but then, "No," she said, and it sounded as if she might have surprised herself. "No, I really don't think I do. So you're not in love with him, and you think he's in love with your mother. Why are you getting married? The whole thing is arranged. The flowers, the stationery. Ah, well then, that's different. Stationery in particular. Not easy to return. Now he handed her a mug of tea and said, "Come for a walk in the garden before breakfast." You're going to make me breakfast? It's one of my specialities, or so I've been told. They went out through the back door near the malt house, under the chestnut tree and across the lawn. Jack wished he'd brought his sunglasses. The world had been washed clean, everything as bright as an overexposed photo. As they rounded the corner into the front garden, Elodie gasped. He followed her gaze and saw that the ancient Japanese maple had come down in the storm and was lying now across the flagged path, its gnarled roots pointing towards the sky. My museum colleagues are not going to be happy, he said. They went over to perform a closer inspection and Elodie said, "Look, I think there's something down there." Jack got down on his knees and reached into the hollow, dusting the distant smooth speck with his fingertips. "Maybe it's your treasure," she said with a smile. "Right in front of you all along. I thought you said that was a children's story." "I've been wrong before." "I guess we should dig it up." "I guess so." "But not until we've had some breakfast." "Certainly not until we've had breakfast," she agreed. "Because I heard a rumour that it's your speciality, and I'm expecting big things from you, Jack Rowlands." Chapter 31. Summer 1992. Tip was in his studio when the news came, a phone call from the woman who lived next door to them. Lauren was dead, killed in a car accident somewhere near Reading. Winston was distraught. The daughter was coping. He had reflected on that later. Coping. It seemed an odd thing to say about a 6-year-old girl who had lost her mother, and yet he knew what the woman, Mrs. Smith, had meant. Tip had only met the child a handful of times and knew her as the diminutive person who sat across from him at the odd Sunday lunch, trying to be surreptitious as she watched, wide-eyed and curious, over the tabletop. But he had seen enough to know that she was different from Lauren at the same age. Far more internal. Lauren had exuded a wound-up energy since the day she was born, as if her voltage was set a little higher than everybody else's. It made for a fascinating kid. She was certainly a success, but there was nothing easy about her company. The light was always on. After he was given the news, Tip put the telephone receiver back in its cradle and sat down at his workbench. His vision glazed as he took in the stool on the other side. Lauren had sat there just last week. She'd wanted to talk about Birchwood Manor, asking him where it was exactly. "The address, you mean?" He'd given it to her, and then he'd asked her why, whether she was thinking of visiting, and she'd nodded and said that she had something very important to do, and that she wanted to do it in the right place. "I know it was only a children's story," she'd said, "but in some way that I can't explain, I'm the person I am today because of it." She'd refused to be drawn further, and they'd changed the subject, but when she was leaving, she said, "You were right, you know. Time makes the impossible possible." He'd read about the concert she was playing in Bath in the newspaper a few days later, and when he saw who the other soloists were, he'd realised what she'd meant. She'd been planning to say goodbye to someone who had once meant a great deal to her. She had sat on that very same stool 6 years earlier, when she returned from New York. He could picture her the day she'd come to visit him. He'd been able to see at once that something had happened. Sure enough, she had fallen in love, she said, and she was getting married. "Congratulations," he'd said, but her expression made it clear this wasn't an ordinary announcement. It turned out that the two parts of the sentence fitted together in a rather more complicated way than he'd assumed. She had fallen in love with one of the other young musicians, invited to be a part of the quintet, a violinist. It was instant, she said. It was fierce and complete, and worth every risk and sacrifice, and I knew at once that I would never feel the same way about another man. And did he? It was mutual. But he's married. Ah. To a woman called Susan, a lovely, sweet woman, who he's known since he was a boy and whom he couldn't bear to hurt. She knows everything about him. She's a primary school teacher, and she bakes the most delicious chocolate and peanut butter slice, which she brought to the rehearsal room and shared with all of us before sitting on a plastic chair and listening to us play. And when we finished, she cried, Tip. Cried, because the music had moved her. So I can't even hate her, because I could never hate a woman who is moved to tears by music. Which might have been the end of it, but there was a third part to the story. I'm pregnant. I see. Not planned. What are you going to do? I'm going to get married. And that's when she told him what Winston had proposed. Tip had met the lad a couple of times, a musician too, though not like Lauren, a good sort, hopelessly in love with her. He doesn't mind? About the baby, no. I was going to say that you were in love with someone else. I've been very honest with him. He said it didn't matter, that there were different types of love and that the human heart did not admit limitations. He said I might even change my mind in time. He could be right. No, it's impossible. Time is a strange and powerful beast. It has a habit of making the impossible possible. But no, she'd been adamant. She could never love another man in the same way that she'd loved the violinist. But I love Winston too, Tip. He's a good man, a kind man. He's one of my best friends. I know it's not usual. No such thing in my experience. She'd reached across to squeeze his hand. What will you tell the child? Tip had asked. The truth, if and when she asks. Winston and I agreed on that. She? Lauren had smiled then. Just a feeling. She. The girl, Elodie. Tip had found himself watching her occasionally, in turn, across the table at Sunday lunch, mildly puzzled because he recognized something in her that he couldn't articulate at once. She had reminded him of someone. He realized now, in the sudden focus of her mother's death, that she'd reminded him of himself. She was a child whose still waters masked her depths. Tip went over to the shelf where he kept his jar of whatnots and took out the stone, weighing it in the palm of his hand. He could still remember the night the woman Ada told him about it. They'd been sitting out the front of the pub in Birchwood. It was summer and dusk, so there hadn't been a lot of light, but enough for him to show her some of the rocks and sticks he'd been collecting. His pockets were always full at that time. She'd picked each one up in turn and looked at it closely. She had liked collecting things too, when she was his age, she said. Now she was an archaeologist, which was a grown-up version of the same thing. Do you have a favourite? She'd asked. Tip told her that he did and handed over a particularly smooth piece of oval-shaped quartz. Did you ever find something as good as this? Ada nodded. Once, when I was not much older than you are now. I'm 5. Well, I was 8. I had an accident. I fell from a boat into the river, and I couldn't swim. Tip could remember becoming alert then with recognition. He had a feeling he'd heard this story before. Down I went, through the water, all the way to the bottom. Did you think that you were going to drown? Yes. A girl did drown in the river over there. Yes, she agreed gravely, but not me. She saved you. Yes. Just when I felt that I could hold my breath no longer, I saw her. Not clearly, and only for a moment. And then she was gone, and I saw the stone, shining, surrounded by a light. And I just knew somehow, as if a voice had whispered in my ear, that if I reached out and grasped it, I would survive. And you did. As you see, a wise woman once told me that there were certain items that brought a person good fortune. He'd liked the sound of that and had asked her where he could get one for himself. He explained to her that his father had just been killed in the war and he was worried about his mother because it was his job now to look after her and he wasn't sure how to do it. And Ada had nodded wisely and said, "I'm going to come and see you at the house tomorrow. Would that be all right? I have something I'd like to give you. In fact, I have a feeling that it belongs with you. That it knew you'd be here and found a way to get to you." But it must be a secret between them, she'd said, and then she'd asked whether he'd found the hidden chamber yet, and when Tip said that he hadn't, she whispered to him about a panel in the hallway, and Tip's eyes had widened with excitement. Next day, she'd given him the blue stone. "What will I do with it?" he'd asked as they sat together in the garden at Birchwood Manor. "Keep it safe, and it will do the same for you." Birdie, who'd been sitting beside him, had smiled her agreement. Tip no longer believed in amulets or good luck, but he didn't disbelieve either. What he did know was that the idea of the stone had been enough. Many times as a boy at Birchwood, but more so after they'd left, he'd held it in his hand and closed his eyes, and Birdie's words had come flooding back into his mind. He would remember the lights in the dark and the way he'd felt when he was in the house, as if he were enveloped and everything was going to be all right. Thinking of Lauren and the little girl who was now without her mother, Tip began to have an idea. He had a trove of trolleys in his studio, each loaded with items he had found when he was out walking, things that spoke to him for one reason or another, because they were honest or beautiful or interesting. He began to pick out some of the finest, arranging them on the bench before him, returning some to the trays, exchanging them for others, until he was happy with the selection. And then he began to mix up the clay. Little girls liked charm boxes. He had seen them at the markets on Saturdays, lining up at the craft stalls, looking for little cases in which to keep their treasures. He would make one for her, Lauren's daughter, and he would decorate it with all of the items that meant the most to him, the stone too, for it had found a new child to protect. It wasn't much, but it was all that he could think to do. And maybe, just maybe, if he did it right, when he gave the gift to her, he would be able to imbue it with the same powerful idea, the same light and love that the stone had held when it was given to him. Chapter 32. Summer 1962. She parked the car on the verge and turned off the ignition, but she didn't get out. She was early. The wave of memories had been behind her all day, threatening to break, and now that she'd stopped, it had rolled over the top of her and spread out in a glittering wash. Juliet was beset, suddenly, with a visceral remembrance of the night they'd arrived off the train, the four of them, weary and hungry, no doubt traumatized after being uprooted from London. It had been one of the most horrific periods in her life, the destruction of her home, the loss of Alan, and yet in some ways Juliet would have given anything to go back, to step through that gate over there into the Birchwood Manor garden and know that she would see 5-year-old Tip with his hair like a curtain, be a surly pre-teen too proud to accept a hug, and Red, just Red, irrepressible, with those stubborn freckles and the gap-toothed smile. Their noise, their squabbles, their incessant questions, the stretch of time between now and then, the impossibility of going back, even for a minute, was a physical pain. She had not expected it to feel like this, for her connection to the house to pull so hard at her chest. It wasn't a weight upon her, it was a great sudden pressure inside her, pressing against her ribs in its urge to escape. It had been 22 years now since Alan had died, 22 years that he hadn't lived, in which she had gone on ahead without him. She didn't hear his voice anymore. And now here she was, her car parked on the verge outside Birchwood Manor. The house was uninhabited. She could see that at once. It wore the patina of neglect, but Juliet couldn't have loved it more. Sitting in the driver's seat, she took the letter from her bag and read through it quickly. It was short and to the point, not his usual style, little more than today's date and a time. Juliet still had every letter that he'd sent her. She liked knowing that they were all there in hat boxes in the back of her wardrobe. Beatrice liked to tease her about her pen pal, though since Lauren had been born, she didn't have as much energy for stirring. The clock in the dashboard clicked forward a minute. Time was passing at a snail's pace. Juliet didn't much fancy sitting in the confines of the Triumph for another 40 minutes. She glanced at herself in the rearview mirror, checked her lipstick, and then, with a decisive breath, hopped out of the car. She followed the winding lane towards the cemetery, blinking away the ghostly image of Tip, stopped along the way to search for odd pieces of quartz and gravel. She turned left towards the village, and as she reached the crossroads, was pleased to see that the Swan was still there. After a minute of consideration, she summoned up the courage to go inside. 34 years since she and Alan had arrived from London on the train, Juliet doing her best to conceal her pregnancy. She had half expected Mrs. Hammett to arrive at the door to greet her, to start talking as if they'd only just had dinner the night before, but there was a new young woman behind the bar. "Changed hands a few years ago now," she said. "I'm Mrs. Lamb, Rachel Lamb." "Mrs. Hammett, is she—" "Not likely. She's moved in with her son and daughter-in-law down the road." "Close by?" "Too close, forever popping in here to give me advice." She smiled to show that she was speaking fondly. "You might catch her before a midday nap if you hurry. Takes it like clockwork." Juliet hadn't thought to visit Mrs. Hammett, but she followed Rachel Lamb's instructions anyway and arrived soon enough at the cottage with the red front door and black letterbox. She knocked and held her breath. "I'm sorry you've missed her," said the woman who answered. "Down for the count, and I don't wake her. She can be testy when she hasn't had her winks." "Perhaps you could mention me to her," said Juliet. "She might not remember. I'm sure she saw so many guests come and go, but she was kind to my family and me. I wrote an article about her, she and her WVS ladies." "Oh, well, you should have said so. Juliet of the Laneway. She still has a framed copy on the wall beside her bed. Her claim to fame, she says." They exchanged pleasant chat for a few more moments, and then Juliet said that she ought to be going. She was meeting someone soon, and Mrs. Hammett's daughter-in-law said that it was just as well as she had some pantry sorting to be getting on with. Juliet was turning to leave when she noticed the painting on the wall above the sofa, a portrait of a striking young woman. "Beautiful, isn't she?" said Mrs. Hammett's daughter-in-law. "Intoxicating. Came to me from my grandfather, discovered in his attic after he passed away." "What a find." "Quite the hoard, I assure you. Took us weeks to clear it, mostly rat-eaten rubbish. His own father had the house before him." "Was he an artist?" "A policeman back in the day. When he retired, his boxes of old notes were put up top and forgotten. Don't know where she came from. She's unfinished. You can tell by the edges, where the colour isn't right and the brush strokes are rough. But there's something in her expression, don't you think?" You can't help but look at her. The woman in the painting stayed with Juliet as she started the walk back towards Birchwood Manor. She wasn't familiar, not exactly, but the essence of the painting was reminiscent of something. Everything in her face, her expression, radiated light and love. It made her think of Tip for some reason, and Birchwood Manor, and that sunlit afternoon in 1928 when she'd fought with Alan and become lost and then found again, when she'd woken up in the garden beneath the Japanese maple tree. No surprise, of course, that she should think of that day now. Juliet and Leonard had been exchanging letters for almost 20 years, ever since she wrote to ask him to contribute to a Laneway article she'd planned to write but never got around to, about the many different lives led in one house. He'd received the letter too late as it happened, and by the time he wrote back she was in London again and the war was wearily winding down. But they'd stayed in touch. He also liked writing, he said. He got along better with people on the page. They had shared everything, all of the things she couldn't write in her columns, the anger and grief and loss. And by turns, the things that happened to them along the way, the beautiful, the funny, the true. But they had never met in person, not since that afternoon in 1928. Today would be the first time. Juliet hadn't told anyone what she was doing. Her children were always encouraging her to go out for dinner with one eligible fellow or another. But this, today, him, was impossible to explain. How could she ever make them understand what she and Leonard had experienced, the two of them, that afternoon in the garden of Birchwood Manor? And so he remained her secret, this journey back to the house their own. The twin gables came into view, and Juliet felt herself begin to walk faster, almost as if she were being pulled along towards the house. She put her hand in her pocket to check that the tuppence was still there. She had kept it all this time. Now, at last, she could return it. 12. Jack and Elodie have gone for a walk together, the two of them. She said something about wanting to see the clearing in the woods for herself, and he was only too happy to offer his services as a guide. And so here I am, sitting again in the warm spot at the turn of the stairs, waiting. One thing I know for certain, I will be here when they get back. I will be here too when they are gone and my next visitors arrive. I might even tell my story again someday, as I did to little Tip, and before him, Ada, weaving together threads from Edward's night of the following, with the things my father told me about my mother's flight from home. The tale of the Eldritch children and their fairy queen. It is a good story, about truth and honour and brave children doing righteous deeds. It is a powerful story. People value shiny stones and lucky charms, but they forget that the most powerful talismans of all are the stories that we tell to ourselves and to others. And so I will be waiting. When I was alive and the great craze came first upon society, spiritualism and the desire to communicate with the dead, there was an assumption that ghosts and apparitions longed for release, that we haunt because we are trapped. But it is not so. I do not wish to be set free. I am of this house that Edward loved. I am this house. I am each whirl in each piece of timber. I am every nail. I am the wick in the lamp, the hook for a coat. I am the tricky lock on the front door. I am the tap that drips, the red rust circle on the porcelain sink. I am the crack in the bathroom tile. I am the chimney pot and the black snaking drain pipe. I am the air within each room. I am the hands of the clock and the space in between. I am the noise you hear when you think you're hearing nothing at all. I am the light in the window that you know cannot be there. I am the stars in the dark when you feel yourself alone.
Author's note. I share Lucy Radcliffe's anxiety about the number of subjects to be studied and grasped within the limits of a single lifetime. So one of the best things about being a writer is having the opportunity to explore topics that fascinate me. The Clockmaker's Daughter is a book about time and timelessness, truth and beauty, maps and map-making, photography, natural history, the restorative properties of walking, brotherhood, having 3 sons shot that one to the top of the list, houses and the notion of home, rivers and the power of place, among other things. It was inspired by art and artists, including the English Romantic poets, the Pre-Raphaelite painters, early photographers such as Julia Margaret Cameron, Charles Dodgson, and Matthew Brady, who first described the camera as the eye of history, and designers like William Morris, with whom I share a passion for houses and who drew my attention to some of the unique ways in which the buildings of the Cotswolds mimic the natural world. Places that lent thread to the weave of this novel include Avebury Manor, Kelmscott Manor, Great Chalfield Manor, Abbey House Gardens in Malmesbury, Laycock Abbey, the Uffington White Horse, the Barbary Hill Fort, the Ridgeway, the countryside of Wiltshire, Berkshire and Oxfordshire, the villages of Southwark, Eastleach, Kelmscott, Buscott and Lechlade, the River Thames, and of course, London. Should you wish to visit a house with genuine priest holes, Harvington Hall in Worcestershire retains 7, designed by St Nicholas Owen. It also sits upon a moated island. If you are eager to read more about 19th century London and the streets occupied by Birdie Bell and James Stratton, some useful sources include London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, providing insight into such forgotten occupations as the blind street sellers of tailors' needles and screevers or writers of begging letters and petitions. Victorian London, The Life of a City 1840 to 1870 by Liza Pickard, The Victorian City, Everyday Life in Dickens's London by Judith Flanders, The Victorians by A.N. Wilson, Inventing the Victorians by Matthew Sweet, and Charles Dickens by Simon Callow, being a deeply affectionate biography of one of the greatest Victorians and Londoners. The 7 Dials is still a bustling pocket of Covent Garden. However, should you visit now, you will find more restaurants and fewer shops selling birds and cages than when Mrs. Mack was running her enterprise. Little White Lion Street was renamed Mercer Street in 1938. I was inspired by a number of museums whilst writing The Clockmaker's Daughter, which seems fitting given the novel's focus on curation and the use of narrative structures to tell cohesive stories about the disjointed past. Some of my favourites include the Charles Dickens Museum, the Watts Gallery and Limner's Lease, Sir John Soanes's Museum, the Fox Talbot Museum, the Victoria and Albert Museum, the British Museum, and the Royal Observatory at Greenwich. I was thrilled to attend the following exhibitions and am grateful to galleries and curators who make such works available. Julia Margaret Cameron at the V&A 2015 to 2016, Painting with Light, Art and Photography from the Pre-Raphaelites to the Modern Age, Tate Britain 2016, Victorian Giants, The Birth of Art Photography, the National Portrait Gallery 2018. With special thanks to Lizzie Kramer and all at DHA, my editors Maria Raitt and Annette Barlow, Lisa Keim and Carolyn Reedy at Simon & Schuster, and Anna Bond at Pam Macmillan. Thanks also to the many people at ANU, Belinda, Pan Macmillan and Atria, who played a vital role in turning my story into this book and sending it out into the world so beautifully. Isabel Long generously provided information about the world of the archivist, and I am grateful to Nitin Chowdhury and his parents for assistance with the Punjabi terms in Ada's story. All errors are of course my own, whether intentional or not. I have, for instance, taken the liberty of situating a Royal Academy exhibition in November 1861, even though during the 19th century the annual exhibition of the RA opened in May. Those who helped in less specific but no less important ways while I was writing The Clockmaker's Daughter include Herbert and Rita, precious departed friends who are still in my thoughts, my mum, dad, sisters and friends, especially the Cretchys, Paddos, Steinies and Browns, every single person who read or listened to and enjoyed one of my books, my 3 lights in the dark, Oliver, Louis, and Henry. And most of all, for too many things to count, my life co-pilot, Davin.